Ladies and gentlemen, you have found yourself in the den of Keith Garcia, man of letters. I'm very happy to be leading you on this journey into the ancient days of old. I implore you to help sustain this channel and consider joining our Patreon or becoming a channel member here at YouTube, or just liking the video, commenting. I believe those are still free these days. However, I really appreciate you just hanging out with us and being a part of what we got going here. It's a beautiful place, and it is made all the more beautiful because of the people who are a part of it, like yourselves. With that being said, please take your shoes off, kick back, relax. This is the Book of Morals and Precepts of the Kolbrin Bible. Book 7, I believe. Can you believe that, you guys? We're 7 books in. We're on something like 30 hours worth of Kolbrin recordings at this point. Can you believe it? It's taken us 2 years, but we're getting there. Again, thank you guys so much. Would really, really, really love the support from you guys. Patreon, you can check it out in the description or somewhere down in the comments. Otherwise, thank you so much and enjoy the show. Chapter 1, Preliminary. Wisdom is the treasure of all ages, which shall endure incorruptibly forever until time is spent. Therefore let the tumult of life be stilled, and in reverence and silence receive these instructions from ancient times. Behold the teachings concerning life and the testimonies which are a true guide to the portals at the great halls of eternity. Here is a code of behavior and manner of living prescribed by the noble ones. The story of life with the revelation of the secrets and mysteries of the unseen kingdoms and earth. The meaning, the purpose, which govern all things. Herein are the guiding lights of thought, which will enable a man to follow a straight course on the great sea of life, and to steer away from evil. Followed faithfully, they will bring him to a safe harbor, to enable him to give a righteous judgment, and return a suitable answer to one who speaks to him or challenges him. By holding these things in his heart, he shall maintain a position of respect among the people and be delivered from the yoke of common folk. The dispensations of eternity shall not remain hidden from him, nor shall life conceal its mystery. Behold, herein is wisdom and knowledge given to you, that in the fullness of time all the inhabitants of the earth may dwell in its glory. The old teachings, which will provide a staff for the simple and a guardian for the young. Wherever the sun shines or the wind blows, wherever there is an eye to see with clarity or an ear to hear with understanding, a mind to receive and assimilate, there let the greater way of life be made known, and the maxims of truth be honored and obeyed. Written for the elect by the master of mysteries, once overseer of harvests and recorder of taxes, guardians of tombs and upholder of royal decrees, beloved of the high gods and the low gods, keeper of the secrets of the highest God, lesser lord of jubilees and grand scribe of the sacred writings, one born into the house of a false god whom he rejected, distributor of barley seed and master of the great sanctuary, chief of seers and guardian of the great mysteries, watcher at the sacred shrine and defender of the lakeland and the gates, inspector of the courtyard and of the sacred being, guardian of the hidden records and servant of the secret temple, messenger of the true God, third begotten son of an enlightened father, a magistrate of a goodly city, son of a gentle lady, sistrum bearer and mistress of the songstresses in the temple of the twofold God, now one whose name is obliterated by unchallengeable decree, but once a man of good standing in this country, whose estate remains to this day. My children, listen to the voice of instruction and incline a willing ear towards the speech of wisdom. Thus shall the words which issue from your mouth be established before men, and your commands be obeyed as the statutes. Let not your mind be diverted, nor your attention be distracted. Set them in your heart as a royal impression. Inscribe them there as though struck on marble. To cast aside the words of experience which guided the ancients is foolhardily and an invitation to calamity. Therefore immerse yourself in the writings of the past, as in cool waters at the heat of the day, and your spirit will emerge refreshed and strengthened. They will be a steadying oar enabling the vessel of your heart's desire to alter course and wear against the winds of adversity without capsizing. When your opponent sends a gale of words beating against your defenses, they will break it as a shield shatters the sword, and will arm your tongue for the counter-assault. Live your life according to these instructions, and you will be well fortified in the season of adversity's trial. To you, my children, I give the treasure of the past, the accumulated wisdom of man. There has been a careful selection of words and gathering of sayings, a winnowing of works of wisdom, and a careful choice made from the hidden writings, all recorded with much searching of the heart, while seeking the great God's inspiration. There is nothing added to that which was no unknown utterance or unfamiliar saying, nothing which has not been on the tongue and in the hearts of our forefathers. What was recorded in their days has been rewritten, for truth and wisdom are a mooring line from the first man to the last, from generation to generation, until the end. Would that I could grasp something from the unknown to hand on to you. But I am only the guiding channel, leading the refreshing waters of wisdom from the great reservoir of truth towards the parched lands of the uninstructed. Chapter 2. The nature of the true God. There is but one God, the high God, the designer, the creator and ruler of the earth, and the Lord of the kingdoms of light and darkness. Everlasting, all-powerful, and beyond the understanding of men, the great dweller in everlasting pregnant silence, unseeable, unknowable. By a command he created man, and in his indulgence permitted the gods to be fashioned. He is the source of all that is, the father of fathers, the mother of mothers, the one who preceded the sun. The sun is not God, though his creation, for its brightness bestows light and life upon the earth. It gives warmth to the aged and quickens the child in its mother's womb. It nourishes the seed and calls forth the green growth. It is the instrument of the high God, his furnace fire of life. The sun is removed from man at night time, but the true God is always with him. Man never walks alone. He is never unescorted. To this God alone gave praise, self-created, maker of heaven and earth, founder of the kingdoms of light and darkness, the waters and the mountains. To the one that is above all, the spring from which flows all wisdom, to him alone belong adoration, thanksgiving, honor, and praise, who spread wide the great canopy of heaven and pins back the curtains of night with the stars, whose finger draws the courses of the night lights in unalterable arrangement. He holds the great waters within their appointed limits, and in the storm water. He holds the great waters within their appointed limits, and the storm water he keeps in restraint. He covers the face of the earth with a green mantle of vegetation. He inundates the land with the waters of life. His arm sweeps across the skies, and men are bewildered, earth shaken, and nations collapse and fall. The wicked tremble before his manifestations and are consumed in the midst of his fire. The wrongdoer is confounded and lies stricken before his darts of lightning. His thunder rend the roof of heaven, and earth groans out at its travail. It is he, the high God, who defeats armies with pestilence, or gives one man dominion over thousands. At his command the seas will rise against the earth, or mountains belch forth fires of destruction. A man lives his allotted span in the dispensation of the high God of old, whose will encompasses the daily task and round. All things have their beginning and end with God. His power cannot be suppressed. His knowledge is the wisdom of eternity. His strength reaches out into infinity. His dwelling place is set in the universal center, and he encompasses all the universes, great and small. His breath sustains life in multitudinous forms, and his thought holds all things in their proper shape. He prescribes the courses of the stars. He issues his commands to the winds, and they sing their responses. The wide seas murmur his praise. He moves the silences in the void of empty space where the eternal heart lies sleeping. Order and beauty are shaped by his hands. His voice speaks from the sandy silences. He whispers in cool breezes. He roars in the whirlwind. He murmurs in the running waters. He sighs in the treetops, and men hear his voice without understanding. Man dreams and says this is reality. He sees the shadow but is blinded before the light. He reasons and is deceived. The design of the true God and his nature cannot be understood in the light of reason, for reason is not with this God, who knows all things without reason. There is none other like unto the one God in all his glory, whose strength can challenge him, whose will can contend with his will, whose might can equal his. Where is another with his wisdom, who in goodness can compare with him? By the power of his thoughts, many kingdoms are brought forth beyond earth. He speaks the unutterable word, and they are created. He rules his creatures with infinite wisdom and directs their destinies with unchallengeable decrees. His will controls the forces within men, and the thing they seek unknowingly is him. As the body when hungry is filled with the urge to eat, and when thirsty with the urge to drink, so is the spirit in man filled with the urge to seek God. His ordinances govern earth and the heavens above. All things therein have their appointed place and purpose, and in their nature conform to his law. His ways are inscrutable, transcending the understanding of men. His thoughts are a mystery, which men may not fathom. They are veiled and withdrawn beyond the comprehension of mortals. His design is unrevealed to the multitude. Few are the men who can understand why he planted the road to the place of glory with the sharp stones of suffering and pain, or why life is a struggle through the thorny forest of adversity. But the ways of men are known to God, for the Creator ever knows the created, though it does not follow that the created know their Creator. Therefore, O man, remember that your heart lies naked before his gaze, and your innermost thoughts come under his scrutiny. No deed ever goes unrecorded. None can perceive his residence, for he dwells in the profound silence of the outer sphere. Look for him in the order of nature, and see his plan in its direction. Look for him amid the stars in their courses, and see the grandeur of his scheme. Look for the unmanifested spirit in the manifested object. His glory is proclaimed in the heavens. The sun reflects his splendor, the moon witnesses his peace. His fruitfulness is spread over the face of the land, and the waters are filled with his bounty. The earth bends to his will, or is broken to his command. Man may walk in the appointed direction, or he will be driven out. Walk in the light of the law, and not along the paths of the transgressor, for the laws of the high God are unchallengeable and cannot be transgressed with impunity. The wrongful deeds and the wicked thoughts of man are indelibly inscribed upon the everlasting tablets of his immortal soul. He is the Creator, in whose spirit, image, and likeness you were fashioned. His laws ordained your present estate and circumstances upon earth. The power of your intellect is his promise of Godhead, and the marvels of your body are the works of his hand. His soul communes with your soul, and the consciousness he shares with you is the source of your life. In his sight, all men are equal, and he judges them as men and not according to their estate. The rich and the poor, the highborn and the lowly, the wise and the simple, all receive a fitting reward according to their labors. From each is expected results according to his abilities, from some much and from others a little. Only that which serves the purpose of the great God is accounted worthy by him. He has established the law, whereby the sun shines down on the good and the wicked alike. He sends rain equally for the provident and the improvident. The arrows of misfortune strike the worthy and the unworthy with indifference. Only the most wise may understand why this is the established nature of things. For the generality of men, it is a condition to be accepted with good grace, and for them, it is sufficient to know that the seeming indifference of the universe serves its purpose. The true God neither rewards nor punishes, for he has established the law whereby each man decries his own fate. The future destiny and circumstances of the soul are shaped in the earthly body. When in the hour of its release the soul takes flight, freed from its earthly container of flesh, it assumes the form molded by its desires. In that awesome day of reckoning, the wicked shall be revealed in hideous shapelessness, but the upright shall step forward in splendor. Therefore give due respect to the law of God, walk in his ways, and bow to his decrees. You are placed on earth that his purpose may be fulfilled. Therefore fight not against his will, nor rebel against his laws, lest you bring about your own destruction. God will not destroy the transgressor of his law, for he will destroy himself. Each man ultimately decrees his own fate and receives his reward or punishment according to the law. Hail to the Creator, giver of breath, God of destinies, great God of thunder and fire, he who roars over the earth, the silent one who walks by your side, unseen, unmanifested. Father God, Mother God, God of comfort and conflict, mighty fighter with stone, the glorious being, the Lord of life and light, God of the gods, Prince of everlastingness, ruler of the netherworld, King of the western kingdom, light of eternity, light of life. These are his names according to his nature, but this also you may know about the true God. He is the fountainhead of all things. His power is unbounded, and his mind knows no limitations. He has the wisdom of eternity, and the mantle of his greatness envelops all mankind. He sits enthroned in the universal center, and the divine rays which flow from his presence hold all forms in stability. He moves his finger in the night skies, and the stars dance along their pathways. He walks upon the wings of the wind and encompasses all the kingdoms of heaven and of earth. Order and beauty follow in his train, and things obey the directions of his hand. The face of beauty looks out from his works, and the voice of wisdom speaks from the midst of his creation, though it is scarcely heard through the barriers of mortal limitations. Glory and grandeur form his mantle, justice and mercy drape his body, love and benevolence cover his head, and the virtues are his footstool. Discuss not his form, for it is beyond your understanding. Push not among the crowd of his worshippers, mouth not the words of his writings unthinkingly, mumble not his praises, stand not before his shrine in hypocritical humility. Carefully supervise his ministrations and maintain due decorum in his place. Remember him always. He is with you always, in the midst of the concourse and in the silence of your bedchamber. His breath gives life to countless forms, and his will holds all things to their appointed shape. Obey his commands. Take heed of the ordinances he has made, for they conform to your needs. All things are bent to the benefit of man, and all that encompasses your life accord with his direction, and the soul within you may enjoy continued gracious growth from stage to stage of its unfolding. All the things are bent to the benefit of man, and all that encompasses your life accord with his direction, that the soul within you may enjoy continued gracious growth from stage to stage of its unfolding, so that when the cumberstone sheath of the mortal flesh is cast off, it may receive a just and fitting compensation under the great law, in accordance with its thoughts and deeds on earth. Where is the strange God of ours? And it is well that you ask, for if you would be happy on earth, you must know his ways. He is not a revealed God. He has hidden himself, for he knows well the disposition of men. Were he here now among the people and revealed to their gaze, the weakling would fawn upon him, the hypocrite would join his following, and the wrongdoer would walk in his train, proclaiming his innocence with a loud voice. How then, if he were here, could the weakling be tested, the hypocrite discovered, and the wrongdoer unveiled? Our God is hidden, that men may be tested and established for what they really are. Were he revealed to the eyes and understanding of men, earth and life would have no purpose. he hides to discover the hearts of men. Is it not declared in the plans of God that uncertainty is an essential earthly condition? Yet this you may know, that if you be worthy, and very few are, there is a method whereby you may look beyond the veil, and then no longer will you walk in uncertainty. However, for men in general, the undiscovered God is not apparent. He has no man-made image in his likeness, and he stands in obscurity behind the great alcove beyond the temple within the palace of flame. Yet, he makes himself known in subtle ways, for he cannot remain unmanifested to the truly spiritual any more than a river can remain hidden, for it dissolves away the ground in which it is concealed. So will the great God spring forth in the midst of material things, and dissolving away their solidity, shine forth to the sincere seeker. He is not a new God, but the oldest God of all, the Father of all ages, the ancient one of yore. He requires no temple to establish his glory or sacrifice to give him strength. A cheerful nature is more acceptable to this God than offering of gold and silver by the bad-tempered man, or the sacrificial ox of the churlish man. He prefers the man who gives willing hand to his neighbor, to one who brings him treasure. A word of encouragement to a man in distress is of more value to our God than loud praises in his temple. He does not take all and remain mute. He seeks not gifts with no purpose or wasteful sacrifices. What can man give that will add to his glory? What thing fashioned by man could benefit the one God, who by taking thought could create a universe? Work for our God, and he will work for you. He remembers well the man who labors on his behalf. He who labors to the benefit of others works for the great God. He who improves earth works for him. The purpose of man's sojourn on earth is the glorification of man, not the glorification of God, who is already the all-glorious one. Thus it is written in the plans of God, "The true temples of the great God are not structures of stone and brick. They are places of quietude in your heart and home, where you listen to the awakening of your soul as it responds to the conscious contact with him. His worship is your labor among the people. His praise is the song in your heart. His adoration is your joy of living. Keep the peace of the mysterious God and maintain the order of his law among men and women, for they are his flocks and herds, and he calls forth shepherds from among men. He made earth a workplace for man and not a pleasure garden. Therefore, be you a song leader at the task. He is the mighty God, the nameless one whom your fathers held in awe. He it was who dissipated the darkness over the waters, who separated the chaos, who lifted the cloud, who made the breezes of life to fill the nostrils of men. Men came forth from his members, and they appeared in his likeness. For their sustenance he provided fruits and vegetables, animals, fowls, fish. He has brought low his enemies. Yes, he has even destroyed his own children. He rolled the grain, and lo, it became the food of men. He dismembered the destroyer in olden times. He made daylight for the joy of man and darkness for his tranquility. Men cry to him in their distress, and he suffers with them. He sends a captain to strengthen the resistance of the feeble and a champion for the weak. He has endowed men with the power of speech and bedecked their language with fine words, that greatness may sound around earth. He has enlightened the mind of man with great thoughts to repulse the might of untoward happenings. He has given him the courage to overcome terrors that lurk by night and to dispel those that strike by day. He is a God of justice as well as benevolence, for he metes out chastisement not always obviously, as among men, but sometimes as a man chastises a son for his brother. There can be none greater than the true God, for though himself nameless, he knows every name. Be not reticent to worship, for this is the prerogative of the highborn and wise. The king and nobles attend the temples diligently, but the stupid man and grave robber have no God. Worship bestows no benefit on God, for he is all self-sufficient. Its purpose is the service of man, not the service of God. It fulfills a need of man, not a need of God. Nothing that man can do will add to God's glory. Nothing that man can give will add to that which he already has. These are the teachings of the wise ones, to whom be all due honor and respect. Give ear and listen with a receptive mind. Record them unto your generations, that they pass not away into dust with your habitations. Therefore let it now be written, and as written, let it be made known. Chapter 3. The nature of man's soul. The one God is above all in greatness, but under him, above all else on earth, is the soul of man. It is not isolated from the Godhead above, nor from the mortal below, for it is that which spans the gulf between. It is the link between God and man, between immortal and mortal. Nothing exists which is or can be isolated from all else. There is a connection between earth and the region of glory, a link between dust and star. From the highest God down to the mote runs an unbroken and unbreakable chain. Man is apart from all other creatures in that he has foreknowledge of death and decay. If man be immortal, then it is the burden of his immortality. But if he passes to nothingness, he is cursed above the unknowing beasts, which know not the dead of approaching doom. Has man been placed above the beasts to be confronted with his own nothingness? Is his superiority not but the father of terrors? Such cannot be, for the direction of life is ever towards betterment, and it cannot be cast back upon itself. The ass knows not the value of food, though its belly be full, and yesterday, today, and tomorrow are to it alike. The lion knows nothing of the putrefaction which one day will be its lot, nor does the ox live in the knowledge of the slaughterhouse. The power of thought is not given to the flesh, nor can the bones reason. Something unseen animates the inner clay of your being. Something untangible is added to the earthly material of your body. Think not primarily of your material self, nor say my heart is supreme, for within your body resides the soul which activates the thinking heart, and is not the resident of the dwelling of greater importance than the materials of its construction. Gaze upon a corpse. See. It is empty of life. Something that was is no longer there. The soul is missing. Your soul is the lord of your body. Suffer not the subject to rebel, nor to assert its sway, for its domination cannot be beneficial. Let the soul not only vitalize, but rule and direct the flesh, that wilderness and excesses may be held in leash. The soul delights in sweet smells and knows the perfumes of earth by the performance of the nose. It rejoices in delicacies of the table and tastes them through the workings of the mouth. Food feeds the flesh, but the flesh finds no pleasure in eating, for it is the soul which experiences the enjoyment of food. The eyes are the sentinels which keep watch for you. The lights that go before your path are braziers before a caravan. Yet they see not of themselves, for they are but the instruments of sight, without a consciousness of their own. It is the soul within which interprets the messages. Man alone of all creatures is capable of blushing, for he alone of all things living has a soul which can experience a sense of shame. That man has a soul is beyond all doubt. It is the most obvious of all truths. Seek not to delve unduly into its secrets, but to harmonize it with your body. Commune with it and awaken its potentialities. Intellect, reason, willpower, and comprehension, these are not the soul. They are the manifestation of its existence, its attributes, and its activity. But they are not the soul itself. Stimulate the soul by contact with that to which it responds. Know it through its manifestations and understand it through its faculties. It remains immortal and indestructible throughout all ages. Its splendor is displayed in noble deeds and its glorious works of art and craftsmanship. It will survive your bodily disintegration. It was not created by the quickening of the flesh, nor conceived within the womb. Its seed existed before the body and preceded the thinking heart. The great God sows soul seeds into earthly flesh, as man sows barley seeds into the fields of black soil. The soul is yours to fashion. It can be made radiant by goodness, beautified by virtue, and glorified by love. It can be hideously deformed by vices and passions, and twisted into a form of distorted horror by meanness and hatred. It cannot be valued too greatly, nor can it be handled too carefully, for it is your own truest self. It's your own reality, which is you. It is as virgin stone for you to cut and shape as you will. But remember, the image carved is not easily altered and shall one day be displayed to the eyes of eternity in its true likeness, though on earth this is now veiled by the flesh. The desire of the soul cannot be held in constraint. Be it at the rim of the earth, the soul will find it, or if beyond the stars, it will be reached. The soul is ever questing, as the wilderness wayfarer thirsts after water, so does the soul long for knowledge. The gods of the north and south provide food for the body of man, but it is the God of all ages who provides sustenance for the soul. As the body has its particular foods which nourish it, so has the soul. As the body is impoverished by lack of proper sustenance, so is the soul. Mortal man may, in the course of time, forget his experiences, but within the soul they are retained forever. The soul is a hunter, and the quarry is truth. The weapons of the hunt are reason and experience. The years of the wrongdoer and he who walks in wickedness plant more wrinkles and scars on the face of the soul than on the face of the body. The soul is not born, nor does it know itself as a soul. The purpose of its earthly journey is to awaken it to self-awareness and to provide it with the ability to continue existence in the region beyond the west. Therefore, how could it enter upon earthly life with these things? Were they already there, life and earth would have no purpose. The soul is bodiless within the body, everlasting among things that change and pass away. Man does not perceive his soul because his senses face outward from the soul, towards earthly things, with which it makes contact. So it is that only the most developed of men can close out the material things about them and turn their senses inward to perceive the soul. The soul looks out through the eyes and sees all which is without, but nothing of this can look in through the eyes and see the soul, even though the soul's feeling may be reflected there. An eye without a soul behind it sees nothing. The earthly and the wayward seek only after outward pleasures and the satisfaction of the body. They fall into the snare of disbelief in the soul, and the law decrees that disbelief shall be easy. Wise men, knowing the nature of immortal things, seek not for anything stable here among the unstable things. That by which we know the texture of things, by which we taste and smell and hear, by which we experience the tenderness and suffering of love and perceive the nature of beauty, by which we value the glory of self-sacrifice, by that we are also assured of something immortal within us. For when a man comes to the realization that it is by the soul within him that he knows and experiences all things about him, he has taken the first great step towards conscious immortality. When the body and soul are torn apart, what remains? No man lives by the air he breathes in and the air he breathes out. It is something more, the soul that gives life. As the one fire entering the earth in oneness becomes different here, there, and everywhere, according to the nature of that which it consumes, so the one soul vitalizing the souls of men becomes different according to the nature of its covering. As the one air passes through the pipes and becomes different according to the nature of the pipes, so the one essence in the souls of men becomes different according to the manner of its use. The one water is in all things, yet in all things it is different. So it is with the great soul and the souls of men. The wise man, who is conscious of his soul within him, will commune with it and never neglect its needs. For if a man cannot awaken his soul before his body falls asunder, he will not awaken it thereafter, and it will return to the waters of the great soul sea. The purpose of earth and earthly life is awakening of the souls of men. Earthly conditions can serve no other end. Rejoice in the sure knowledge of your soul's indestructibility, but let your joy be leavened by remembrance of your responsibility for its condition. Naked does man come from his mother's womb, and naked does he return to the womb of the earth. He brings no possessions with him to earth, and no more can be taken out. Yet he leaves not altogether as he entered, for though his riches and estates, his titles, even his clothes are left behind, if he has lived wisely, he goes out richer in soul wisdom and arrayed in soul beauty. Man arrives at the great portal arrayed in glory or clothed in horror. In the newborn childling is the soft seed of the slumbering soul. This will be developed, molded, and fashioned throughout the period of its earthly existence. It will be shaped by man himself to his own inner likeness. Then, when stripped of its outward bodily covering, man will stand revealed to himself and be faced with splendor or horror. In the likeness to which the soul is fashioned in the body, so shall it come forth in the spirit on its appointed day. Thus it is written in the secret books of wisdom, which are revealed to the few. The body is a womb, life the days of conception, and death the birth of the soul. Is it not written that some shall bring forth monsters and fearful things, and some shall bear gods? These things are not beyond understanding. Pontus taught the people that every man is his own mother, and they fed him to the crocodiles. Children cannot be told even half the truth, but must be led by childish tales towards understanding. Chapter 4. Life. Commune with your soul within, and consider how wonderfully you are created. Meditate long upon your nature, contemplate the powers you possess, consider your needs and desires. Thus you will find the proper path through life and a sure guide to direct your footsteps. As the union of heat and tinder produces fire, so does the union of soul and body produce life in man. Nothing is constant in life except wisdom. Nothing is constant except knowledge and skill. Life ebbs and flows as the tide does, and the fortunes of men wax and wane as the moon. The rich become poor and the poor become rich. The powerful become weak and the weak become powerful. Where the stream flowed yesteryear is now dust, and the cooling waters have moved elsewhere. The lakes of last season have joined the wilderness, and the dikes have become pits. Fortune smiles upon the improvident, and misfortune smites the worthy. Men are born handsome or ugly, rich or poor. They inherit a life of ease or a life of struggle. Here is the wisdom. Accept the nature of things as they are, for as such they accord with the plans of God and are under the law. But accept them not with resignation, as an affliction to be borne, but as a challenge to contest. Man must rise to meet life or be overwhelmed. This too is the law. When the road seems long and the load heavy, remember that the stout-hearted runner carries the greatest burden. There is no constant state of life. All is movement and change. Therefore, it is well to build the structure of your life on a foundation of things which are not easily removed. These are wisdom, skill, knowledge, which one possesses cannot be taken away, as can hoarded gold and cherished chattels in the ebb and flow of life's fortune. Gold and silver are uneatable stones, but wisdom is the food of the gods. Skill and knowledge define the difference between the ox with the yoke and the plowman with the whip. Fear not the feelings which stir in the heart, for therein lie the greatest of life's treasures. Taste their honeyed bitterness, and though you are consumed as you consume, something will remain, which is yours forever. Life is matured and mellowed by the treasures which pain the heart, and without them the soul cannot develop. With some, life is generous, with others, niggardly. But whether you pass through the stages of life in a lowly or a high condition, your life will neither be wholly happy nor wholly miserable. Whether life is indulgent towards you or austere, whether it metes out reward or chastisement, remember that its dispensations are governed by an infinite wisdom, and the ordinances of the law, though incomprehensible, are just. Therefore, when life turns undue attention upon you, accept it not as a dumb creature, but say, "What have I done that this is my reward?" The dispensations of life and the course of events are such that prosperity will attend a good life and adversity a wicked one. Is this not proved by the normal course of the affairs of men? If not so provable, then the moral disease of the people is established. Travel the road of life according to your ability, and your foot will find its appointed place. Take time and consider every action. He who journeys leisurely journeys best, and the runner who hastens not unduly is he who reaches the goal. As the dew to the herb, as the honey to the bee, as the north wind to the raven, and the twilight to the owl, such is life to the spirit of man. Think not with the weakling that nothing is more precious, nor with the hermit that you should reject it. Think not too highly of it, nor consider it worthless. Love it not for itself or for what you can get out of it, but for what you can do with it. Forget not that life has but one purpose, one end, and one objective, and that this is the awakening of the souls of men. All things on earth conform to that end. Earth without its perplexities and problems, its struggles and strife, its inequalities and injustices, it would never develop the soul in a manner meet for its destiny. This is the answer to the riddle of ages. If all were right on earth, there would be nothing for man to do. As it is, there is sufficient to occupy him throughout his generations. When man himself is perfect, its purpose will be fulfilled, and then earth too will be perfect. Riches cannot buy life, nor can gold purchase back wasted hours. Therefore, employ the future that you have left to your greatest benefit. Lament not that you were born or desire that life should depart. Life has a purpose. It has a meaning, even for one as miserable as you, and the law may not be set aside. Whatever your state, and however lowly the circumstances to which you have fallen, you still have the power for good in your right hand and the power for evil in your left. Would the fish rise to the bait if it knew the hook were hidden therein? Or would the lion step on the pit if it saw the stake below? No. Neither would man wish to live were the soul to perish with the body. Neither would a just God have created him, and the true God, if he be anything, is just. Life is yours. That you requested it not is of small consideration, for the choice was not with you. Therefore accept with good grace which has been allotted to you, deriving from it whatever benefits it may bestow. The benefits are great, and were they readily apparent, life would be accepted with due gratitude and endured, whatever its afflictions with resigned anticipation. Life, if so lived, would be futile and its purpose confounded. Therefore, only by dire efforts can man come to know the everlastingness of his soul. The law decrees that man shall never be assured of his immortality. Life must be lived from the beginning to the end. Run the race easily, for the course is long, and the runner who runs the race best is he who conserves his strength in the early lapse. Be not disturbed or overwhelmed when misfortune accompanies your passage along the way. Be not dispirited when the pace is hard, or faint before the obstacles. Accept the challenge of adversity with high spirits. For as the flame is to wax and the furnace to copper, so is adversity to the soul. Every sorrowful blow that falls upon the soul is a tempering hammer. The metal that suffers the fires of the furnace longest is the finest in quality. Give prudent thought towards tomorrow's problems, but let them not tax your mind unduly, for problems in the womb of the future may be stillborn. Though the pathway of life be uneven, the going is not always rough. Take it as you find it, but beware where the going is smooth, for there evil will set its trap. Danger lurks where least expected. When you journey without possessions, you journey without care. But when you are burdened with many goods, they bring the attention of evil men. He who sleeps uncovered may sleep soundly, but when covered with a mantle, it is well to keep one eye open. Know that life is unimportant unless properly lived. A noble death is better than a wasted life. He who exchanges a life of wickedness for a worthy death makes amends, and the scales are adjusted. Accordingly, let your aim be to live as long as you should and not as long as you can. While to others your life is worth more than death, then your duty is to preserve it. While you serve best by living, live. But when by your death the living may be best served, then shirk not the burden of manhood. If your life be disposed of to the benefit of others, then let a worthy price be extracted, for the law decrees that no man shall relinquish his life easily. The span of a man's life is neither long nor short, but sufficient for its purpose. Whatever benefits a man wishes to attain for his soul may be attained in his lifetime. A lifetime is more than sufficient to fashion the soul to the ultimate glory or to the ultimate horror. What end would a longer life serve? To the wicked, an opportunity for more evil; to the selfish, more time to hurt others; and to the miserly, more time to lay up worthless things. The slothful ones would rejoice, for there would be more time for their idleness, but the burden of the industrious would be that much greater. The good may say, "Why then should not our lives be lengthened and years added unto us?" Know they not the goodness of the labor done in their lifetime shall have been sufficient, and no more is required of them here? If they have served well on earth, they are candidates for higher service in the regions of light, for the opportunity for service ceases not at death. To what end would you live longer? To do the things you have not done, or repeat the things you have already done? What you have been unable to do will be done by others, and does not man experience repetitious pleasures with decreasing enjoyment? Would you increase your knowledge or develop your skill? Who then shall teach you more than is to be learned on earth? Or where on earth can practice carry you beyond perfection? He who would go further must go to a higher place of instruction. The works done on earth pass away, and the fruits of man's labors are reaped elsewhere. Each man's life should leave its impress on earth, and each man should depart a better man for having lived. Repine not for lost opportunities, for opportunity does not perish at death. Do your best here, and you will do better elsewhere. Be wise here, and you will be wiser in another place. Earthly success is not the measure of a man's achievement, for a gain here may mean a loss elsewhere. An earthly loss may mean a spiritual gain. The scales are always just. When in old age you say, "Alas, that life is short," then consider the way you abused and wasted it in your youth. Is not your reward fitting? Remember that the paths to pleasant old age are chosen in youth. They are the paths of simplicity, moderation, cleanliness, virtue. Consider the ruthlessness of rulers, the greed of the rich, and the willfulness of the powerful. If these dare to enslave the earth and wreak misery upon the people, knowing they can enjoy the fruits of their oppression but a brief span of years, what would they not set out to achieve were their span of life doubled, or were they immortal? Therefore, the great God in his wisdom has ordained the proper span of man's life. If then you think life is too short, why dissipate it so, and why waste the precious days? Is it not economy which makes a man rich, and not abundance? The wise man lives fully all his life, and he is always conscious of being alive. The fool is always beginning to live, and the weakling shrinks from it and seeks forgetfulness and comfort. Those who half live are already dead. Live lustfully and manfully, for life is to be enjoyed. It must be savored to the full. Better one day as an eagle than 1 year as a goose. What is life that man should seek to prolong it? Is it not a continual avoidance of snares, a struggle against delusions, a series of mishaps, and a pursuit of shadows which retreat from the grasp? It begins with ignorance, continues through strife and worry, and ends in sorrow and pain. It is a day of heat, and death comes as a cool night. Are not the troubles of life piled one upon the other, as the stones of a pyramid? Are not all our hopes based only on possibilities, and do not our expectations look forward into improbabilities? Fools fear as men and hope as gods. Bounded by mortal restrictions, they desire the achievements of immortality, but everlasting life is the reward of those who live good earthly lives, without the inducement of immortality. Therefore the prize is never revealed, and life maintains man in a state of doubt and perplexity. Hope he may have, but never assurance. Life raises some men up and casts others down. Not always does it bestow good fortune onto the worthy or mete out to the unworthy their just deserts and rewards. It raises men up to test them and likewise casts them down. The man who discovers a golden treasure is being tested, even as he who is stricken with blindness. Each man is tested according to his weaknesses, not according to his strengths. The reward of the worthy is not here. The reward of the worthy is not here, neither is the punishment of the wicked. Were the just rewards and punishments of men too readily apparent, the course to take in life would be too obvious to serve its great purpose. There must be the stimulus of doubt and perplexity. Among men, some are born to rule, some to obey. But not all rulers can rule or all servants obey. If then you cannot rule, learn to obey. And if you cannot obey, make yourself a better man, that you may be raised up to rule. Wisdom is nourished from without, but it grows from within. We live not by the light of the great sun disk above, but by the light of the cool sun within. The bitter experiences, the sorrows and failures of life are the alternatives to the advice you have failed to heed. The bitter experiences, the sorrows and failures of life are the alternatives to the advice you have failed to heed. Who then has brought them upon your head? Instruction alone cannot give knowledge, nor can books bestow wisdom. The pupil sits at the feet of his master and gains knowledge, and the scribe reads the books of men. But wiser is he who sits under the stars and contemplates the universe, or reads the great book of God about him. The satisfactory life is that. It is that which realizes the dreams and ideals of youth, but in old age. But life itself is the test master of these, and few pass its examination. Life is not of the earth, though it appears thereon. It remains not with the body at death, for it accompanies the soul into the journey beyond the grim portal. Death is but the termination of life's association with the mortal body. The last drawn breath on earth is a farewell. Life passes from earth through the portal of death into the existence beyond. Therefore, it is said that the life of man is everlastingly indestructible. Life alone exists in both spheres, but life on earth is inconsistent. Life is a dancing girl. Chapter 5. Man. Consider yourselves my children, and meditate on the reason for your existence and the purpose for which you were brought into being. Contemplate your powers, ponder your circumstances, discover your inescapable duties, and face your earthly obligations. Assume your burdens cheerfully, for they are not imposed capriciously. The one God has set out a hard task, but it is not beyond your capabilities. Remember that every affliction, however grievous and seemingly unnecessary, serves a purpose and an end. O man, you are the delight and sorrow of your God. You've been set apart with peculiar favor and exalted above all other creatures. He has endowed you with reason to maintain your dominion. He has bestowed upon you the faculty of speech, that wisdom may accumulate throughout your generations. He has exalted your mind so that it may be perceptive of beauty and grandeur. He has ordained the law, which circumscribes your life, and adjusted your nature to accord with your duties and destiny. Each man is an individual work of God, his mind a fragment of his will. The breath of God gives him life. The soul God formed you as he fashioned the beasts of the field and forests. He made you last and placed you at the pinnacle of creation. Command and jurisdiction over all were given unto you. From among the creatures of the forest and the beasts of the field, you ascended in triumphant superiority, and your yoke is upon them. Be aware of yourself, as the pride of God and the fruition of his desire, for nothing greater shall be created on earth. You are the vessel containing the essence of divinity, fashioned with the clay of matter. Behold, you have even the nature of God within you, and partake of his substance. Remember therefore your superior estate. Maintain the pride and dignity befitting your position, and descend not to any mean or degrading thing. Remember, my children, that every man whatsoever his nation or estate is a man. Therefore never degrade anyone, for even the least among you is a candidate for godhood. Man can be whatsoever he wills, subject to the law. There is no limitation on man's potential achievements. Shoot for the moon and not for the treetops, for nothing is beyond your reach. Did God appear to man on earth, and man cast a spear at him? He would not blast man with wrath, but admire him for his audacity. Such is the attitude of God towards man. Thus God has made him. Therefore is it meet that man should fawn upon him with servility. Man has the powers of reason, of decision. A wise father delegates responsibility to his children, and God does not unduly interfere in the affairs of men. Man is the Lord of creation and the heir to godhood. He can soar to the greatest heights, but also fall to the lowest depths. No man is wholly good, and no man is wholly evil. The scales are never completely weighed down. No man can hold any desirable thing on earth or attain it in the regions of light without the expenditure of effort. No man can foresee the future or know what test the wise God has placed there for him. O man, mark this well. Never forget your goal of godhood, but vaunt not your godlikeness, for the beast dogs your footsteps, and an animal clothes your soul. You dwell beneath the dark shadow of the cloud of mortal ignorance. You live in a twilight dream state. You are deceived by your senses. You dream and say this is reality. You reason and are afraid. But know that all things real reside in God, and his wisdom stands beyond the bounds of reason. He has established the foundations of truth and reality for eternity. My children, man is not flesh and bone alone, but something more, something far greater than he can ever conceive at present. The eagle soars in the air above, not knowing that soon he will descend to the earth and rise no more. The lion is unaware of the worms that will consume it, and the ox knows not of the slaughterhouse. The ass knows not of the use of food, though its teeth chew the grasses and herbage. Something is added to mere man to raise him above the beasts. Something else exists within the space of his body. It is his soul. Is not the mortal substance of the body less perfect when the soul has departed? Now, it will decay and fall apart, but is this not because the animating spirit is no longer there? The immaterial spirit is gone. Whence has it flown? The spirit departs, taking life and consciousness with it. That which came from the abode of his spirit has returned there. That which God gave of himself has returned to its source. Man, the receptacle of God and beast, has sundered apart at the touch of death, and each returns to its own. Man is the highest of the beasts and the lowest of the gods. Man is the battleground of beast and God. Chapter 6. The Real Man. Man is divided not only into nations, peoples, tribes, and creeds, but also abroad in twain. There are among all men, all peoples, two kinds of man, the real man and the weakling. Those who are neither wholly one nor wholly the other, nevertheless tend towards the nature of one or of the other. Consider the real man, the man who reaches out towards godlikeness. He is the man in whom God has succeeded. He is God's elect. He is like unto a spreading tree planted in black soil, which blossoms quietly and doubles the yield of its fruit in the summer. Its fruit is a delight to the mouth and fills the stomach with satisfaction. Beneath the canopy of its foliage, the weary find a pleasant refuge from the heat, and in its shade all men find peace and contentment. The weakling is like a tree whose leaves wither before the heat of the summer sun, whose fruit never reaches maturity, for it falls to the ground unripened and is trampled underfoot. Men avoid it, and the axe is laid against its bole. O real man, filled with the calm of strength, you are the true image of God on earth. Yours is the noble life, and your reward here shall be a body preserved in youthfulness. When in the fullness of time you make the great journey westward, then shall your soul arise in the mysterious beyond, radiant in a glory indescribable. Behold the uprightness of the real man. Is he not the father of the orphan and the husband of the widow, the brother of the forsaken and the guardian of the fatherless? Do not the friendless find in him a friend and the poor a benefactor? It is not hard to give to the needy within reach or to help the weak when they are at hand, but the real man works not in such narrow confines, for he stretches out his hand to those beyond. Watch him among the distressed. He talks with compassion and listens with understanding. See him among the lowly, how he deals with them in patience and kindness. Such men stand out among others, not only because of their own qualities, but because of the respect which others feel bound to accord them. A great man is no less great, though he lie prostrated and vanquished in the dust. The real man accepts both victory and defeat for what they really are, a challenge to his manliness. The real man stands apart in greatness because of his outstanding qualities, his love of truth and justice, and his hatred of meanness and deceit. Though great men make great events, even as great events call forth great men, they are not always the children of fortune. Success and acclaim do not always attend their undertakings, but whether they rise or fall is of lesser importance than how they rise and fall. It is not what a man does that makes him great, but what he strives to achieve. The greatest men have no memorial if their endeavors were unpopular or not crowned with success. For every great man with a memorial, there are 1,000 unknown and unhonored. The real man remains unperturbed by the whims of life. He does not flinch before misfortune or ease head when fortune smiles upon him. When misfortune descends upon his head and his hopes and dreams are shattered, he does not go about lamenting in a loud voice, but quietly continues his daily task. If fortune is gracious towards him, he braces himself and is not overwhelmed, for he knows that often it takes a better man to bear the bounty of fortune than to bear the burden of misfortune. The spirit of the real man does not bow before the blows of misfortune, no matter how grievous its afflictions. His calmness deflects its arrows, and his fortitude breaks its thrust. The shield of cheerfulness and the sword of courage he never discards in despair. His contentment is not dependent upon the whims of capricious fortune, and therefore he is not cast down by her indifference. Like the metal measure, he is unchanging under all stresses, but the weakling, like the balances of the scales, is always moving up and down. The real man stands before adversity as a rock before the raging seas, firm in the midst of turmoil, solid and calm against the fury. His mind forms great designs, and his spirit delights in their execution. His ideas grow up. They are never stillborn, nor do they wither before maturity. The examples of great men shine before him as visions in the night, and their precedents walk with him by day. His high-hearted love of life exalts the spirit within him. He strains at the traces and is impatient for the run. He rises above the rock of opposition and splits in twain as does the sapling. He is like a great oak, which rises above the shrubbery in the darkness and shakes out its branches in the glory above. He has compassion on the blind men, he helps the lame, and he guards the deformed and afflicted against the mockery of weaklings. He carries himself with a dignity becoming a man, and he remains unshaken in calamity. Deceit and hypocrisy are things far beneath him. He has an air of quiet confidence and courage to speak the truth. The thoughts of his heart are the words of his mouth, and whatever he promises is as good as done. The real man is he who serves the purpose of God and carries out his plan, and because of him all men rejoice for what they are, and the weakling he carries as his burden. The crown of glorious manliness is on his head, and the mantle of courage is about his shoulders. He stands out from the others in pride and glory in his manhood. He treasures womanhood and the dreams of men. He is the master of earth and the lord of creation. Nothing more is required of man on earth than that he be a real man. This is sufficient, objective, and difficult enough for any man to achieve. Manhood is a state of freedom, but its stronghold is in the spirit of a man. The body may be held forcibly in bondage, but the spirit cannot be shackled. He who lies imprisoned in the lowest dungeon may be more free than he who walks above with a servile spirit holding him in thraldom. Servility is the brand of the weakling. Never judge a man according to his estate or circumstances, but accept him as a man according to his state of manliness. He that is manly, hold as a man, even though he be your enemy. But he who is less than a man, hold accordingly, though he be with you. For were your enemy a lesser man, he might offer a hypocritical friendship, and thus destroy you by treachery. It is well never to forget that some friends might be enemies, were they better men. Therefore the measure of a friend's manliness may also be the gauge of his sincerity. A real man does not debase or humiliate the manliness of a defeated foe, for in doing so he reveals his own baseness. It is well to remember that he who fights against you does so in the light of his own truth, and truth is not the pawn of battles. A real man is hardy, tenacious, brave. He is gentle with women and hardy with men. He disciplines himself according to the manly code. He is generous and hospitable. He is alert and audacious. Comfort and temperance and overindulgence make weaklings. Struggle, adversity, and self-control make real men. A real man is a real man, and no power outside of him can take away his manliness. He is upright and strong, with a full measure of respect for himself. He is a man of deeds and not an idler. In manner he is quiet and discreet. He is prudent in all things, and with all these qualities go generosity and good nature and reserve. Be not a loud-mouthed bag of wind, for quietness within a man is as a rock, against which the tempest-driven waves of wrath and rage, rashness and haste dash in vain. It is far easier to be a weakling than to be a real man. Were the earth less harsh or the circumstances of life less austere, man would destroy himself before the shrine of the languid goddess. Only real men can with safety destroy the tangled forests and wilderness of earth and make from them gardens. But will those who inherit the gardens be real men? The law decrees that they must be, or the wilderness will reclaim its own. He who would live in a garden must labor in the sun and subdue the soil. He who is content to live in the wilderness may sleep in the shade, but he who is content to live in the wilderness may sleep in the shade, but he is a slave of life. The real man stands out above all others. His head is high, his footfall firm. His bearing is dignified, his face is calm, his hands are steady, his heart tranquil. He sweeps aside all obstacles in his way. He proceeds, though all the dream fiends and powers of darkness seek to bar his way. Where is he who can gather the real men together and make them rulers of all men, that earth may resound with glory and greatness? Chapter 7. The Weakling. The burden of the real man and the shame of the earth is the weakling. He frustrates the plan of God and degrades all men. The weakling is wicked of heart, for wickedness comes easily to men. It is easier to be wicked than to be good. It is easier to be weak than strong. The weakling is one who takes the easy path. The soul of the wicked man is wrapped in a winding sheet of hate, and corruption eats his spirit. He mocks, for mockery is an overspill of poison brewed in little hearts. The real man would rather be hated than mocked, for while men hate, cowards mock. The weakling fawns upon the rich and strong. He oppresses the weak, and his joy is the molestation of widows and the unprotected. He cannot show respect for anyone greater than himself, for all men are his superiors. Therefore, he shows a hypocritical respect only when profitable to himself. He cringes before the powerful and wreaks his will upon the helpless. His face is pressed into the dust before the seats of the mighty. But his understanding, inasmuch as the evil in his nature corrupts his spirit and renders him incapable worthy. Goodness and duty are beyond his understanding, inasmuch as the evil in his nature corrupts his spirit and renders him incapable of worthy deeds or noble service. The weakling is one in whom evil destroys the good. In the real man, goodness vanquishes evil. In the hour of danger, the weakling quails, his feeble spirit wilts, and his thoughts are confused. Everything he does is confounded. In the day of misfortune's blast, he sinks into the morass of cowardice and is overwhelmed by the black mire of despair. Abandon him to his fate, lest he drag you down to destruction. The very fear of a coward attracts the attention of misfortune and exposes him to danger. By quailing under poverty, he succumbs to meanness, and by tamely bearing insults, he invites assault. He feasts on the misfortunes of the weak and unprotected. The carcass left by the lion feeds the hyenas. Destruction follows in his footsteps, for it is easier to destroy than to build. There is no respect for his person or possessions, and his wife is open to the leers of fornicators and the jeers of her sisters. The weakling is not one weak in body, but one who is weak in spirit. Neither does strength of body make the real man, for manliness is of the spirit, not of the flesh. A weakling will even marry a common woman, whose husbands are 500, for his servile spirit rejoices in debasement. Mankind is divided in twain, real men and weaklings. Take your place with one or the other, for they will never be reconciled. Chapter 8. Attitudes of the Real Man. 1. Towards the poor and weak. Lend your arm to the aged, and open your purse at the cry of the poor. Guard well against the urge to plunder the unprotected and from treating the destitute with harshness. If you are lacking in compassion, it is well to remember that today one man may be rich and another poor, yet ere a year has passed, the rich man may be working in a stable. The poor may be clothed in fine linen. Such are the balances of life, and it is therefore wise to turn a like countenance toward all men. Help the man in unfortunate circumstances, for anyone can fall into the pit of misfortune. Commit no assault upon him by reason of his weakness, nor turn his predicament to your own advantage. Fill his stomach with bread and drink. Provide a place for him to lay his head. Let your countenance be cheerful towards him, and let words of encouragement fall from your lips. Assess honestly the boundaries of the widow's estate. The land that is lost to the plow is the waste of a man's lifetime. Do not deride the clumsy speech of a lowly man. The fine phrases of the rich man may be pretty things of no substance. Sincerity is rarely bedecked with finery. What a man has in his head and heart is more important than the fine words that fall from their lips. An honest man is slow of speech. He fumbles for words and is confused, but his eye is straight. The wily man is quick of speech. His wits are ever sharp from constant use. The just God turns a ready ear towards the outcry of the lowly. Therefore the prayer of the poor man is greater than the might of sharp weapons, even though he is of no account among the people of his own time, and the destitute of the power of fine speech. If you see an aged man staggering with the fullness of potent drink, lend him your arm, that his indignity may be lessened. Treat your elders with respect in the presence of their children. Sit not while an older man stands, or while the weak and afflicted have no seat. If any man himself being powerful robs the helpless, he shall be your enemy. Nor shall he be your enemy in secret, for this would make you a hypocrite. If you see injustice, hide it not in your heart, but cry it from the housetops. Even though you lose your life thereby and your possessions are lost to your children, have no dealings with the robber of the weak and the oppressor of the helpless. Of his estate he is unworthy, and it is just that it be taken from him. The real man is a protector of the unprotected and counselor of the ignorant, for there will always be those who abuse power and strength to oppress them. They will rob the poor, oppress the afflicted, exploit the helpless man, and seduce the ignorant maiden from the household of her father. They burden the earth, and the real man knows how to deal with them. He shall wield the sword of vengeance in the name of the high God, and justice shall not weep outside the courtyard. Manliness carries its burden of responsibility. It is not a gown of fine linen, but a coat of mail. Chapter 9. The Real Man's Attitude Towards Wealth. Chapter 9. 2. Towards Wealth. If God has endowed you with riches, then regard them with pleasure, for the means to good deeds is in your hands. It is not sufficient for a rich man to give to the poor or to alleviate the distress of the needy. He who, having received abundance from God, doles out a pittance to the poor, does not salve his conscience, and is not truly walking with God. It is the duty of the rich man to cast the weight of his riches in the balances, that goodness may outweigh evil. It is the duty of the powerful man to range his might alongside the forces of good in the struggle against evil. He shall protect the poor against the exploiter and defend the weak against oppression of tyrants. It is not so important to give to the poor man as to remove the cause of his poverty. To help the weak is good, but of lesser importance than to attack the oppressor. The law decrees that the lot of no two men shall be alike. If it were otherwise, earth could not fulfill its purpose. But he who has riches, or is powerful or handsome, he who has intellect and skill, should bear in mind that he possesses these under the law, according to the bounty bestowed. So must be the return to the general welfare of man, and a proper accounting will be demanded by the assessors in the hall of terror. No man is the absolute possessor of riches or estate, for his period of ownership must duly come to an end. Rather is he the trustee of the riches at his command, and he should regard them accordingly. Look for the man of merit, and see that he does not go unrewarded. Encourage the craftsman and promote useful works. Let your wealth serve all men and not be dissipated in selfish indulgences. Seek out the promoters of poverty and distress and cast your riches in the balances against them. Do not expect life to reward you or even grant you peace or pleasure. The powerful and strong will be your enemies, and even those you serve will betray. You will not be acclaimed and may even be derided as a fool. Only your soul will remain steadfast beside you. A rich man is not wicked because of his riches, for this of itself neither makes a man wicked nor makes him good. It is the manner whereby he deals with his riches that determines a man's status. Live in moderate comfort and maintain a position according to your estate. Stint not in the acquisition of learning and things of beauty. Shun ostentation and publicity, for these are props of the weakling. The riches which exceed your modest requirements are superfluous to your welfare. It is by your dealings with the surplus that you will be judged. There is little advantage in the mere possession of riches. The advantage is gained in knowing how to use them. Wait not until men come seeking your compassion. Find them first and assist them without desiring praise or benefit. Let not your generosity be hampered by the riches you have. Rejoice in their possessions, for if used for good, your pleasure is without blame. But he who stores up riches beyond his need and puts them to no good use swathes his soul in the wrappings of death. If rich, become not puffed up because of your possessions, or if poor, be not downhearted, for God in his goodness metes out happiness to both. Count not upon your friends if you are rich and powerful, for they are untried. Can a man of title and position ever be sure he is loved or respected for himself? If the poor man is held in high regard, he can be happy in the assurance that it is for himself alone, and he is at peace. Possessions and position attract friends as honey attracts bees, but it is adversity which winnows them. Men test gold for its value, and gold tests men for their worth. To gather riches for their own sake corrupts the soul, but to deal with them to the benefit of others beautifies the soul. See the face of the miser and imagine the dark horror it dimly reflects. And behold the face of the benevolent man. Does it not mirror the radiance within? If on earth man is to learn the eternal values, he must be taught through the perception of earthly values. The contrast of riches and poverty serves its end. Part 3, Chapter 10, Towards Servants. Be just to your servant if you expect faithful service from him. And if you would have his obedience, be reasonable in your commands. The spirit of manhood is in the slave, yes, it even slumbers in the craven-hearted. Undue harshness towards your subordinates may create a fear of you, but you will never command their love and respect. Mitigate reproof with kindness and temper authority with reason, so shall the labor of your servants become a pleasure and your benefit therefrom be the greater. He serves faithfully who is motivated by gratitude. Loyalty follows in the train of respect. No man knows what events lie in the womb of the future, or what calamities lurk in the shadow of days yet to come. When evil times fall upon a man, it is the trusted servant who will sustain him. When dissatisfaction is rife among the servants, it is a time of calamity. If in return you fail to reward loyalty and diligence, then you are unworthy of honest service. Deflect no man from the proper course of his duty, for this is a contemptible thing. Steal not the loyalty of a servant from his master, for this is unworthy of a man. A master who treats a faithful servant meanly is an unworthy person, and whatever his titles and estate fit only to be classed among common pinch purses. Chapter 11, Towards Superiors. The state of servitude has many advantages, for it escapes the cares and decisions of authority. He who serves faithfully may feel no shame in servitude. The loyal servant walks among the concourse with unbowed head. Be faithful to the trust which your master reposes in you, that you may be more trusted and become greater. The time and labor for which he pays belong to him, and if dealt with indifferently, are a fraud against him. Hold your tongue in check when making answer to him. Who is your chief? Do not revile him privately, for this is the way of a coward. Do not abuse men who are greater than you, for this is an admission that you can never be like them. Never injure the arm that protects you, or undermine the supports for the roof that shelter you. Be prudent in your statements, and never let another's speech fall upon you like a noose, so that you must uncoil it by means of your answer. Consult with your superiors pleasantly and quietly, acknowledging your position as a subordinate. Take care not to stir them up. At all times bear yourself like a man, for servitude does not entail servility. A man's position in the community does not indicate his status in life. Though the governor may appear to be noble in his position and with his titles, he may resemble the sacred crocodiles in cruelty and rapacity. When in the presence of your superior, do not press forward unduly or speak in a loud voice, for this will bring you unfavorably to his attention. If you are made unimportant in the presence of your chief, nevertheless conduct yourself with dignity and reserve, and let not your self-command depart from you. Never answer a man in authority when you are wrathful, but remove yourself quietly from his presence. Return a soft answer when he utters words that rankle, and thus he will be pacified, and you will display your self-command and restraint. Answers that provoke those in authority will become rods for your back and staves that strike you down. The wrath of your superiors will react unfavorably upon your affairs. He who remains silent under provocation is the better man, but if he provoked too far, then it is a time for action, for neither silences nor words are adequate. He serves best who serves silently. The trusted servant is he who keeps his tongue in check. A wagging tongue has its roots in a quaking heart. Go quietly about your task. The reward is your own self-respect, knowing that it is well done. It is harder to be efficient than to be inefficient. Therefore, inefficiency is the mark of the weakling. Loyalty and diligence are qualities of the real man. The weakling is irresponsible and slothful. The path of duty is difficult and beset with problems. Therefore, it is shunned by the weakling, who prefers to take the easy way. The real man finds satisfaction in his craft. The satisfaction of the weakling lies in unproductive foolishness. Chapter 12. Towards the wrongdoer. Abandon the wrongdoer and the worker of iniquity to the dike, that the rising floodwaters may engulf them. Thus their ways shall no longer cause disruption among the people. Let them be seized by the storm fiend in the midst of the rising waters. The lawbreaker and the worker of wickedness are to be cast forth from the body of the people, that it remain healthy. The purveyors of filth and the fornicators will be met by the strong arms of real men. The day itself will stand up and make an accusation against their abominable doings, and the night will spew them forth. If the sons of wickedness say, "Lend us your arm in the shadows," let us set a trap for the unwary. That his goods may pass into our possession, let us strike down from behind and leave his body in the gutter. Or let us possess ourselves of his gold by sly means, and thus become rich ourselves. Or, come cast in your lot with us, that by our joint endeavors we shall become wealthy. Walk not along the paths with such as they, for as they lurk for blood, so shall their own blood be requited. The wrath of real men and upright men against the wrongdoers and workers of wickedness is like the hot blast that precedes the sandstorm, and before it the strength of the evildoer shrivels and becomes nothing. The wrongdoer becomes a slave to his own wickedness. Therefore do that which is right, and your spirit shall remain free. It is not sufficient for the real man that he turn away from wickedness. He is the fighting man of God, and his duty is to combat evil wherever he finds it. He who sees an evildoer at work and remains silent is an accomplice. He who remains inactive in the presence of evil condones the deed. That which is not actively opposed is encouraged. The slanderer and the gossip mongerer shall be cast forth, for their ways are evil. The fornicator and seducer shall feel the strong arms of the real man and regret their deeds. The thief, the trickster, shall be removed, and the murderer shall forfeit his life. The adulterer and those who dispense sorrow shall not go unpunished, but overlook not that which induces him to follow the paths of wickedness. Is it just to cut off the hand to punish the heart? Weaklings encourage wickedness by their weakness. Real men cast it out by their strength. That which benefits man is good and accords with the plan of God. That which is against the welfare of man is evil. But who among men is wise enough to know what is good and what is evil? Therefore, inscribe the writings of wisdom on your heart, that you never lack a guide in the dark alleyways of perplexity. Chapter 13. The Unstable Man. There is a man halfway between the real man and the weakling. It is the unstable man. He wavers and is undecided, and thinking he displays a woman's weaknesses, he wrings his hands in the face of calamity and makes no move. Take hold of yourself, be a man. Though now you have a body given over to weaknesses, the soul within has a reserve of resolution. Call it forth, and it will serve you well. Forget the things wherein you are strong, for they need no attention. Consider instead your weaknesses and failings, and keep them ever in sight. Beware the weakness of indecision, for a bad decision is better than no decision at all. Beware of irresolution. Better is it to journey along the wrong path than never start. What can you call to your aid against these gray-shouted adversaries? Is it not the strength of resolution and determination? The unstable man knows he is changeable, like the thistledown, a playing of the wind, but he knows not why. Though he knows he escapes from himself, he knows not how. O man of thistledown, be firm with yourself. Be inflexible in following a course that is right. Thus, when they learn to rely on you, the eyes of men will regard you with esteem. Set out a code of conduct peculiar to yourself, and at all times abide by it. Never betray the principles you set yourself, and thus you will find the road to stability. He who has no rules to abide by is like a vessel which has lost its steering oar, or as an unmanned chariot. Suppress the desires that rise to dominate you, relinquish urges that drive to misfortune, and the peace reigning within will not be disturbed by anxiety and disappointment. The unstable man spreads the restlessness and uneasiness which eat his spirit as dogs spread fleas. None can enjoy ease and contentment who joins his company. He who has no code to live by is like the weather vane turning with every change of wind. Today he loves, tomorrow he hates. Today he argues this way and tomorrow that way, and he himself knows not why he changes. Now hot, now cold. He is never constant, and none can place faith in him. Today he is arrogant, and tomorrow servile. But this flows from the weakness of his nature, for he who is arrogant without power will be servile when none demands servility. What is life to such as he but shadows cast on the sand? Before noon he is merry, and afternoon down in the depths of gloom. Now he rides high on the wings of ecstasy, shortly to be plunged into the very abyss of despair. One moment he laughs, the next he sighs. He walks in the door determined, inside he becomes shiftless. He himself never knows what he is or may quickly become. Can any structure of contentment be built on such a shifty foundation? Foolish is the woman who marries an unstable man, for her future is also uncertain. Chapter 14. The Mean Man. A mean man is one who walks in unmanly ways. He has womanly weaknesses much magnified, but without womanly virtues. He forever seeks faults in the ways of the wise and the good. He lacks generosity and compassion. He winnows the dust off his storehouse floor to save a few dirty grains. The heart of a mean man is the sands of the wilderness, which swallow up all the pleasant flowers that fall and bring forth nothing in return. He who rises eagerly to claim praise for a successful undertaking, and just as readily casts blame on another when it goes awry, is not only mean but also a weakling and a hypocrite unto himself. None is worse than the mean man who has riches and estate, for he rides heavily on the backs of his servants and waxes fat on the sweat of their brows. He is without compassion or feeling, and the ruin of his brother brings him no sorrow. For the increase in his riches he secretly rejoices in the death of his father, but the mean man, being also hypocritical, will be the loudest in lamentation. His soul is set hard in the distorted shape molded by avarice, and even grief and distress can make no modifying impression. What are the miseries of poverty compared with the fate awaiting him beyond the dark portal? The beasts of the pastures, when fed, show their pleasure, and it is not beyond them to show thankfulness. But only man has the nature granting him the ability to show gratitude. The mean man therefore denies his own nature, for true gratitude is beyond him, though he amply displays its outward manifestation. The large-hearted man gladly acknowledges a benefit received and seeks always to repay his benefactor. If, however, to do so lies beyond his ability, he cherishes the deed evermore in his heart. The mean-hearted man quickly forgets, for the obligation bears too heavily on his small spirit. His mean heart even envies the ability of the benefactor to give, and he accepts the benefit with inner ill grace. Though profuse with outward hypocritical smiles and fair words, his beaming countenance conceals the malicious darkness of the hidden heart within. The mean man and the braggart may seem incompatible, but man is a many-sided creature. The mean and miserly heart and the most boastful tongue so often share the same body. The busiest tongue has the least cause to wag. What does it seek to cover up? The mean man is a coward and so finds pleasure by inflicting suffering on the helpless. The hyena tears at the dead beast he would not dare face while living, but the hunting hound that caught it does not rend it. Only cowardly things find pleasure in mangling that which lies helpless in their power. Chapter 15, Women. There are two categories of womankind, wives or potential wives, and women of pleasure. The first of these are the intended mates of men, their companions and comforters, the mothers of their children and the goddesses of their hearts. The others become their companions in carnal pleasure. They dally with them, then cast them aside, and they pass on to the embrace of other uncaring men. Each woman decides which category she will join, and that is her chosen path. Never confuse the two kinds of women, lest you eat out your heart in sorrow and regret. It is decreed by the nature of things that womankind should fall into two groups, and each woman is to be dealt with according to the category in which she has placed herself. What kind of woman can be without a household? Only one who is cast out or has run away because of her misdeeds. Avoid the singing woman, whose ways are frivolous. She is beautiful, but her beauty is like the honey in the honeypot. It attracts many flies, and they pollute it. Guard yourself against the wiles of a woman from a strange country, whose city and household are not known. Who are her people? What are her ways? From what has she flown? From her mother's solitude and her father's supervision? As she leaves them to sorrow, so will she depart from you. Or does she flee her own reputation? When the feelings of a wanton woman are deadened, as the edge of an axe is deadened by constant use, she ceases to please. She becomes as the way-sailing cup passed around many times. Then she flees from the place where she is known and lays her trap among strangers. And he who asks no questions takes her into his household and drains the polluted dregs that remain. Avoid the flattering woman who would beguile you with words. Shun her who repudiates woman's covenant with the creating God, who casts the treasures of womanhood lightly before men. Her hand guides along the path of sorrow. Her embrace leads to the soul's desolation. She shatters the dreams of man. She is a traitor of womankind, the betrayer of womanhood. By the unclean embrace of the wanton woman, a man may be brought down to the destruction. The adulteress lies in wait to suck the happiness of a family. A failure in her own home, she seeks gratification in the reunition of another. Adulterate the household of no man by lying with the woman thereof. Men do not despise a thief if he steals because he is hungry, but all men despise the adulterer who takes what is not his to vent his own lust. If you commit adultery, then prepare to flee, for men will rise against you. For if they revile not the adulterer, nor raise their arms against him, then it is a time of a nation's degradation, and all men must look to their own wives. If men fail to punish the adulterer, then they encourage the seduction of their own women. In the land of weaklings the adulterer hunts freely, for who will oppose him? Is it not written, that which is not punished is condoned? He who accepts meekly the seduction of a woman of his household is a weakling and a coward, and unworthy of the mantle of manhood. He who turns his face and sees not the seduction of another's wife encourages the adulterers and establishes their place among the people. He who turns his face and sees not the seduction of another's wife encourages the adulterers and establishes their place among the people. All men who are men are jealous of the sanctity of their hearth and home, and the righteous wrath of a wronged husband shall overwhelm the guilty ones. His is the day of vengeance, and no gifts shall appease him. The man who declines to strike a blow in defense of his home and honor is a weakling and a coward. Men turn from him in disgust, or he sickens their stomach while women despise him. He who suffers in defending the sanctity of womanhood suffers in the cause of God. Who made woman the guardian of the portal of life? In the land of the real men she reigns as goddess of the heart, hearth, and home. When a woman whose husband is absent displays her beauty and encourages your visit, when she arranges that there be no witnesses and prepares her net for you, then is the hour of your manhood's trial. Depart from her house, for it is a place of evil. He who defiles the home of another cannot be justly wrathful if his own is defiled. It is not the way of a real man to defile the house of another in his absence. Only weaklings sneak around furtively to gratify their body lust in another's domain. If you are unfortunate and unwise enough to love the wife of another man, then degrade not that love by expressing it in dark corners. Go to the husband like a man, and let events happen as they will. If you wish to be welcomed in the household to which you are in the habit of going, always treat the womenfolk with reserve. Thus you will not be regarded with disfavor and will be trusted by your host. If he has daughters, he will say in his heart, "Such a man can be trusted with my daughter's welfare, for he is circumspect and a man of honor." A man who is not prudent casts an appraising eye over the womenfolk, and his host is insulted, for no woman of his household is indecent. Be not bedazzled by beauty alone. A beautiful tree with gay flowers rarely bears an abundant harvest. As a fire is beautiful and useful when restrained within the fireplace, but a thing of destruction when loose, so is the beauty of a woman when not kept in restraint by virtue. The beauty of a chaste woman inspires a man to greatness and to high accomplishments, that he may possess it, but the beauty of a harlot leads him along the paths of dissipation and improvidence. Men will strive and attain great things to satisfy their desire, but will cease their efforts if it be cast at their feet. The beauty of womanhood was ordained to aspire man, and of all things it is the greatest incentive to achievement. Therefore, a woman's secrets are not to be lightly attained. The evil of the harlot is that she counters the inspiration of womanhood. Her wickedness is her cheapness. The pleasures of a harlot are of the body and exist only for the moment, to pass into nothingness like a dream. What have you given? For it is the loss of men. The vigor of manhood that bears man along the path of great things may also be a weapon in the hands of evil, but the weapon remains sheathed until placed in the hands of a wanton woman. The harlot sets her trap. The toils of the net are soft and supple. The weakling is caught easily, and even better men are caught by deceit. The soul of a man is bruised, and the power of womanhood is weakened. The bait of a wanton woman may be seen from afar. It is attractive and alluring. The hook is well hidden. Her glance is bold. She seeks the attentions of men and spreads out her temptations. Her allurements are well displayed, for has she not had much experience? Her limbs are soft and shapely, her attire loose and inviting. Her eyes speak silently of furtive pleasures. Her bosom invites the caress of lust. Her smile softens the heart, and her tongue kindles the fire of desire. The smoothness of her tongue overcomes reserve, and her soft manner closes eyes of wisdom. She is familiar with the ways and weaknesses of men, and well practiced in the gratification of their bodies. She anticipates success, for her victims are not few. She satisfies the lustful desires of the body, but how does she serve the spirit? What does she do with man's highest dream of womanhood? Fly from her allurements and close your ears to her words of false endearments. They are well worn from practice on many. If you give heed to her languishing glances, or listen to the soft words that fall from her lips, if you yield yourself to the warm embrace of her arms, then you sacrifice your manhood at the altar of lust. If she binds you as with a spell, when your eyes become open, you will know the meaning of shame. Poverty and slothfulness follow in the train of the wanton. Misery and remorse will be your lot. Your manliness will be sapped by dissipation, your body pampered by luxury and softened by sloth. Will become enfeebled, your limbs will weaken, and your health depart. The glow of strength and the joy of living will be gone. There will be no tender arms to hold you with compassion, or eyes to regard you tenderly, none to listen to your griefs with understanding, for you have chosen the path of the fornicator. Gentle women will withdraw from your presence, and naught is to be wrung from the heart of a wanton, for only her body is soft. Therefore be wise in your dealings with women, and to be wise is to be prudent and strong. Reject that which is cast before you, for it will be shared with many men. Seek only that which is desirable in its near unattainability, for it will be yours alone. Be wise, and avoid the sweet enticements of the wanton and the lustful inducements of the harlot, and allow not your heart to be trapped by enchanting mirages. of love. The woman who is cheap will receive many offers of silver, but none of gold. Man has many chisels wherewith to fashion the form of his immortal soul, and among them none is so sharp as the hard chisel of desire. Therefore beware, lest in the fullness of youth you fall prey to the allurements of the wanton woman, who will cause you to degrade your manhood and cut shameful strokes by the excesses she offers for your delight. She will entice you with a false sweetness, which disguises the bitter soul-corroding drought. Her charms are delusions which will blind your eyes and benumb your feelings. Drink at the tainted well if you must, but never after shall you be free of its taint, and never after shall you enjoy the pure waters of love in their refreshing fullness. How drab the wanton beside the chaste woman who stands bedecked in radiant virtue and dignified modesty, whose glory puts the brilliance of the starlight night skies in the shade. Her influence for good is among the greatest earthly powers. She molds the destinies of men in purity and wholesomeness, and in her hands the hammer strikes the chisel to fashion a form of glory. The chaste woman is soft and gentle, modest, kind. Her glance quickens the beat of all but the hardest heart, and her touch quietens the raging storms in the most troubled. Her eyes shine with womanly innocence, and she is garbed in simplicity and truth. Her exclusive kisses are sweet as the fresh-plucked, dew-cooled grape, and the breath from her lips is as a warmly soft, perfumed breeze. Close the doors of your spirit against the destructive assaults of deforming passions, and open your heart to the tenderness of love. Its pure, gentle flame shall inspire the soul to sublime heights of glory, and softly mold it into a magnificent form of perfection. Chapter 16. Choosing a wife. It is the nature of things that man should take unto himself a wife, and the law decrees the need of man for woman. But not every kind of wood is fit to make an arrow, and not every woman makes a suitable wife. Examine carefully the woman of your acquaintance. Choose not hastily, nor fix your mind suddenly, for upon a proper choice depends your future contentment, and the joy and the welfare of your children. Choose not according to the face and form alone, for these will pass, though fairness of face and proportion of figure are not to be disregarded. Observe your chosen one and consider her in her solitude. If her mind is over-occupied with dress and adornment, if she laughs too much and talks too loud, if she has a roving foot for pleasure and a bold eye for men, if her manner is crude and her tongue inclined towards lewdness, then though her beauty were as that of the sun disk itself, and her form shaped to perfection, turn from her path and set your heart against her charms. Dismiss your mind from the alluring phantoms of the imagination. Your body may incline towards her, but it drags you towards sorrow. If her body calls and your heart says nay, then flee from her presence and see her no more. The heart of a wise man chooses his wife, but the wife of a weakling and fool is chosen by his body. When you find a maiden who can be your reasonable companion, who possesses a loyal and steadfast heart, sensitivity of spirit, pity and gentleness, delicacy of mind, softness of manner, who is intelligent and joyous, and with all this has a lively spirit, gather her to your arms, for she is worthy indeed to be your wife. She will be prudent and temperate, and a fitting mother for your children, and above all, you will have a treasure beyond price. He who chooses a good mother for his children will find contentment and joy with his wife. Judge not your chosen by your own opinions alone, for your eyes are clouded and your judgment confused. Judge her by the opinions of other men. Is she sought by them as a wife? Or is she one whom men follow for their pleasure? The greatest gift that life can bestow upon a man is a good wife. Therefore be diligent and prudent in your search, for a good wife is not gathered by the wayside. In your search for a fitting wife you will have many competitors, for though the divisions of men and women are nearly equal, many are the women who are unsuitable. Be diligent, lest to your sorrow you find none left to choose from, but those whom other men have passed over. None but the fool takes to wife the common woman, for she has her price and is available to all. Nor the weak woman, for she can be taken by any man. Yet these two, as their attractions wane, will seek a husband for their old age, and lacking the attractiveness of virtue, will set their trap for the unwary. They will find their prey among the weaklings who care not about their wife's virtue, for they take secret pleasure in their own humiliation and debasement. No man is more generous than he who marries a common woman, for he shares her with the multitude. When you find a good woman, cherish her as your greatest treasure. Let your kindness and your consideration take possession of her heart. She is the mistress in your home, so treat her with respect, that the servant shall obey her and the stranger treat her with diffidence. If a man treats not his wife with respect, can he take offense with other men? Observing this, treat her likewise. As she is the partner of your cares and the helpmate with your burdens, deny her not your companionship in pleasure. Be faithful and constant to her, for she is the mother of your children. He who drinks water from his own fountain knows it to be clean. He who draws water from his own well knows it to be pure. In times of affliction and pain, when your wife suffers in sickness or travail, soothe her with tender words and gentle countenance. A look of sympathy and a gesture of understanding from you will mitigate her trouble and be of more avail than the attention of many, many physicians. Consider the delicacy of her womanhood and the frailty of her body. Comfort her in grief and bear with her weakness. Bring wisdom and understanding to your aid, for if in marriage one is wise, two are happy. Do not marry while too young, for you have not experience enough to train your son, nor be too old, that you have not the patience. There is a mean in marriage, as in all things. He who chooses his wife rashly or in haste spends slow years in regret and repentance. The counsel of a wife is wise and bent to your own benefit, but the counsel of an outside woman serves her own ends. Love your wife wholly, according to the dictates of your own heart, and rightly according to the statutes of men. Fill her stomach, and clothe her back. Provide her with oil for anointing and hair for her adornment. Keep her contented, and give her no cause for alarm or unrest. Be gentle with her, for she is a profitable field for your efforts. Enter not into dispute with her, for women are gentle and withdraw their hearts before force. If you are harsh, she will return into herself. Make her home a joyful place. An industrious wife is of more value than treasure. She endows her husband with peace, with gladness. But a slovenly wife brings discontent into the dwelling place. The husband of an unchaste woman lives in a den of suspicion. There is no greater restlessness than that of a husband apart from an untrustworthy wife. A man loves his mother and his father, his sisters and his brothers all his life, yet they are not of his choosing. How much more likely should it be that he would love his wife, whom he himself chooses? Or is man's judgment less wise than that of fate? Nothing will ever bring you greater pleasure and joy than a good wife, or more sorrow than a bad one. Yet of all things he does bearing on his life and nature, a man generally uses the least wisdom when choosing a wife. Be considerate, for the husband without consideration prepares his own betrayal. There are two types of women, true women and common women. The common woman is a fitting mate for the weakling, and the true woman a fitting mate for the real man. But the dispensations of life are such that common women will desire real men for husbands, and weaklings will deceive true women. Therefore, the real man must be wise enough to know the difference between a common woman and a true woman, and a true woman must know the difference between a real man and a weakling. To know and recognize the divisions of men and women is not only the first step to contentment, but it is the duty of a people. If it would remain wholesome, when the dividing line becomes blurred, nations decline. It is easy enough to get a wife, but difficult to get a good one. Marriage is like the fisherman's net. easy to get into but hard to escape from. No man is the same after marriage. Either his joys are doubled and his sorrows halved, or his joys are halved and his sorrows doubled. Chapter 17. The Physical Body. My children, contemplate the nature of your own bodies. The fruits of the field provide the flesh, and the stones of the earth the framework. How wonderfully you are made! How precise and perfect is the construction of your earthly habitation! Who but the greatest of beings could have ordained its nature? Who but a master architect could have planned it? Among all creatures you alone stand erect, that you may enjoy and admire the wondrous works of your Creator. Rejoice in the consciousness whereby you experience, and the eternal soul within whereby you know. The attributes of a God repose within you, and they are yours to command, if you will but call them forth. Be kind to your body, which is the vehicle of your pilgrimage and the chariot of your conquest. Keep it in health and strength, that you may enjoy life with vigor. It was not meant that the body should be neglected, and in fact the law ordains that recompense be made for a neglected body. A body made weak by dissipation and gross from fat living is an abomination unto the God of life. On earth, the body is equally as important as the soul. Keep it clean and in good health, that it may fittingly serve the purpose of the soul. The nearest approach that can be made to complete bliss on earth is to enjoy the blessings of good health. If you would reserve health unto yourself, even into the ripeness of old age, avoid the allurements of intemperance and dissipation. These are the bewitchments of the wanton and harlot, and not easily avoided. When she spreads her delicacies before you, when her wine sparkles in the cups, when with sweet smiles she induces you to cast care aside, then the hour of danger is at hand, and therefore let prudence come to your aid. If you give heed to the sweet words of the temptress, then you are deceived and betrayed. Flee from the bower of the harlot. Her face and form are fair, but underneath the core is rottenness. She is perfumed sweetly on the outside, but the odor of putrefaction lies within. Her deceptive promises of joy are gates leading into the road to madness, and her pleasures lead to disease and death. Look around the board of the wanton women. Cast your eyes upon her guests, and observe those who have succumbed to her charms and follow her temptations. Are they not pale and puny ones? Are they not weaklings without the spirit of men? Away from the beguilement of false womanhood, from the tables of intemperance and the sideboards of gluttony, go, seek your place in the company of real men. See, are they not upstanding, brave, active? They are surrounded by the halo of vigor. They vibrate with the song of vitality. Their arms are brawny and strong, and labor is to them as play to the child. Their talk is virile and manly. They know the weaknesses of fornicators and mock the softness of she-men. Their passions are vanquished by self-command, and evil habits do not suck their spirits. They take their pleasures in moderation, and therefore the enjoyment endures. Their hours of rest are few, but their sleep is deep and sound. Their hearts are serene and their bodies strong. Their thoughts are quick and their form lithe. They are men and the sons of men. Rejoice, O man, in your body, strength, and cleanliness, and be not ashamed of your nature. Live in peace and contentment, for cakes of flour and water eaten with a contented heart serve the body better than fine meats eaten with strife and enmity. Do not accustom yourself to lying in bed while the dawn is breaking in beauty, for no man is wholesome unless he has knowledge of the dawn. Remember that the call of the food table exceeds the needs of the body. Do not weary yourself concerning the affairs of the day, nor be over anxious about your household and estate. Things happen. Disaster or power come according to the dispensations of God. Follow your inclinations, and if your plans go awry, continue in peace. Do your best and be content that you can do no more. Let your heart be quiet within your body, and your body will not be unhealthy. It is the guest chamber of the soul. Let the soul not abide in squalor. God ordained the law and laws, which govern the conduct of man, and laws which govern the ways of nature. Unnatural deeds bring unnatural afflictions in their train, and unnatural thoughts precede unnatural ills. God ordained the law and laws which govern the conduct of man, and laws which govern the ways of nature. Unnatural deeds bring unnatural afflictions in their train, and unnatural thoughts precede unnatural ills. The soul of man within his body is like a conqueror in an occupied land. The laws of the victor conflict with the laws of the vanquished, but it is the greater law that must be obeyed, so both may live together in harmony. Avoid the guilt of furtive and unmanly things, that you may walk with a high head and steady eyes. It is wrongful for a man who cannot know woman to seek the sustenance of the serpent. It is wrongful for a man who cannot know woman to seek the sustenance of the serpent. Your nose is ever ready to savor the sweetness of perfume, and your mouth delights in delicacies of the table. Your eye is ever alert for beauty. But remember that perfumes do not linger long in the nostrils, and delicacies destroy the appetite they arouse. Beauty seen too often ceases to still the heart. The rule is moderation in all things. Turn from unmanly ways, follow the path of cleanliness, and avoid the indulgences of soft living and iniquity. Follow these rules and sleep soundly. Spend your waking hours in peace. Enjoy life. Take whatever it gives with high spirits. When it bestows contentment, be contented. When it presents the test, rise above it. And when disaster strikes, meet it like a man. Chapter 18. Man, the external shell. Glorify your body, cherish it, keep it well, for it is the dwelling place of the soul. Is not such a master worthy of a well-kept habitation? To revile or mortify the body is a wickedness, for thus you desecrate the most glorious temple on earth. As ground must be prepared for the barley, and clay needed for the wheel, so has your body to be prepared for the fulfilling of its purpose. As the pilot steers the vessel and the husbandman directs the waters, so must your spirit command the flesh. Does the pilot let the vessel take charge, or the husbandman say to the waters, "Go your own way"? Let the soul rule your body unchallenged, for if there be revolt, then you are torn asunder. Health is the reflection of harmony between soul and body. With what do you smell with your nose? Is not the nose intact on a corpse? And the eye, does it see when the spirit departs? Like an oar without an oarsman, like a sail without a wind, like a bow without a bowman, like a dwelling without an inhabitant, such is the body without a soul. O man, who is both beast and God? See yourself for what you truly are. Say not, "Am I this or am I that?" Be reasonable. See truth. A tongue has been given you, and the power of speech. Use these, the powers that distinguish east, to teach your children wisdom and to discover for yourself the path of truth. Chapter 19. Man, the eternal essence. As the great sycamore resides in a tiny seed, so does your soul occupy your body. As the dark soil wherein the seed is planted to the sunlit splendor above, this is life to the life beyond the tomb. As health is to the body, so is conscience to the soul. If the body be sickly, there is a decline. If the soul be troubled, there is distress. That man is a soul residing within a body is the most obvious of truths. Seek not to understand it too perfectly, for understanding is a quality of the soul, and this has to be awakened. Is the moon different when hidden behind a cloud bank? Is the jar different buried under the sand? As these things remain unchanged, though unseen, so is the soul even within the body of a madman. If a lute string be broken, even the greatest musician plays a false tune. Thus, the defectiveness displayed by the madman is caused by faults within the material instruments of earthly manifestation. It is not in the spirit behind. Your soul came into the body as a new turn of the scroll. The sheet is clean, ready for use, but what you write thereon is recorded forever. Your soul is a newly cut block of marble, upon which every thought and deed strikes a blow. It is as fresh clay cast upon the potter's wheel. You alone are the craftsman for a fashioning of your soul. You alone are the artist of the design. Is it a bright thing of joyous beauty formed by goodness? Or is it a dark, corrupt, horror-deformed vice of wickedness? Ask these things of your spirit, for only it knows what lies hidden within. To nourish and groom the body is by no means undesirable, but take care that you neglect not the soul. The body comes, it grows and decays. The soul remains forever. Therefore, cherish the everlasting soul, for it is your own true self. As an alabaster jar in the hands of an infant, as a razor in the hands of a madman, even so is the soul in the hands of an irresponsible man. Chapter 20. Wisdom. The first step towards being wise is to acknowledge the extent of your ignorance. Concern yourself with the vast amounts of knowledge that you lack, and place no undue importance on that which you possess. As womanly loveliness is best displayed in a modest garment, so is quiet behavior and unpretentious bearing best becoming the wise. Remember that all men are born equally into ignorance, and no man, whatever his estate, lacks the means to knowledge. True wisdom comes not from books and instruction, but observation, inquiry. The learned scribe knows 1,000 books, but what knows he about the ways of the grasshopper? The knowledge of a gardener brings him more joy than does knowledge to a magistrate. The life of a wilderness wanderer depends not on his knowledge of books, but on his knowledge of the ways of the wilderness. If you would not be deemed foolish in the eyes of others, then cast aside the desire to appear wise to your own edification. If you would appear wise among the foolish, then you would appear foolish among the wise. A wise man speaks but rarely, and each word is a precious stone. The fool pours forth a torrent of words, but they are all dross. Words spoken with calm forthrightness are burnished with the luster of truth. A wise man turns a deaf ear to his own praise. He does not know his own worth and is the last in discovering the greatest of his achievements. No man is wise enough to know his own folly before he has committed it, but nothing is lost to the wise, for failure becomes his guide to success. Man is great according to his wisdom. He succeeds according to his knowledge. Promotion and power are the prerogative of the wise. The lot of fools is a state of servitude. Those who shun wisdom's ways are foes unto themselves. Follow your fathers of olden times, for their wisdom was the wisdom of God, which is the measure of the experience of man. If wisdom now be held in low esteem, it is not wisdom's loss, it is the loss of man. Wisdom cries outside the palace and the hovel. She is heard in the streets and in the gathering places. Her voice says, O O fools, sons of fools, how long will you delight in your foolishness? But the pleasure of fools is in their foolishness, and the pleasure of the weak is in their own weakness, and therefore they scorn the voice of wisdom. Let the fool eat his tree. It will provide no sustenance in times of evil. When the whirlwind sweeps across the face of the land, bringing destruction in its wake, fools will be swallowed up, and earth will be as if they had never been. The nature of life is such that the fool does not always fail, nor is the wise man always successful. Yet failure will always be an attendant of fools, and success the servant of the wise. But how is earthly success or failure measured in regions greater than earth? Wisdom is the food of the soul. The wise man nourishes his soul, and it grows in beauty, it grows in strength. The fool starves his soul, and it shrivels and is distorted by weakness. He who has grown to wisdom never acts but at wisdom's command. To some has been granted the ability to soak up wisdom, as the sand soaks up the water. He knows all things except his own ignorance. The wise man, however, is aware of his imperfections and continually strives for improvement. The fool forever counts his own small talents and is content. He boasts of his achievements in things which are of no account. Thistledown floats on water for all to see, but a gemstone sinks below the surface. So does the fool shout his abilities to the wind, while a wise man keeps them hidden within himself. The goose brings forth its egg while at rest, and the tail of the peacock is displayed while it stands still. The deep still pools hold the biggest fish, and the resting cow gives the most milk. So it is with the quiet man, who within himself produces a fountain of strength, at which lesser men drink and find refreshment and courage. The heart of a fool flutters at a vain hope, but the wise man puts it behind him. Fools snap at one another, but wise men agree in peace. Let reason rule all your desires, and let not your hopes reach out beyond the limits of probability. Thus the chances of success bear down in your favor in the scales of fate, and your heart will not be burdened with disappointment. The wise man does not need advice. The fool will not take it. Rebuke a fool, and he will dislike you. Rebuke the wise, and they will hold you in regard. The fool does right in his own eyes. He justifies his deeds with a loud mouth. A wise man knows his limitations and seeks the advice of others, and if the advice is good, what matters who gives it? Accept the advice that is helpful, even though it may not be palatable. The man who is his own physician soon has no patient. Advice is good or bad, irrespective of who gives it. Good counsel can come from the mouth of a fool, and bad counsel from the mouth of the wise. While good counsel is always carefully considered by the wise, fools brush it aside. What a fool wants to believe, he will, but never disdain the opinions of others or condemn them because they differ from yours. Might you not be wrong? The man who thinks himself wise believes nothing until it is proven to him, but the wise man considers everything possible until it is disproved. The wisest of men will do something foolish, and everything said and done by a fool is not folly. Wisdom concerns itself only with the things which are knowable. In matters that are forever unknowable, ignorance is the best wisdom. Wisdom cannot enter a heart whose gates are barred with prejudice, nor penetrate a body filled with evil. The powers of the Spirit enter into a man as guests. They will not come unbidden or remain unwelcome. Wisdom is the fruit of past experience preserved for the future. It may be unappetizing, but still it is nourishing and cannot be disregarded without the possibility of dire consequences. The abode of the wise man is a sanctuary against despair. a fortress against the forces of discontentment, is as the gloomy dispelling sunlight, and his lips as the doors of a treasure house. They open, and gems pour forth. Chapter 21. Courage. Perils and misfortunes, struggle, disappointment, pain, are all more or less the certain lot of every man. Therefore it is meet that every man be fortified with courage and fortitude, that he may bear with appropriate resolution his allotted share of the burden of mankind. As the ass plods along, laboring under its burden, and suffering heat and thirst through the dangers of the burning sands of the wilderness, and falters not, so must the courage and fortitude of man sustain him through the dangers of life, which certainly beset his way. The timid man listens to the cry of his body, his limbs tremble, and his stomach churns to water. His likeness of heart has no place for courage and audacity. The courageous man is one of God's men. He listens to his heart. His face is bold and his blow sure. His fierce countenance and audacious plans overwhelm his adversary. His opponent passes into his possession. His wife walks abroad with confidence and sleeps soundly. The courageous man is never the slave of chains and chance. His pleasures and contentment do not depend on the whims of fickle fortune. Her smiles and frowns alike leave him unmoved, for he is alert and prepared to take on whatever comes his way. Such is the man of courage. Though his nature be small and his body puny, his spirit raises him to supremacy over others. The courage of a man who lacks strength, or of one who is at a disadvantage, is greater than that of a powerful man attacking the same adversary. Courage stands out alone as the greatest of all manly attributes, for without it, all others are endangered. The man who lacks courage has nothing. Therefore, if you, being a father, rob your son of the example of this manliness, then you have cheated him out of his birthright of unquestioned courage. Courage and manliness are passed from father to son by example and instruction. These every man can give, and though he be the poorest man of no account, by passing them on to his son, he leaves an inheritance beyond riches. Wisdom. No man can ask for more, for unto all desirable things will be duly added. Courage is a quality of the spirit, not of the body. Its activity leaves its impression upon the soul, even as every cowardly deed is registered. Courage is the standard of the real man. Timidity. Timidity? Is that a real word? Timidity is the mark of the she-man and weakling. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the conquest of fear. Fear comes to the courageous and cowardly alike. The greatest courage is that which cheerfully and stoutly fights a losing battle. Still, it is unwise to frighten yourself with unfounded fears or burden yourself with unsubstantial figments of the imagination, for such things are unwholesome phantoms of the mire which would drag you down to destruction. Chapter 22. Contentment. The law is immutable. It decrees the circumstances which surround your sojourn on earth. Yet, it has established that by the nature of things, for all reasonable desires, all honest endeavors, and for all normal requirements, there is a probability of attainment and success. Certainty there can never be, for certainty and assurance in such things are contrary to the law. The poor man says, "Oh, that I had riches and could be free from worry and care." The rich man says, "Oh, that I could cast aside my responsibilities and live in peace." The poor man cannot understand the worries and anxieties of the rich. He knows nothing of the problems and perplexities of power. Boredom is outside his experience, and therefore he bewails his lot. He sees joy in the faces of others, but cannot see their secret griefs. He envies those with position and estate, but cannot understand their responsibilities. He envies the leisure of the rich man reclining at his ease, but he cannot know the turmoil seething within his breast. Contentment does not come with possessions, nor peace with power. If you be numbered among the poor, take comfort, for you have many causes for thankfulness. Can you not sit at your table with a quiet mind, undisturbed by the clacking tongues of flatterers and hypocrites? Do the demands of needy men disturb your peace? Does the morsel you eat not taste wholesome? In the stomach of the rich, it would sit as a stone. The task that encompasses your day brings healthy sleep in its train. And if your bed be hard, remember that many a restless head sleeps on down. Joy and contentment come from something a man has within himself, not from things without. Solitude is a torment to the uneasy heart, but balm to the contented one. A man who can be satisfied with little is the possessor of wisdom. He who desires no more than sufficient will always have enough. His cares will be few. Riches do not bring peace to the soul. The greatest treasure of all is a contented heart. The coming of riches is not a misfortune. The inheritance of estates is not a calamity to the wise man, for he will utilize them with temperance and discretion. The cup of gladness may be sipped by man, but to drain it is too much for the constitution of morals. Contentment is the goal of life, but first the race has to be run. None can receive the crown of the victor until the course is finished and he takes his place among the competitors in the halls of eternity. A piece of arable land fenced about, a plot of meadow, a grove of sycamore trees, a faithful wife, and many sons. What more can a man desire? Yet tares grow among the corn, and weeds among the fodder. Flowers wilt unless watered, and finding a good wife requires much diligence. Nothing comes without effort, and nothing on earth can be perfect, for that is law. Therefore be content if your burdens are bearable, and your sorrows counterbalanced by your joys. Live fully today. Sigh not for tomorrow, for it will come. Regret not yesterday, for it is dead. Active discontent is a spur to achievement, but placid discontent must be cut out like a malignant growth, for it eats into the pleasures of men. Remember that pleasure is the companion, not the guide, of your journey. The law decrees that the nation which places pleasure before duty, ease before efforts, and peace before honor shall pass into the hands of another. Contentment is a state of mind, not an end. But he who is content with anything deserves nothing. To give life is a joy, and to take it shatters content. He who has many children has many joys, but he who takes life from another shall not enjoy contentment in his own. Chapter 23. Diligence. The days that are past have gone forever, and those that sleep in the womb of the future may not be seen by you in your present state of being. Therefore, it is well to concern yourself wholly with the present, forgetting the past and not expecting too much from the future. The present alone is yours, and the fortunes of futurity will be dispensed according to the law. Therefore, you cannot know what the unborn days will bring forth. As to your own future state, subject to the law, it is being conceived in your present thoughts and deeds. Idleness is the parent of poverty, but success and prosperity attend upon the industrious and diligent. Waste not the early hours of the day. Serve your master with diligence, and promotion will be your reward. The man of affairs rises early to establish himself. Neglect not the affairs of the day, nor fill them with idle dreams of yourself when greater, for thus you feed yourself on wind while your bread is eaten by another. You feed yourself on wind while your bread is eaten by another. Who is he that acquires riches, or rises to power, or is honored among the people, or is called before the king in council? Is it not he who rises early and goes to bed late? He exercises his mind and fills it with knowledge. He exercises his body and it glows with health. Only a man who toils can justify his existence, and he who carries no burden or produces nothing of value were better removed. The slothful, an improvident man, makes strife to arise in his abode, and he destroys its foundations. He is a burden to himself, and the hours drag wearily through his day. The task is all about him, but he knows not what to do. His idleness weighs heavier than any toil. The years of his life pass away like the drifting shadow of a cloud, leaving no mark on the earth as a memorial. His body becomes gross from want of exercise. Disease lurks close at hand. He desires action, but lacks the power of movement. Imprisoned within a cloud of dullness, and his thoughts whirl in confusion. He cannot set his heart to any problem, and it wanders aimlessly like water from a broken channel. His dwelling place? Disorder. He cries, "Woe! Calamity has befallen me." His family leaves him to his own devices, and he says, "See, I am deserted." The ruins of his life fall about his ears, but he has no resolution to extricate himself. Shame and remorse accompany him into the tomb. As in all things, there is a balance in labor and leisure. The man who toils all the long day never knows a relaxed moment, and he who indulges in pleasure unduly becomes soft and never acquires possessions. Observe the ferryman. He allots a time for rest on land while another relieves him at the pole. It's not required that you exert yourself fully. A leisurely life and an idle one are not alike. Attend only to your own affairs. The governor knows how to rule. Aim for perfection in all you do, for the limits of excellency in craftsmanship have not yet been seen. Seek always to attain a standard that has never been reached before. Strive always to be the best in your calling, whatever it may be, and let not your energy be consumed in the envy of another's achievements. Strive always to improve your own abilities, so that you may take your place among the masters of your craft. Seek not to take advantage of your competitor by any underhanded methods, but overcome his opposition only through your own superiority. Thus, even though you fail, nevertheless the blow will be softened by the retention of your honor. Success is good and desirable, but of itself, it plays little part in the development of the soul. It is the manner in which success or failure is met that leaves its impress there. Consider carefully the causes of success in others. What they can attain is not beyond your reach. Be not one of those who marvel not when others remove mountains, but consider it beyond themselves to carry a pebble. Diligence will always be duly rewarded by the wise master. Chapter 24. Labor. All men must toil on earth, not because they are born to servitude, but because they are heirs of God and must labor in his vineyard. Though a man be born to great riches and high estate, if he contribute not to life in accordance with his position, he is held unworthy in the eyes of God. Though a man may be a great landowner and have many servants, he may not have a stake in life. To be idle is to be a bystander at the parade of life, an onlooker when life has its need of champions. The idler holds no rank in the host of man, whichever advances into the unknown regions of the future towards its destiny in the eternal halls. The idler becomes a mere camp follower straggling in the rear, a hanger-on in the company of those stalwarts who shoulder the burdens along the road towards the glorious heritage of man. All labor is vain unless done with purpose, and toil should not only be to sustain the body, but also to satisfy the spirit. The man who attacks the task with zest shows his love of life. The weaver should breathe something of himself into the threads and thus endow the cloth with something of his own nature. The builder should set the foundation with care and diligence and erect the dwelling with devoted attention, as though it were to be the habitation of his own household. The husbandman should till the ground with loving care and sow the seed with tenderness, as though the fruits thereof were for his own children. The craftsman should stamp his handiwork with his spirit, for all who fashion with their hands should leave their seal thereon. If you toil without satisfaction, if you labor with distaste, following a dull routine of drabness, then it were better you did nothing labor at all. A loaf baked with indifferences sits heavily on the stomach. If a dwelling is built without care, it becomes the abodement of discomfort. Do good wherever you can. Labor to the best of your ability, and gladness shall rule your heart. Toil is more your lot on earth than revelation. Speculation about divine things need not extend beyond the confines of your heart. All labor is not wholesome. He who toils half-heartedly or is careless in craftsmanship implants imperfection in his nature. He deals in deceit, and his toil emits an unseen thing, which, like some poisonous vapor, numbs his spirit. Never let any pastime eat up your substance or become too costly, lest the anguish of payment exceed the pleasure it brings. Yet the life of man should be a healthy mixture compounded of its essential obligations, with refreshing leisure and pleasure added in moderation. However, leisure to be beneficial must be used wisely, and man should not ignore its snares. It is well to remember that leisure is not the same as idleness, which is the rust of time. During the enjoyment of leisure, avoid all burdensome and unnecessary visits. Avoid the acclaim of the fickle multitude, which fawns upon the famous and notorious, for its acclaim has zero substance. It is a garland of wind. Let leisure and pleasure never be overdone, and remember that pleasures oft repeated become wearisome. Let them be healthy and refreshing, but spend no time upon them unduly, nor make them your whole life. The joyful man labors diligently to fulfill his allotted task, but to the sad man, toil is a drug which removes him from the misery within himself. When labor is undertaken to provide for the needs of living or for satisfaction, then it is a natural activity. A slave is not always one who is bound. The knowledge and skill men gain to follow their craft suffice. The knowledge which will deliver them from the yoke of life. Is not that the greatest attainment? Chapter 25. Reputation. Riches may pass from one to another. Skill and knowledge may be transmitted. But a man's reputation is as his nature, peculiar to himself alone. Therefore, your reputation is your own inalienable possession. If properly regarded, it will carry you through life, as a swift horse bears its rider over the rough sands of the wilderness. If, however, you neglect it, as the inconsiderate man does his wife, then you cannot complain if that in which you delight becomes an affliction, which you must bear for the rest of your days. When the ship of prosperity founders and you are cast into the sea of insolvency, if you have retained a good reputation, it will be the lifeline for your salvation. When difficulties beset you, then it is the time to be on your guard, lest your reputation be sullied, for it is not hard to keep a good reputation when it is untested by adversity. The reputation of a man untried by misfortune is like the skill of a runner who has never entered a race. It is like unseasoned timber or unburnt clay. In the days of prosperity, a good reputation is of little value, but in the days of adversity's oppression, it is a thing beyond price. A good name has greater value than gold. No man can truly judge the worth of his reputation until it is all he has left. Riches may come to a man and depart again, for life is inconsistent. Bad times alternate with good times, for the wheel of fortune is ever turning. Friends come and go according to the benefits of which acquaintanceship bestows. Only reputation remains your inseparable supporter, which will not depart except by your own decree. Once departed, it is gone forever, and it flees quickly from he who treats it lightly. Therefore guard your reputation as constantly as you do your daughter. The thief who steals your possession takes that which is replaceable, but the slanderer who steals your reputation steals that which cannot be restored, and it benefits him not. Which is to you of most value, your possessions or your reputation? If possessions, then you lack confidence in your reputation, and perhaps only you know why. A good reputation is acquired by the doing of some things and refraining from doing others. Reputation is the steadying oar of the vessel bearing you across the stormy waters of life. The real man treasures his reputation as his life, and he bends every utterance and deed towards upholding it. He is vigilant against the mire slings of slanderers, and he knows how to deal with them. The weakling cares not for his reputation, nor for the reputation of his wife, for his twisted nature secretly rejoices in his low estate among them. To be among the lowest of men is not without compensation, for there is no fear of falling. Only the real man can have a worthwhile reputation, for its retention entails continual struggle against temptation. A good reputation, which is untried by adversity or untested in the fires of temptation, is of moderate value only. It is as clay untouched by fire, as bricks unbaked in the sun. As the body loses its vigor and the spirit is fortitude in the habitation of luxury, so does reputation lose its merit on the path of prosperity. He who has not reputation is unknown, for he who has even one acquaintance has a reputation for good or ill. Chapter 26, Ambition. The great full-leafed, many-boughed sycamore, now reaching up towards heaven, was once but a small seed hidden within the dark womb of earth. Yet how much greater are its limitations than the limitations of man? Therefore try always to excel in whatsoever you undertake, and always reach out to a goal beyond your present estate. Never let another excel you in goodness, and never envy another his abilities, for such is a profitless thing. Seek rather to improve your own, but keep the desires of your heart ever within moderation, and they will come to fruition in due course. Never seek to further your plans by unworthy or mean methods, or to pull another down that you may rise above him. Seek only to reach your goal by virtue of your own superiority, and if success elude you, nevertheless honor will walk at your side. To seek success is neither unworthy nor unnatural, for man was born to struggle. The real man rises to the challenge of life and soars above adversity as the palm tree soars above shrubbery. He lifts himself above all the sordidness of earth. Like an eagle he floats on wings of freedom, his eye fixed on the splendor of the sun. Ambition is the only challenger to love. Govern yourself, and you can rule the land, but the best way to succeed is to follow the advice you give others. No matter what your estate, seek to improve it. There is no fish so small, but it hopes to become a whale. No man knows what he can do until he tries, but only a fool tries to surmount the ramparts of his own nature. Whatever befalls, and the future is inscrutable, meet success like an eastern man and failure like a northern. Fear not if you fall for the first time, for he who falls low, who cannot rise again. But if you do succeed, then be on your guard, for prosperity like poverty can ruin a man. Remember always that success is the fruit of effort, and accomplishment the child of diligence. Most men can beat adversity well enough, but if you really want to test a man, give him power. Choose your calling according to your abilities. No two men are alike in ability, and everyone is good at something in which another fails. Fear not to begin, for the glory of man comes from his daring to begin, for the commencement of an enterprise is always the most difficult part. He who lacks the ability or is of small account may yet prosper if he attach himself to one who is great. A drop of water is insignificant by itself, and under the heat of the sun soon becomes nothing, but will it ever dry up if it joined a lake? If undertaking a great enterprise, ensure the support of a trustworthy friend. Even when burning a field of stubble, the aid of the wind is necessary. The price of success is continued diligence and effort, for though gold may be melted completely, let the fire grow cold and it hardens again. Seek not to dwell within the shadow of a man because of his estate or because he has titles. Better men may be lacking these. Do you judge the ass by its bridle? Be ever ready to acknowledge a benefit and slow to avenge a wrong. Thus you will find benefits more readily given than injuries. The wellspring of ambition exists in the bosom of every man, but it flows not in all. In some it is held back by reserve, while others are restrained by fear. Some cannot face its demands, and some find the road too hard. The weakling renounces the struggle even before it begins. Chapter 27. Honesty. Honesty is a virtue of the real man, for he is honest in all things and not least with himself. No man is so deceitful as he who deceives himself, and no form of deceit is so common. Even the weakling, if he be honest with himself, takes a step towards manliness. My children, remember that honesty always pays its due reward, though this may not always be readily apparent. In fact, this non-apparency is necessary in the greater scheme of things. This thought alone brings consolation to the heart of an old man in these evil days, when honesty is an unfashionable gem. Sly and furtive deeds may be successfully hidden from others, but they leave an evil impress upon the soul. In a dishonest and deceitful person, the soul is not pleasant to behold. Better is it to be a beggar walking with God in the austerity of honesty than a rich man safely sheltered in a comfortable dwelling, whose countenance is hardened and whose soul is fearful. All poor men are not honest, nor are all rich men rogues. Poverty and riches do not mark the divisions. Rather, it should be in the nature of things to decree that honest men should acquire possessions, and the dishonest ones be impoverished. But this is a challenge not yet met by man. Never filch land away by dishonest measures. When you barter with another, be fair in your dealings. Be moderate in your bargaining, and never profit from the ignorance or disadvantage of him with whom you trade. Cause not the balances to fall through falsification of the weights or through alteration of the marks, lest in the day of adjustment you be seized by the ape that sits behind the great scales. Honesty and bribery are irreconcilable. Honest dealings would not bring shame before the gaze of men. Bribery is always entered upon in secret like a pact between curs. The honest man gains approval of others, and to be held in high regard by men is better than riches laid up in the treasure house. But honesty is a thing of the heart and not always obvious. Only the Spirit knows the intention. The motives written in the heart of man are too often misread. If a scribe or official never be bribed to make an erasure on the registers, or add that which is not there, for this is an abomination. Write only that which is true, for the hand that holds the pen becomes a mouth of veracity. It is bad for the people when there is dishonesty among the lowly, but it is a calamity when it is found among those in high positions. The peasant steals handful by handful, and the lord steals load by load, but it is better to have clean hands than full ones. Honesty does not necessarily bring its own reward on earth. The true reward of honesty is the unperceptible strengthening of the soul. Real men are honest for the sake of honesty. It is in their nature, while weaklings are hypocritically honest because of the reward reaped for a reputation of honesty. Only the Spirit is not deceived. Honesty and prosperity comes easily. Adversity and disaster alone can determine the true honesty of a man. For this reason, among others, affliction, calamity, and distress beset the life of man. They are not sent capriciously. The law decrees that honesty shall not always serve the best interests of men on earth. The law decrees that honesty shall not always serve the best interests of men on earth. This is not because the test has found honesty wanting, for honesty has served its end. The test decided whether a man would be honest for the sake of his soul. The law also decrees that if a man not be honest on earth, his soul shall carry the scars of his dishonesty forever. Chapter 28, Generosity. It is wrong to give to the deserving alone. Behold the tree in the vineyard, the barley in the plowed land, the cow in the pastures, or the lowly fowl in its pen. Do they not live just to give, and is not their service to life established? Is not your neighbor, who, whatever his estate, shares with you the journey of life, worthy of your consideration? Is he not your partner in earth, your brother in God? No man is worthy to judge the failings of another unless he too has experienced their temptations. It is easy enough to see the failings of another. This any man can do. Easier to sit in judgment on them, but it takes a better man to see his own. The only undeserving man is he who is without need. All men are companions through the journey of life. Some are good companions and some are bad. Some are stout-hearted and others timid. Some stumble and fall, some forge ahead, but all are of the same company. Therefore never desert your fellow wayfarer in his hour of need, for somewhere along the road you too will need help. The poor and lowly are not without pride and dignity. Therefore it may be easier for you to give than for them to receive. Your almsgiving may give you an inner glow, but it may also wound the heart of he who receives it. When you give, consider well the deed. Is it really you who gives? Is not more true to say it's life giving to life, a transfer from one guardian of life to another? What are you but the instrument, the witness, the agent of the transaction? You are the debtor of life, for has it not given you all that you have? If there be among men one who has received nothing from life, then let him be the one who refuses to give. The good giver gives and therefore does not remember the gift. The receiver, if he be worthy, never forgets it. The heart of the generous man is like the bountiful waters which rise and strew the face of the land with fruits, herbage, and flowers. It bedecks life with beauty and gladdens the hearts of men. The generous man carries an everlasting spring of benevolence within his heart, from which flow waters of goodness to nourish the gardens of kindness and consideration. He lends his arm to the needy. He sees with compassion the plight of the poor and the aged, and brings them things to lighten the burden of their days. Chapter 29, Cheerfulness. From whence does sadness come? Not from external circumstances, but from a worm within the heart. It can have no existence, but for the sustenance it saps from your own feebleness of spirit. Sorrow there will always be, for the law decrees that it is essential for the tempering of the spirit, but sorrow is another adversary to conquer and cast out. It is not something to be accepted with resignation. The greatest benefit comes from rising above it. Therefore let your face shine with cheerfulness, for a cheerful countenance will bring brightness even into the lives of the afflicted, and gladness even to the most distressed. The sad face reflecting a gloomy heart will deaden even the joyfulness of youth. Never go about among men with a sad face, for such is easily forgotten. Men care not for the countenance of gloom, but that which is pleasant is easy to remember. When a man who went smiling into the storehouse for barley distribution comes out frowning, he makes known his displeasure, and they who wait their turn blame the overseer for miscalculation. The people who deal with wise men have cheerful faces. Though your talents are such that you cannot appear great in the presence of others, you can approach greatness by being pleasant and agreeable. It is easy for a man to appear great when he is great, but difficult to appear pleasant and agreeable when he is neither. The sad air of despondency pollutes the pure air of life. The morbidness enthroned in the heart of a weakling magnifies his afflictions. It raises the loss of a needle to the loss of a fortune. His mind is burdened with trifles and therefore cannot give due attention to matters of consequence. The heart of a cheerful man is not depressed by matters of small account, and it remains free to deal with matters of great importance. Sadness, gloom, and despondency ride upon the shoulders of the weakling. They sap his strength, his will, and his manliness. Sorrow and tribulations are the lot of all men, but their burden is lightened if carried with cheerfulness. It is well to think when calamity befalls, is it wholly a thing of evil? Is it altogether without purpose? The despondent heart invites the entry of cowardice and meanness. It permits that which is base to enter. The heart that is cheerful has no accommodation for such things. Be not misled by the mask of piety when it hides the sad heart of the melancholy man. The face of the truly good, like the countenance of the wise, shines with the reflected light of the joyful soul within. The greatest sorrow and the most overwhelming misfortune cannot douse its brilliance. In the midst of affliction and sorrow, the things which once filled the heart with gladness do not all depart. Why then should these be offered as a sacrifice at the altar of sadness? Is this not exalting sadness far above its station? Is not such sacrifice futile and unproductive of good? Never do worry and sadness ease the burden of sorrow or alter the force of circumstances. It is cheerfulness, patience, and fortitude that lighten the burden and soften the blow. Like the miser with his hoarded gold, the sad man hugs his misery in solitude. He cannot bear to let it depart from him. It has filled his life. He has no friends. All have fled and left him to the enjoyment of his own precious sorrow. Sadness is not the child of thought. It knows no reason. It rejects the hand of friendship and the touch of compassion. It seeks only the company of those who will commiserate with its misery. The cause is not important, for sadness is the end in itself. Remove the cause, and sadness remains. Sadness is a state within, not the result of external circumstances. Whence comes the cause of all sorrows? Is it not from the process of living and from change? Then is it not all futile? Life you cannot escape, and are not all things and circumstances always changing, for this is law. Therefore, man who is made according to the law and subject to the law must accept its decree. His life is governed by its ordinances, and from these there is no escape. The mountain will stand however long you batter it with your head. Accept cheerfully that which cannot be altered by sadness, thus its burden will be lightened. The sun shines brighter for the cheerful man. Only one sorrow is truly worthy of sympathy. Only one sorrow deeply stirs the heart. Only one sorrow is magnificent in its depth, and only one sorrow is really genuine. That is the sorrow of the cheerful heart. If you know that sorrow and misfortune will cross your path because they are part of the pattern of life, then you are wise to prepare yourself to meet them. But it is unwise to seek them out. The testing tools of life are never stored away. If you are ignorant of the law, complain not of that about which you have no knowledge. Seek rather to understand the nature of the law, and thus know the meaning of life. He who understands the law knows why the pattern of life is as it is, why it is a design of light and shade. The law is unchangeable and unchallengeable, and none but a fool rants against that which cannot be altered. Man will never find contentment until he learns to accept the law as it has been established. It governs the whole earth and his life. To live in harmony with it is to live in peace. If in your weakness and waywardness you find the burden of the law intolerable, and all your lamentations and wailing will not ease the load, it will do nothing but add to your distress. The law concedes nothing to the weaknesses of men. The nature of man is such that it accords with the law, and therefore it is unnatural to rebel against it. Thus man can achieve nothing. He achieves nothing except the stirring up of strife within himself. Is it not better to live in peace with the natural state of affairs than to tear yourself asunder by futile rebellion? It is not in your nature to suffer the blows of misfortune without being hurt, but it is within your nature and your duty to stand up to them like a man. Sadness for the sake of sadness robs a man of manliness, and the sorrowful man is unfit to embark on great enterprises. Therefore inflict not any self-induced ill upon yourself, nor lessen your abilities by indulgence in weaknesses of the spirit. From these, nothing beneficial can be gained. There is sufficient real sorrow and suffering on earth to serve their end. Life is a pleasure to the cheerful man and a burden to the sad one. A cheerful face is always welcome. A cheerful spirit eases the burden of many, and a cheerful soul is not severed from God. Chapter 30. Discretion. Discretion and caution are not akin to cowardice. Even the ants march armed. It is wise to cross the field before you abuse the bull and learn to swim before you rock the boat. Go not into a gathering of men when in the mood to fight and their temper tends toward strife. Avoid doing what many others are doing, for if the crew become too many, the boat sinks. Sharpened knives come readily to the hands of those who would oppose entry to the unbidden. It is unwise to seek entrance otherwise than by invitation and at the proper time. Before opening your mouth in the presence of others, be clear in your thoughts, and when you speak, weigh your words carefully and use them sparingly. Words once spoken take wings and cannot be recaptured. Be reserved, for if you tell everyone your affairs, they will be taken out of your hands. Examine the circumstances of every deed and its possible outcome before you embark upon any course of action. It is folly to open your mouth or to undertake anything until the consequences have been fully weighed. Thus, disgrace will never overshadow your path, nor shame enter the door of your dwelling. With discretion directing your steps, remorse will be unknown, and never will sorrow for your deeds bear heavily upon your shoulders. Let prudence always walk by your side. Her voice speaks with words of wisdom, and her hand will ever guide you safely along the paths of right. She will guard you from the blows of disaster and shield you from the winds of affliction. Give ear to her soft counsel of prudence, and write them on the tablets of your heart. She is the mother of all virtues and the guardian of content. Accept no favor from the rash man and no benefit from the vain one. They seek but to gratify their selfish feelings, and their motive is vanity, and their end self-importance. Discretion, prudence, and diligence do not bring success unfailingly, for such is contrary to law. Earthly success is not the inevitable attendant of he who serves the purpose of life. Refuse the favors of the mercenary man, for they are toils not easily discarded. Never hasten swiftly to attain that which will be advantageous. The prudent man hastens slowly. Never create the circumstances which will destroy an advantage or opportunity. That which is gained by haste will be quickly lost, but that which is gained cautiously will be retained. Remember, too, that goods and gold, like weapons of war, require careful handling. Weigh all things you do in your heart, and shape not your course by the tongue. Even if the tongue of a man be the helm of a boat, as is declared in the new writings, it is still the heart which is the lookout in the bows. The prudent man keeps knowledge concealed behind his tongue, but the tongue of a fool declares his folly. The man who seeks without thought is led astray by his tongue. He is trapped in the mesh of his foolish words. Judge all men with discretion and reserve, without haste and without prejudice. Judge no man by the talk in the marketplace, but as he appears in your eyes. The marketplace popularity of a man is no recommendation. Be prudent in your dealings with all men, that you may be respected for your honesty. Turn your plow at the edge of the field, and drive no furrow across the boundary of another. Let your cattle not stray from your own pastures. Better one measure of land which is yours by deed than 1,000 measures acquired by deceit and dishonesty. There is a time for boldness and a time for discretion. Therefore hasten to gather the wisdom to know one from the other, for none but those who have done so will live in peace and prosper. Fools rush into the marshlands and perish, but the wise test every step and pass through. None but a fool stands under a leaning wall. Be courageous and cautious, not courageous and foolhardy, for foolishness can counter the most courageous deeds. The greatest attribute of man, that which sets him apart from the beasts of the field and the forest, the most dangerous and discomforting gift of God is free will, yet it is the golden promise of godhood. Therefore, at all times leave your deeds with caution and measure them with prudence as a guide. For as the whirlwind raises the sweeping sandstorm that overwhelms the works of men, so does the irresponsible voice of the multitude overwhelm reason and those who listen to it without judgment. Seek the true meaning behind the words which fall from the tongue. See if truth be in the heart of the speaker, or only her shadow. Let your life be governed by reason and experience, so that if failure attend your enterprise, you answer for it to none but yourself. Chapter 31. Thrift. Never seek to live beyond the confines of your estate, and never expand yourself to the limits of your substance, for the things you go without in youth will provide the comforts for your old age. Never let prosperity blind you to the charms of prudence, for he who overindulges in the unprofitable pleasures of life shall live to suffer for lack of its necessities. Be cautious at all times. 2 arrows in the quiver are better than 1, and 3 better still. There is a vast difference between the thrifty man and the miser. When the love of riches and possessions passes the bounds of moderation, it becomes an abscess within the thoughts. It poisons every good feeling. It stifles all sense of security. It stifles all sense of honesty. It smothers virtue and slays love and affection. The miser would sell the charms of his wife for gold. He would dispose of his children for chattels. He would see his father or mother starve before he opened his storehouse. He sacrifices the peace of everyone to his greed. He considers not even his own, for in seeking to satisfy his covetousness, he sacrifices all joy and contentment. Chapter 32. Leadership. If you are called upon to be a leader among men, press forward your plans by your commands and carry out your decisions immediately. Let the morning's thoughts become the evening's deeds, and never let the sun decline upon that which could have been done during its rising. Remember the days yet unborn, and sacrifice not the future for today. Never retire to sleep with indecision as a bedfellow. Unresolved problems sit heavily on the stomach during the watches of the night. If you would be respected as a leader, guard against avarice. It will steal away the confidence of others, and self-assurance cannot exist in its company. Avarice is an evil thing, turning even fathers to deeds of wickedness against their children. If you possess strength of body, then flaunt it not, for men are led by the strong in spirit. The qualities of a leader and a ruler are not alike. Make yourself respected by quietness of manner and directness of speech. The loud-mouthed man invites secret amusement and not respect. Command not, except you can guide. If you seek glory for yourself or take pleasure in the praises of others, raise yourself up from the dust of lesser mortality and fix your gaze upon the starry heights. Remember that a leader leads, and man is easy to lead but difficult to drive. Maintain your self-control at all times. The fires of fanaticism burn strongly and consume reason. Therefore dampen down the heated thoughts which burn in a fervent heart. The man who walks slowly finds the quickest way. Be not arrogant of your position, for the man who is haughty in heart is easily humbled. The arrogant man, however great may be his power, is less powerful because of his arrogance. Having embarked on a course of action, if it be done in wisdom, see it through to the end. For he who pulls his horse in mid-leap falls always. Leadership is the prerogative of real men, for a weakling can lead none but weaklings. Command may fall upon a weakling or be given to him, but it does not result from his own abilities, and therefore he commands by oppression. He who leads to victory is great, but he who can lead in defeat is still even greater. The greatest leader is seen at his best in defeat. Success is not the crown of leadership, for the law decrees that failure may crown the greatest efforts. Chapter 33. Dignity. Dignity, both in adversity and good fortune, is the hallmark of the real man. Hold high your head and walk with dignified bearing, that all men may recognize you as a man. It is in their bearing and manner that the servile reveal their craven hearts. When the raging storm waters of wrath sweep away the self-control of lesser men, and they are carried away by the torrent of their own temper, stand calm among them, as a rock before the assaults of the wild seas. True dignity, not the false facade of the hypocrite, is the outer manifestation of inner strength, and a real man is dignified at all times. It distinguishes the prince from the serving man, the courageous from the craven-hearted. Dignity is neither false pride nor the false front hiding a haughty nature. It is the natural bearing of a confident man. As a woman always remembers the modesty of womanhood and never exceeds the bounds of decorum and reserve, so does a man bear himself with dignity in the knowledge and pride of his manhood. A dignified bearing in adversity, or when others scorn your opinions or beliefs, reveals your greatness. Dignity, when you are scorned or cast down, chastens your adversaries. Leadership. If you are called upon to be a leader among men, press forward your plans by your commands and carry out your decisions immediately. Let the morning's thoughts become the evening's deeds, and never let the sun decline upon that which could have been done during its rising. Remember the days yet unborn, and sacrifice not the future for today. Never retire to sleep with indecision as a bedfellow. Unresolved problems sit heavily on the stomach during the watches of the night. If you would be respected as a leader, guard against avarice. It will steal away the confidence of others, and self-assurance cannot exist in its company. Avarice is an evil thing, turning even fathers to deeds of wickedness against their children. If you possess strength of body, then flaunt it not, for men are led by the strong in spirit. The qualities of a leader and a ruler are not alike. Make yourself respected by quietness of manner and directness of speech. The loud-mouthed man invites secret amusement and not respect. Command not, except you can guide. If you seek glory for yourself or take pleasure in the praises of others, raise yourself up from the dust of lesser mortality and fix your gaze upon the starry heights. Remember that a leader leads, and man is easy to lead but difficult to drive. Maintain your self-control at all times. The fires of fanaticism burn strongly and consume reason. Therefore, dampen down the heated thoughts which burn in a fervent heart. The man who walks slowly finds the quickest way. Be not arrogant of your position, for the man who is haughty in heart is easily humbled. The arrogant man, however great may be his power, is less powerful because of his arrogance. Having embarked on a course of action, if it be done in wisdom, see it through to the end. For he who pulls his horse in mid-leap falls always. Leadership is the prerogative of real men, for a weakling can lead none but weaklings. Command may fall upon a weakling or be given to him, but it does not result from his own abilities, and therefore he commands by oppression. He who leads to victory is great, but he who can lead in defeat is still even greater. The greatest leader is seen at his best in defeat. Success is not the crown of leadership, for the law decrees that failure may crown the greatest efforts. Chapter 33. Dignity. Dignity, both in adversity and good fortune, is the hallmark of the real man. Hold high your head and walk with dignified bearing, that all men may recognize you as a man. It is in their bearing and manner that the servile reveal their craven hearts. When the raging storm waters of wrath sweep away the self-control of lesser men, and they are carried away by the torrent of their own temper, stand calm among them, as a rock before the assaults of the wild seas. True dignity, not the false facade of the hypocrite, is the outer manifestation of inner strength, and a real man is dignified at all times. It distinguishes the prince from the serving man, the courageous from the craven-hearted. Dignity is neither false pride nor the false front hiding a haughty nature. It is the natural bearing of a confident man. As a woman always remembers the modesty of womanhood and never exceeds the bounds of decorum and reserve, so does a man bear himself with dignity in the knowledge and pride of his manhood. A dignified bearing in adversity, or when others scorn your opinions or beliefs, reveals your greatness. Dignity, when you are scorned or cast down, chastens your adversaries. Chapter 34. Truth. Truth is not a quality of earth, but an infusion from the greater region beyond the veil where truth is manifested in purity. Here on earth, things do not disclose their true nature to the eye, for the things we see with the eyes are as the eye sees them, and not as they are in reality and truth. The eye is a poor interpreter of reality. To attain truth, man must reach out beyond earth and himself. While he remains bound to earth, he may perceive the light of truth only dimly in its reflection from the source afar. Nevertheless, to strive for truth must be one of the main aims of life. Therefore, earth, the wise instructress, teaches man the nature of deceit and places it all about him, that he may observe its ways and learn to distinguish its illusions. It is in the nature of a game wherein man tries to discover what is reality, so far with little success. For the road to truth lies through the thick forests of illusion and across the wide wastelands of deceit. Unlock the secrets of a stone, and perchance you will find a star. Open the body of water, and you may discover a heart of fire. Did not the men of olden times teach that our eyes deceive us in all things, that only the great eye can perceive all things in truth? The godlings of old, who lived beyond the great mountains, taught that man was not a solid being, but likens to a whirlpool in the midst of a moving sea. They saw earth as a movement within a movement and life within life, and was not their wisdom greater than ours? The earth progresses in wisdom from generation to generation, but not all wisdom is handed down through the generations of man. There are losses as well as gains. Does the eye in the red clove see things as does the mortal eye of man, or are things different there at the window of truth? Truth and perfection unite in one, and neither is to be found in purity on earth. Yet though men desire truth, when she stands before them, they see her not. For the colored glass of illusion veils nothing as much as it veils truth. Truth is the cupbearer of the true God and pours out full measure to those who uphold his decrees. At some time in their lives, the call comes to all men to bear witness to truth as they see it. The man who has truth for his tow line acquires position and estate, for he is a worthy man. Truth cannot be determined by the arguments of men. It is therefore not to be weighed according to their arguments, but their arguments according to the light of truth as it is revealed and known. Say not that truth is established by time, or that a multitude of believers make certainty. The best truth men can ever have to judge is truth apparent, for truth in actuality cannot be manifested to men on earth. Then, with regard to truth and falsehood, do they not appear alike in things beyond our understanding? How then could we decide between them, were it not for the whispers of our conscience? General opinion is the least proof of truth, for men in general are ignorant. Then too the law decrees that the surroundings and circumstances of man shall be more conducive to deception than to truth. Seek after truth, for it is the greatest of things man can understand. God is beyond his comprehension, but truth is not. It alone is the path towards the fulfillment of the destiny of man. Progress through life is the unveiling of truth. But can man ever stand in her august presence? As the owl is blinded in the splendor of the sun, so will man be dazzled before the unveiled face of majestic truth. Truth is sometimes veiled with deceit or tainted with the foul touch of hypocrisy. Truth without honesty is a tree without leaves. Truth has a visage more frightening than any other conceivable horror, and even the innocent heart quails before it. O majestic truth, what wickedness is wrought in your fair name! What pain you suffer at the mouths of hypocrites and deceivers, where so often a fragment of truth is built into the fabric of a great falsehood. What appears as truth in the gloom of the serpent's lair may look very different in the clear light of day. Truth, the best advocate, is also the purifying flame which often hurts more than falsehood, otherwise the soul is struck an evil blow. The weakling and unworthy man says, "What have I to do with truth, which too often breeds wrath and stirs up trouble? Is not the soft word more desirable, and is not the password to popularity? What have I to do with truth, which too often breeds wrath and stirs up trouble? Is not the soft word more desirable, and is it not the password to popularity? Weakling and fool, are not the foes made by truth better than the friends made by falsehood? How can the true be known from the false, if truth be not of earth? Know that you have found truth in sufficiency when you find that which guides truly. Truth is eternal and unchanging. The first truth, which was in the beginning, will endure until the end. Nothing can be added to it, and nothing can be taken away. It may be viewed from many sides and appear different, but such differences are in the eyes of the beholders. Truth itself is unalterable and cannot change. Truth is not with man nor of the earth. It is with God alone, and when man sees truth in its purity, he will see God. Great truths are the food of the soul, and great souls are the inheritors of eternity. Walk always towards truth, and though it will recede as you approach, for it is unattainable on earth, nevertheless you are proceeding in the right direction. Truth lies at the end of the future. When all is ended, there is truth. Only truth can set men free. The day will come when man can be told openly about his real nature and destiny, and in that day his spirit will respond and unfold its glory like a flower bud opening to the sun. And that day he will accept that the change called death is but the port of departure to a greater sphere of activity. He will then understand what he really is and what he must become to fulfill his destiny. Chapter 35. Adversity. Adversity and affliction, like the smith, shape as they strike. They stand as challengers on the pathway to truth and test the aspirants for godhood. Adversity measures the virtue of women and the manliness of men. As gold is tested by acid, so are men tried by adversity. As fire tempers metal, so are men molded by the blast of perverse fortune. Adversity and affliction are to be expected, for they are necessities for the training of man. Therefore, be not bitter at the trials of life or the chastisement of the one God. A father who omits to chastise his children is careless of their welfare. Behold the man upon whom hardship and misfortune have never laid hand. He is soft as the unfired pot. Like an unseasoned timber, he bends under stress. Heretif spoke well when he said that adversity unveils greatness, while prosperity hides it. Calamity ever lurks at the heels of men. It dogs his footsteps wherever so he turns. It strikes in the dark like those who lay in wait for the wayfarer. It haunts the residences of prosperity and peace. The wise man is ever girt to meet it. In the halls of pleasure he carries a sword. Sorrow, suffering, and the afflictions which beset men are not sent willfully. They are necessities of existence, without which the slumbering soul could not awaken. They are needful for its development. Therefore is it not a vain hope and foolishness to expect miracles to protect you and prevent you from deriving the benefit of these experiences? Is it reasonable to expect exemption from the things that you were born to experience? Therefore accept with good grace that which life bestows on you, for it confronts with the law. Is it not better to endure manfully the things which are unavoidable? The scales are never wholly unbalanced. A loss is recorded to adversity, and a gain is recorded to experience. Joy is taken from the body, and strength is added to the soul. To bear up well under the blows of adversity is not easy, but even more difficult is to maintain balance under the wiles of prosperity. Men who are men do not degenerate under adversity, but in the soft arms of prosperity. Many of these surrender their vigor, their manhood. Who among mortal men can assess the nature of adversity? What greater calamity can befall man than death? Yet, were greater vision bestowed upon him, it would be received as a man receives an inheritance. Adversity does far more good to men than harm. It is not least among the things that have raised him to greatness. Adversity operates according to the law. It is as the fire which sets the pot or the hammer, which tempers metal. It divides the weak from the strong and worthy from the unworthy. It is the grindstone which sharpens the sword of courage. It is the comb which adds luster to the cloth of virtue. Man is the child of misfortune. Those who never knew calamity have gone. Earth does not unnecessarily oppress man, as the weaklings declare. Her role is to instruct and develop, and can this be done without chastisement? There is a time for instruction and a time for play. Each provides both, and she is not unduly harsh. Life contains far more pleasure than pain, far more joy than sorrow. He who wants all play and no labor has no place on earth. Instruction is rarely wholly a pleasure, nor is learning inseparable from chastisement. Things change. Times move ever onward. Nothing remains constant, for this is the law. Therefore bewail not your lot because of it. Were the burden too great for your shoulders, you would not be here. To criticize the law is futile foolishness. Far better to harmonize yourself with it. Everything changes. The greater it is, the more liable to do so. If your nature is such that you cannot submit to the law, then you are among the most unfortunate of men, for you add needlessly unto your suffering. Chapter 36. Joy and Sorrow. Were there no darkness, we could not know light. Were there no sorrow, we would never know joy. Sorrow chisels out a storehouse within the soul, wherein may be stored the things of the spirit. The deeper sorrow carves, the more of these the storehouse will hold. Sorrow digs the well from which are drawn the refreshing waters of compassion and understanding. The deeper the well, the more pure its waters. Is not the finest metal wrought in the fiercest flame, and the best timber that which has stood the longest exposed to seasoned winds? What good is a pot without fire, or a brick without sun? When grief occupies your heart, examine the intruder. Are you not sorrowing after something from which you have already derived pleasure? Enough misery is allotted to man for his testing and tempering that it is an act of foolishness to increase it by futile lamentations. Joy and sorrow are inseparable companions. One reveals the other. They enter your life together and thenceforth keep the watches with you. Always one remains by your side while the other sleeps. You are suspended in the scales balanced between joy and sorrow, and not until you become an empty body do the balances stand at rest. As life pours out your molding portion into the scales, so the balances of joy and sorrow fall and rise. Let neither joy nor sorrow bear down too heavily on the scales, for neither should move too far from the balance of moderation, lest the scales overbalance completely. Enter the habitation of joy with caution, for a heady brew is served therein, which can call forth the demons of mischief and madness. The first duty of man is to know himself and to reflect upon his destiny, to become aware of his soul. This he cannot do in the house of pleasure, in the arms of joy. Therefore is sorrow not a portion to man in wisdom and consideration. Avoid the dwelling place of sorrow, for there good is transmuted into evil, and wails of self-pity sadden the heavy night. The tear-damp mist, which issues from within withers the flower which bedeck the garden of life. Better to stray not into either dwelling, but walk the path of moderation between them. While man walks earth, sorrow ever dogs his footsteps. It will come close enough unbidden, therefore encourage it not with your own ill judgment. Man by his deeds and thoughts keeps open his door for sorrow, but his dwelling rarely attracts joy as a guest. Pleasures have to be bought, but pain comes unbidden. A man is less aware of perfect health than of the slightest melody. So does the greatest joy move him less than the smallest sorrow. Man is the slave of pain and the plaything of pleasure. He who sorrows before sorrow was called for is sorrowful for the sake of sorrow. He loves sorrow, for sorrow, like pain, can give pleasure to the abnormal. He who seeks pleasure among fickle things of no substance can know but the fleeting glance of joy. When kindled, straw blazes up immediately and as quickly fades, but hard timber glows redly for long, and its heat lasts. The afflicting blows of sorrow that strengthens the spirit on the road, that it may stride forward until it reaches green pastures of contentment, are better for man than the soft allurements of pleasure, for these sap the strength from his heart, so that he becomes incapable of enduring distress. For the misty shape of joy too often lures man into the morass of regret, or plunges him into the pool of despair. Chapter 37. Compassion. As the kindly hands of the sun strew the face of the land with gay blossoms, and as the rising waters produce an abundance of bountiful harvest, so do the smiling countenance and outstretched hand of compassion fill the heart to overflowing. He who is without compassion never deserves it, but let not your heart be hardened against him. The gentle tears of compassion are as the bright dewdrops, which bedeck the harsh wilderness in radiantly gleaming garlands. Let your ear be ever alert for the cry of the needy, and your arm be ever ready to aid the unprotected. Let the sorrow of innocent suffering never go unheeded. When the widow and orphan dumbly beseech your aid with eyes of silent suffering, open the gates of compassion within your heart. Pour forth succor to those who can find no other as strong as you to aid them. He who turns from the rags of the destitute and ignores the pale cheek of the hungry smites his sensitive soul with paralyzing blows. Is it a matter for wonder that it becomes dead and insensitive, unfeeling and unresponsive? If for no other reason, have compassion for your own sake, for it molds your greater form in a glory everlasting. While even one man groans in misery in the habitations of poverty, or there remains one gray head bowed with distress to dumbly plead for aid, how can you go your way unmoved by compassion, dissipating your time and substance in unprofitable enjoyments? You who indulge in vain pleasures unfeelingly while others want and suffer, will someday eat your own heart out in the dark barrenness within the gloomy cave haunted by bitterness and regret. Chapter 38. Greed. Commit no avaricious deed to obtain additional riches. Fill not your heart with love for the possessions of another, nor support yourself with that which belongs to him unless you have his authority to do so. Avariceness turns a kindly friend into a bitter foe. It drives the trusted servant away from his master. It comes between husband and wife and alienates father from son. It is the keeper of the storehouse of evil and the companion along the road to vice. Suppress greediness when a division of property is made, and take that which is justly due. Guard against the greed which can cloud your thoughts so that you are unable to see clearly that which is rightly yours and that which belongs to another. A man who is greedy and grasping within his own household is as a worm in a good apple. He spreads rottenness through the whole. A maggoty fig pollutes the crop. Greed will gain earthly goods, even riches, but it distorts the soul. The soul of a greedy man is not pleasant to behold. The possessions of a greedy man are never secure, for his avariceness will destroy that. It will destroy that which his greed has gathered. Greed is a poison within the heart, which contaminates and destroys the good which is in all men. The soul builders of virtue, honesty, duty, and affection wither and die before its cold blast. Avariceness is the grave digger for many who bow to it, for they enter their tombs while young. But greed is best known as the vice of declining years. Riches are servants to the wise, but they are masters over the avaricious and weak. The fool serves his riches, they do not serve him. The greedy man possesses them as a sick man possesses a fever. They torment him, and he cannot rest. His bedchamber is not a place of peace, and his headrest denies him sleep. He is tormented by dreams of loss, and thieves assume the visage of demons. Of what good are gold and silver when an abundance causes so much wickedness? Have they not stripped countless women of their virtue? The metals the great God placed in the bosom of earth to serve man have become his master, but blame not the metals, for they of themselves are neutral. Are they not found in abundant quantities among the worst types of men, and are they not held in greatest esteem by the weakling who thinks they provide a substitute for the strength he lacks? The poor man lacks many things, but the avaricious man denies himself everything that is good. Expect no kindness from the avaricious man, for how can he be kind to another when his greed makes him so cruel to himself? How can he respond to affection when his affections are enwrapped in unfeeling things? As a cancer to the body, so is avariciousness to the soul. Greed is king in the land of the small heart. Greed has seduced as many women as have soft words. To be thrifty and provident is natural and good, but avariceness is an unnatural perversion of these virtues and therefore evil. The first good thing an avaricious man does is to die, and his death, the first benefit he bestows on man. Marriage to an avaricious man is like living in a residence without furniture. In olden times, when men dwelt beneath the sun beyond the mountains, the avaricious man was not known. Yet they had both riches and contentment. Their life was abundant and joyful. What then happened to men? Perhaps it was these things which they had that changed them. If so, can we be wiser? Pontus taught that those who lacked contentment and comfort, prosperity and plenty, inherited the lands of those who had them, and this may be a lesser law. In these things, the writings are silent. Chapter 39. Vanity. Behold the boisterous man and observe the vain one. They are arrayed in conspicuous attire, and their desire is to attract the attentions of men. They seek the gathering places and find their pleasure in the midst of the crowd, for a little attraction is to be found in their own company. The vain man scorns wisdom and knowledge. Decency and reserve are strangers to him. He oppresses his inferiors and is insolent to his superiors, who in turn look down upon his weakness with amusement. He despises the judgment of others and rejects the counsel of his friends. He relies upon his own opinions and is confounded. He pursues bubbles which break at his touch, while trampling underfoot the solid substance which could bring him respect. His imagination exalts his stature, but it is a magnified shadow without substance, a thing visible to none but himself. He delights in the adulation of others. He cares not for the welfare of any but himself. He whom the multitude praises and acclaims, what is he but the mirror of its vanity and the froth on the surface of its weaknesses? The multitude is fickle and unstable, and the mob a collection of fools. The wise man and the real man do not degrade themselves for such of these. Behold the vain man, a stream of insincere words pour forth from his hypocritical tongue. He knows the words returned by the wagging of ignorant tongues are no better. Yet he laps them up as a thirsty dog laps foul water. He swallows his own praise with the greed of a swine, but the flatterer comes along and eats him up. Be not one of these puffballs, a bladder filled with wind. Magnify not your stature because of your knowledge, nor be vain because of your attractions. What are you like within? Are you but a false-fronted fool or an unmasked whore? Ask these things of your spirit in the silences. Remember that the lover of praise rarely deserves it, and that to him life is but the shadow of a dream. The things that are worthwhile lie beyond his grasp, for he can see no further than his own reflection and is bedazzled by its useless glitter. If you become great, having once been lowly, or if having been destitute, have acquired possessions, forget not what has happened to you in the days that are past. Place not your whole trust, nor build your hopes on the things which have, after all, but come as a gift from God. You would not be superior to any other man if what had happened to you had happened to him. Is it by your own manliness and goodness that you have risen? Carry yourself according to your present estate, and in higher positions you will carry yourself with befitting dignity. Remember that he who thinks too highly of himself when there is no cause also belittles and insults others. Heed the advice of those qualified to give it, and if unpalatable, remember that advice is never liked by those who need it most. Do good while you live, disregarding what men say about you, for the wicked and weak are ever jealous of the strong and good. Never indulge in loud-mouthed boasting, lest you bring down the contempt of better men upon your head. Never belittle the deeds of another, for it makes known your own inferiority. Vanity deceives none but the vain. Like a bladder filled with air, they collapse at the prick of ridicule. The vain man is blind to his own failings, and thus others see them more clearly. Chapter 40. Envy. The heart of the envious man is all gall and bitterness. His tongue spits forth venom, and the success of his neighbors lengthens his nights. The worms of hatred and malice feast upon his heart, and his soul is corrupt and decayed. His face reflects but dimly the fearsome thing within. His spirit finds no cause for gladness in the good fortune of another. His heart, instead of rejoicing, churns and sinks fangs of bitterness into itself. The soul writhes under the distorting agony. No flame of goodness warms the spirit of the envious man, and it perishes in the chill bleakness. He sits alone, enveloped in a soul-misforming cloud of malice and envy, and to his poisoned thoughts, the good fortune of another appears to be a thing of evil. He hates those who excel him and encompasses himself with a wall of wickedness, so that he is cut off from the good of earth. His little heart schemes the downfall of others, but he himself falls into the pit, which has been dug. He is ever on the alert for evil and on watch for wickedness, for they are never far from him. They overwhelm him, and his spirit flounders in the seething seas. The soothing breezes of goodness never caress his spirit, and it languishes within him as a drab and feeble thing. Lacking goodness himself, he believes that all others are like him, and so puts an evil interpretation on all their deeds. He is detested by all men, and the day comes when he is cast out from among them. When shall we see the day? Envy, malice, and hatred are soul cankers. Envy is the heart's recognition of its own littleness. Chapter 41, Bad Temper. Hot-headed man cannot restrain himself. He exposes his weakness before all men. He shrieks his fury, and his voice soars up to the unheeding heavens. He tears himself apart and casts his body into weariness. He rages like a destructive fire among the reeds, which blaze up in a gust of flame and then are no more. Only blackened ashes remain. The real man smiles at his futility and quietly goes his way. Turn your back on the bad-tempered man. Leave him to his own company, that he may consume himself. The fire that blazes in his belly shall reduce him to pale nothingness. Bad temper is no more than the mask of a weak and frightened man. Akin to a bad-tempered man is the rash man. Engage not in any undertaking with him, or you will be left to carry its burden. In its fury, the whirlwind hurls down trees and destroys the places of cultivation. In its convulsions, the earthquake tears open the land and destroys the works of men. Such is the likeness of the hot-headed man, who in his rage wrecks the peacefulness of his surroundings. Consider the extent of your own patience and forbearance. Has your temper been tested in fires of provocation? You have turned from the rage of the lesser man, but have you considered yourself under his provocation? Let his futile raging be as a warning to you that in the time of temper's trial it shall remain before your eyes. Remain passive when the waves of passion seethe within you. The wise captain remains in harbor during the violence of the storm. Remain calm under the provocation of insolence, and refuse to be baited by insult. If you mete out chastisement, it would be better done with unnecessary wrath. The sword drawn by a raging man is half wielded by his opponent. Bad temper is a sign of weakness, for it indicates lack of self-control. It is a failing of weaklings. The real man is able to remain calm at all times, but if, when pushed to extremity, the bounds of wrath are broken, then there is no better time for departure. If the fires of bad temper rise up hotly to consume your heart, walk away and quench them in the quiet waters of solitude. The matter in hand can await a better day. An insolent man can provoke a weakling so that he will consume himself in words of fire, but in the wise man he kindles naught but disdain. The floodwaters of bad temper rise in the mountains of weakness and folly, but they drain away into the seas of remorse and regret. Let he who so desires consume himself with rage, for bad temper is as useless as the waves of the sea without wind. The wrathful man rides a mad horse and is carried to destruction. Chapter 42, Lying and Deceit. Avoid the liar, turn from his path, but fear him not. For falsehood is the weapon of cowardice. A lying tongue reveals a craven heart. Lies, deceit are the merchandise of the weakling and coward. Avoid contamination from their foul wares by shunning their company. Putrid meat defiles the pure air. Leave the liar alone to squat in his web of falsehood, spread for the unwary. Despise his shifty men, his front is bold and his manner confident. His words are strong, but within his heart trembles and his spirit is shrouded under a mantle of fear. Lying and slander, weapons despised and rejected by the real man, loom large in the armaments of the weakling. The tongue of the liar is a shovel wherewith a pit is dug to trap the innocent. He who makes himself the friend of the liar lacks wisdom, for the friendship of a double-tongued one is like dwelling in an abode built over a morass. God turns his back on the hawker of lies, and an abomination to him is the man who nourishes a secret grudge. If any man voices to you a grudge nourished secretly in his heart, shun him as the plague. Neither do nor say anything which will make the false words of a liar to appear as the truth. Commit no deed which supports his speech. Leave him to peddle his slimy wares among the weaklings and fools. Silence lies as well as speech. The heart can lie as well as the tongue. There is the lying deed as well as the lying word. A liar is betrayed as often by his deeds as by his words, for his deeds are cowardly while his speech is bold. The liar seeks to deceive himself as well as others, for he knows himself for what he really is. Being hateful even to himself, he wishes to make himself different. He practices deceit not only upon others, but upon himself. The man of lies is never wholly joyful, for he walks with the ever-present fear of exposure. Despise him, for he is unworthy of hate. The deceitful man lays a trap at his own doorstep. Avoid his habitation as you would the hole of a scorpion. If a man deceives you once, he will do so again. Disdain all flattery, for a man should be above such things. Flattery is the handmaiden of deceit and the child of hypocrisy. Let all your dealings with men be straightforward and open. Have no dealings with those of the double tongue. A liar, like a serpent, cannot follow a straight path. The cowardly spirit trembles as it walks in deceitful ways. Fear and servility breed lies as filth spawns maggots, and he who deals in them is to be despised. Though the deceiver successfully fools all men, he cannot deceive his own soul, nor escape its constant rebuke. Could he but see the horror he is fashioning, he would recoil before its hideousness. The deceiver is like an apple which appears wholesome without, but under the skin is rotten and full of worms. Like the liar, he has the heart and bearing of a slave, for within himself he is not free. Therefore, if by weakness you are tempted to avoid the burden of manliness, to ease the strain of living by recourse to lies and deceit, cast all such temptation aside, retain your manhood and spare your soul. Deceit may bring gain, and lies respite, but the cost is high, for you brand your everlasting soul. Deceitfulness, like disease, grows from a small seed, and once implanted cannot be easily rooted out. Of what use is a healthy body if the spirit within be eaten up by the loathsomeness of despicable ways? The tongue of a castrated man is thick with a guile, for lack of manhood induces unmanly ways. Manhood is not only the cultivation of manliness, but also the mastery over unmanly ways. A slippery tongue may deceive many, but prudence will secure the wise. A man is known by his companions. He who lives on a dung heap will stink in a perfumed garden. Chapter 43. The Hypocrite. Akin to the liar is the hypocrite. His lips are like honey from the date, but his tongue resembles a poisoned dagger. Like the spider, he kisses to kill. He arches his tail like a scorpion ready to strike, or swings back like the crocodile preparing for the vicious sweep. He mouths sweet things, but the cruel sting lies behind them. He is like the serpent which holds on to its venom though its back be broken. Lift it aside in compassion, and it will return you with death. Have no dealings with the hypocrite, for he speaks fair to your face, but when you churn, raises his hand to strike. His opinions are secret, for in case of misjudgment, he has not the courage to stand by them. The man who says he is the friend of all is the friend of none. The standard demanded of friendship is so high that a man's friends may be counted on his fingers, in most cases on those of one hand. What a man does is important, not what he feels, thinks, or believes. The hypocrite thinks one thing and does another. His deeds do not accord with his beliefs. When truth is spoken, he is ill at ease. but when falsehood flows from his lips, his eye is steady. The hypocrite will always be among men, for wherever they are gathered in concourse, there will be found those who excel over others. In the ranks of the inferior ones will be those who practice the dark arts of hypocrisy and deceit to raise themselves up to the level of their betters. This the hypocrite and deceiver can never do. He will never be a real man, and his nature will forever remain that of a weakling. Therefore, if you would be a real man, avoid hypocrisy in all forms, despise and shun the deceiver, and walk not in his ways. Let your tongue be straight, and bring forth that which is in your heart. Let all your plans and deeds come from the heart. For if you follow not its dictates, then you are a hypocrite. If you praise a man to his face or agree with his argument because of his favor and not because it echoes in your own heart, then you are a hypocrite. If you say a thing to one man and follow a course against your word with another, you are a hypocrite. Keep in your heart the simple charms of truth and forsake her not. For though she may not reward you obviously after the manner of men, that which she does bestow is beyond estimation. If you stand within the precincts of a temple in the manner of a worshipper, but your heart is not there, then you are a hypocrite. If you call a man friend, but would not make a sacrifice for him or stand by him in his hour of need, you are a hypocrite. If you follow the cause of another for your own ends and not for the cause, unless you state this before, then you are a hypocrite. If one of the brotherhood of the slippery tongue be known to you, expose him to other men, that they may know him and escape his wiles. If he be not an immediate threat, it is sufficient if you ignore him and indicate your feelings by your manner. The real man is above the ways of hypocrisy, for these things grow from the roots of meanness and avarice, the wasteland weeds of a desolated spirit. He scorns to stoop to the falsity of the hypocrite, or to sacrifice his manhood at the altar of deceit. The heart of the hypocrite can never be understood. His words are arrayed in finery under the disguise of truth, while he goes about his business of deceit. He laughs in sorrow and weeps in joy. None know his heart, nor can his words be interpreted. Black in the heart becomes white on the tongue, and white in the heart becomes black. He labors in dark places like a mole and believes himself safe. He toils diligently among the dirt and thinks himself clean. Then his efforts bring him out into the light, and exposed for what he is, men kick him aside. His days are filled with the deeds of cunning, and his time occupied with schemes of deceit, but his nights are insecure, and sleep withholds its blessing, for the spirit within cannot find rest. The day comes when his disguise is torn off, and he stands naked for all to see what lies beneath. Men who are deceived hide their foolishness in mockery, and all turn from him in scorn. Even hypocrite turns on hypocrite, for they deceive themselves and cannot be loyal to one another. The hypocrite and deceiver refuses to recognize himself for what he really is. He cannot look his spirit in the face. The security of a hypocrite lies in his own deceitfulness, but walls of deceit can be overthrown by a tap from the Father of truth. The hypocrite hates all men, for he knows that when his fortress of falsehood is breached, they will drag him out into the open and reveal him in his true likeness. The lair of the hypocrite and deceiver is sweetly perfumed like a garden of 1,000 joys, but touched by the feather of truth, it becomes a stinking mire. If you pray out of habit or give generously for praise, or if you do good for the sake of acclaim, then you are a hypocrite. The hypocrite, the liar, and the deceiver are brothers, and all distort their souls. Truth can fall from their lips, but it is usually in the form of bait. Chapter 44. Slander. The malicious word of the slanderer is like a barbed and poisoned dart, and swifter to destroy than the whirlwind. The slanderer casts down the good works of men with the tempest of his vile breath. His spite undermines the peace of households, and his tongue builds temples of deceit. The mouth of the slanderer is like a cesspool from which nothing comes forth but bad smells. The tongue of the scandal monger is like a maggot. It spreads rottenness where once all was wholesome. It hatches the filth upon which it feeds. Filth begets filth, and while bewailing its existence, the slanderer and scandalmonger fill their bellies with it. The utterances which pour from the mouth of the slanderer are hornets bent on harm and destruction. He is the father of lies, the servant of wickedness. He is the evil ferryman of whom our fathers spoke. Cast out the scandalmonger from among you. His thoughts hunt in the mists of dark places, and what he brings forth are the ingredients of mischief and woe. His tongue is the whip that lashes the graceful back of gracious truth. If the water be dirty, can the linen be clean though washed 10 times over? His words are barbed and his tongue poisoned. He is the cure's whelp, and his habitation should be a dung heap. He is jealous of the contentment and joys of others, which he cannot know. Therefore he causes enmity and sorrow to arise among them, and therein he finds his perverted pleasure. Never permit the slanderer or scandalmonger to greet you as a friend, lest you lose the regard of your neighbors. Avoid his son, for a rotten tree does not bear sound fruit. The unbridled tongue of the gossiping scandalmonger seeks out trouble and spreads it abroad. If it cannot be found, he will make it, for to him it is a commodity. Treat him as a worm beneath your feet, and let his words be as the buzzing of flies in your ear. The venom of a serpent remains potent until the beast is dead, but the venom which drips from the tongue of a slanderer persists long after earth has been relieved of its burden. Turn your just wrath upon all men of evil, for there is a limit, beyond which forbearance cannot go. He of the spiteful, wagging tongue will run from you like a mangy dog before reproof. Be warned by the brotherhood of the wagging tongue. Take care to guard yours at all times, for an unguarded tongue runs to loose talk. The tongue of a man filled with potent drink is like a horse with the bit in its teeth. Be on guard when discussing the absent one, lest you do him wrong, for rarely is the absent one in the right. Place not your ear at the hatchway, nor listen to the talk and counsel that it may be repeated on the streets. Never collect with your ears in one man's home, and empty the catch through your mouth in another's. Chapter 45. Friendship. The man without a friend should be avoided, for he is a man of iniquity. For every man should have one friend, and no more than he can count on his fingers. He who is a good friend will never lack friends, but he who thinks he has many friends has none. There is no greater loneliness than that of a man who lives only for himself, but better by far to be alone than in bad company. Do no mean or deceitful thing in the name of friendship. He who by turning a friendship to his own advantage wrongs a friend, he is unworthy of friendship and should be marked among men. He who calls another friend while disliking him secretly, or who speaks ill of him to another, is a hypocrite and to be despised. A friend is not the companion of a day, nor the acquaintance of a month. Friendships may be made in good times, but it is the testing times or hardship and adversity that friendship is established. Friends are for hard times, not for good. No man worthy of the name will desert his friends in distress. A friendship does not cease when there is dispute, nor when one falls into error. These are the testing times of friendship. Make not a friend of the man of evil speech, or whose ways are evil. Waste not your goods on a man of short acquaintance. The companionship of a wise and contented man, even though he be in prison, is better than a rash and foolish one who has wronged you. For though you may find it in your heart to forgive him, he will always be ill at ease in your company. To keep your friends, owe them nothing and lend them nothing. In suffering and sorrow, judge your friend not by the tears he shed, nor by his moans, for the greatest afflictions go beyond such outward expression. A rich man or man of position has none he can call friend. Unless he knew him before acquiring possessions and importance, a friend is one who has been tried under adversity, for this is the touchstone of friendship. He who says, "I have many friends," is a fool, for real friends are more rare than lapis lazuli in the wilderness. The false friend, the hypocritical friend, and the fair-weather friend are far more common than are the real friends. The real friends who are least genuine often appear as the best ones. The false friend oftentimes seems the most desirable. The friend of convenience is an easy acquisition, but the friend who will remain when calamity strikes is harder to gain than the bronze breastplate. The man who has friends possesses treasures beyond price. The man who has riches and no friends is poor indeed. Say not, "Were I rich, I would have friends." How could you know? A friend is not one who agrees with your argument. He is not one who frequents your abode. He is not one who sings your praises, nor is he one who converses pleasantly or bears gifts. He is one who encourages you when misfortune presses, who lends his arm when you are down, who walks by your side when men flee, and who silences your opponents when you are not there. He who supports you in the presence of opposition is a good friend, but he who champions you when you are not there is a better one. He who helps you to victory is worthy of the name of friend, but he who remains by your side in defeat is a friend beyond doubt. Chapter 46, Speech. Speech is the most sociable of all attributes of man. It raises him above the beast and reveals his heart to a friend. Make yourself a craftsman in speech, and in a contest of words you will become the victor. The master is deft of speech, while the servant is clumsy. High rank and skill in speech are inevitable companions, but to a hasty-tempered or irresponsible man, the gift of the golden tongue is like a sharp sword in the hands of a madman. The tongue is the mightiest of weapons, and fair speech wins more battles than fighting. It is also true to say that without speech there would be less strife. To speak well, you must speak honestly and from the heart. A dishonest tongue is a traitor within your walls which will betray you. An inconsistent tongue leads among many devious paths, and you are lost. If you say a thing in one place and contradict yourself in another, you will be wanted in neither. Your testimonies should at all times and in all places support themselves. Speak quietly and to the point. Conserve your words. The weakling is a mere word-wasting, word-slinging tongue-wagger. Be not like him. Speak firmly and to the point, graciously, without malice or ill feeling. Consider carefully your choice of words. One capable of two meanings issuing from your mouth without thought and being repeated elsewhere may turn men against you. The tongue has overthrown many men and brought them to ruin. The tongue has built a prison for many men. Many words batter down the gates of content, and regret enters, but silence will never betray contentment. In silence there is safety. A closed mouth safeguards tranquility. If accused by a liar, return to a firm answer, remembering that he will also be a coward. His falsity will bear him off. Fine speech flows not from the places of instruction alone, nor is it the prerogative of the wise men. It may be found among men who carry water, or the women who sit at the grindstone. An abundant supply of words is not enough. Like a necklace, they must be strung together in harmony and grace. Converse with the ignorant man, as well as with the wise one, for wisdom is not wholly in the keeping of the wise. Does a physician learn from the sick or from the healthy? If you encounter one who displays better craftsmanship in speech than you, do not set yourself up against him to contest his words. Show your discretion in silence, bearing in mind that, in many cases, silence is more effective than a bombardment of words. Then, too, if you remain silent, men will credit you with a greater ability and say, "Had he spoken, he would have been overwhelmed and his argument refuted." There is a time for talk and a time for silence, and wise is he who knows the difference. He who speaks when he has no argument confounds himself, but if he remains silent, men may say he might have had a case. Speak not until you have full understanding of a matter and can explain it even to he who knows more, and matters close to your heart. Never fear that you will be lost for words, for if the heart be wrung, the mouth will be open to eloquence. Even a dumb man makes a noise when kicked. When you have nothing to say, say nothing. Never lash the air with your tongue. He who speaks for the sake of hearing his own voice has an audience of one, and he, a fool. Applause is a spur to the real man, but an end and aim to the foolish man and weakling. Better the silent acclaim in the heart than the outpouring of noisy applause. The loud mouth discloses an ignorant heart. The babbling man destroys instructive conversation, for it is overwhelmed and swept aside in his torrent of words. The ear becomes weary with listening and closes itself in sleep. Even the humble hen fowl is more productive than a babbling man. It lays an egg before it cackles. A large outflowing of words is followed by regret and disquiet of heart. But beside the still pool of silence there is tranquility and safety. The unthinking man gives full rein to his wayward tongue. His speech gallops away out of control, and he crashes at the hurdles of foolishness erected by his own words. Let wisdom be the sentinel guarding the exit from mouth, that no demon formed of words may escape to destroy your peace. If you speak with the headman, choose your words with care. If your counsel pleases, he will remember you when others seek promotion. Never give misleading evidence before the judges, or speak in a manner which may lead to misinterpretation. If your neighbor lay fetid in a place of confinement because of your unruly tongue, his shade would haunt your bedchamber. Fine words are out of place on the lips of a fool and lies on those of a governor. A falsehood spoken by a lowly man is less wicked than one told by a man of position and estate. Even a fool, if he keep his mouth shut, may appear wise. The slow-speaking witness speaks firmly and frames the speech in truth. He who speaks with haste leads his tongue towards falsehood. Truth is burnished by the cautious tongue, and its careful winnowing of words absolves it from error. Avoid the lewd speech of ignorant men, for this is the consolation of slaves, even as lying is the refuge of the servile. Abusive words should never be hurled against those who stir you to wrath, for always they will return, like echoes from a cliff. Become a craftsman with words, that your tongue may command products of intricate splendor and power, which will confound your adversaries and raise. Chapter 47. Chatterer. Avoid the chattering man and babbler, for he makes a noise to hide his own emptiness. The quiet man is his master. Let he of the clacking tongue sit among the women. The noisy man is a weakling afraid to meet himself in solitude. Whether he is going away or coming back, he continues to chatter. His speech is of little consequence and belabors the ears to tiredness. He gossips and turns his own abode upside down as well as the dwellings of others. His tongue clatters and labors from dawn to dusk but produces nothing. His tongue forms structures of wind. There are less chatterers among men than among women, but a chattering man is 10 times worse than a chattering woman. Yet the quaking tree is called woman tongue. Be not like the wagging-tongued man yourself. An unbridled horse is difficult to control. Open not your ears to tales of your neighbor's doings. Can you think of no better things? Give ear to nothing but that which lies within the orbit of your own interests. Repeat not the words of another unless for a useful purpose. Let your tongue spread no report, except of that which is good, retaining details of wickedness within your belly. Man was given 1 tongue and 2 ears, that he might speak half as much as he hears. Let the ears collect all that is spoken, the heart filter the good from the bad, and the mouth pour forth all that is beneficial. The tongue moves most when the hands are still. It labors hardest when the body is idle. Nothing issues from the mouth of a chatterer but empty words, which beat the air with wings of futility. He who gives ear to his foolishness encourages the waster of words and makes a rod for his own back. The ears of a chatterer are close to his own empty talk. Were this not so, he would place his head in the mouth of a crocodile. Kick a full pitcher and it stands firm, making no sound. Kick an empty one, and it rattles. He who talks most does least. It is the silent men who do things. The chattering man is not but an annoyance. His clacking tongue deadens the ears, and his babbling lips pour forth irritating barbs. Pleasantness of speech and instructive conversations are good, but gossip, idle chatter, evil. Chapter 48, Conduct. Be dignified when in the presence of lowly people. If common people, talk not above their understanding. Whether or not you are at ease with them is unimportant, but whether they are at ease with you is important, for to put a man of lowly estate at ease is no small accomplishment. Be not boastful at any time, for the braggart brings scorn down upon his head. Go not into the dwelling of another man unless invited. Never enter when he is absent unless with some purpose in his interests. Never place yourself in a position with his womenfolk where he shall have cause to suspect your motives. Good manners mark the real man, and the secret of good manners is strength of heart and self-confidence. Gentle manners and soft words have carved harder stones than harsh blows. Never interrupt a man when he is speaking, nor anticipate his words. Always hesitate before answering, and if the argument becomes inflamed, break it off and go your way. A prudent man knows his limitations. When in the presence of your superior, speak with caution but freely and in a steady voice with a straightforward manner. Stand upright with hands at side or resting before you. Let your manner be calm, grave. Let nothing provoke you to a hasty reply. If a guest, eat moderately, but never eat while another stands hungry. Accept graciously that which is put on your table. But if seated at food which many people hold in distaste, abstain from the food you like. Whatever the food put before you, never disdain it, unless it be against your conscience. Sit not while one who is higher in your calling stands. Sit not while one stands who is weaker. Accept no table while your superior lacks one. Keep your eyes from the doings of your neighbor in his own abode. It is his domain, and his actions therein his own affair. What you see is stolen from his privacy. This is bad enough, but to disclose it to another is vile. When you meet a friend, greet him wholeheartedly. When you meet an acquaintance, greet him warmly but with a greater reserve. Never touch the womenfolk of another household or speak with them on intimate terms. Treat them as you would wish your own womenfolk to be treated. If to you, the respect due to your womenfolk is unimportant, remember that better men think otherwise and treat them accordingly. Do all things according to the decrees of propriety and decency. Forget not the obligations of manhood, nor neglect the responsibilities you have to your family. Spare a thought for those who rest in the bosom of the mountain. It is fitting and proper that a man give due consideration to his body after he has no further use for it must not pollute the earth with corruption. If it be granted responsiveness as a channel of good, decline not the honors men would bestow upon it. Prepare yourself a tomb upon the mountainside, where your body may be hidden. Neglect not to do this while you remain in health and strength, and all other activity should be set aside to this end. Thus, you will take your place among the ancient ones who rest secure in their caves. Leave this to no other, lest calamity descend upon you from their lack of care. None will have as much interest in the final rites as yourself, therefore be prudent and careful. Do these things on your own behalf. When the shadowy form of the grim one beckons you to the dark portal, do not bewail the hour of his coming. In due course, he comes to all and carries the young as well as the aged. The welcome, you have prepared yourself. What have you to fear? At all times, whatever the circumstances, bear yourself manfully, with courage and fortitude. Set an example to others by ever reaching out to the limits of your capabilities, that the heritage you leave to the coming generations of men be that they grow better through the ages. Chapter 49, Officials. Keep on good terms with the administrative officer of your district. Give him no cause to scrutinize the conduct of affairs under your control. Give him refreshment when he passes your residence, and report faithfully on all matters requiring his attention. If he sends you on a mission, treat it as a matter of confidence. It is something between him and you. Talk about it to no man, lest you gain the reputation of being a man of unbaked clay. If at the behest of fate you have been raised to the position of a governor over the people, consider the importance of your trust rather than the importance of your position. Watch the manner of the people. Do they acclaim you at your entrance to the city or at your departure? It is your duty to set a course that is wholly right and to pursue it until your administration comes as close to perfection as is possible. Let the goodness of your days remain as an everlasting memorial. Be patient and courteous. Never speak harshly or petulantly from the security of your position, for this is cowardly. Listen to the plea of the petitioner with diligence and care. Let your thoughts not wander idly. This is an important matter to him. If your attitude of attention is a false facade, then you are a hypocrite, and the extent of your hypocrisy accords with your rank. Bear with him in patience, and stop not the flow of words until he has emptied his heart and said the things he came to say. If the decision be just, a reasonable man will accept the rejection of his plea with good grace, providing he has been given a fair hearing. When two come before you, weigh not the scales in favor of either. You are he who holds the balances. Let others add the weights. Let the people not say, "Why has man been given power when he knows not of its use?" If you cannot perform your own great task, how can you condemn one who fails in a lesser one? If you are sent to a city where there is turmoil and unrest among the people, to quell the strife and seek its cause, handle the multitude carefully, for there may be reason for complaint. Seek the matter out, showing injustice and partiality to none. Incline not to those who are powerful, but deliver the findings with indifference. First adjust matters, and then judge. Your first duty is to justice, and it must not be subservient to the power or interest of any man. The governor who, in upholding the statutes of men, turns his face away from justice is a man of evil. Justice is above kings, it is above rulers. The magistrate is not the maker of justice, for it is not a thing made on earth. He is but its servant and administrator. Lawmakers make laws, but they cannot make justice. They can only strive to reach it. Did not the voice of God say, "Let no earthly institution claim to be the fountainhead of justice"? Here the best men can do is to make the nearest possible approach to justice. On earth it is unobtainable in purity and perfection. You who are an official must bear the burden of your office gracefully and with dignity. Be not presumptuous because of it. Is it the result of your own efforts or those of your father, who had you instructed? Was this done by your own efforts and substance? Bear patiently with the poor man, for he has little on earth to console him. Let your interpretation of justice lighten his days. Never be rude to the inarticulate man, for this displays your unworthiness. Never create trouble for the lowly, for they already have their burden. Let your arm be ever ready to guard the unprotected, ease the plight of the destitute, and turn not your face from the misery of the hungry. If you turn a hungry man away unsatisfied, and he steals to satisfy the hunger, how can you who are well-fed judge him? The good official upholds the statutes of the land with one arm and supports the widow and orphan with another. He defends the afflicted against the weaklings who oppose them. He interprets the statutes with indifference to the estate and titles of any man. When in his presence all men become equal in rights. He safeguards all that men enjoy. His sympathies are with the lowly and oppressed, and his hand falls heavily on the wrongdoer. It is not sufficient to punish the wrongdoer. You must seek out the cause of his wrongdoing. It may be committed willfully or in ignorance or because of the oppression of circumstances. Punishment cannot be meted equally to all men. There is no greater abomination that the corrupt official, and the king who retains one is unworthy to rule. A good magistrate is the servant of justice, not of the king, and often the time comes when he cannot serve both. Then is the testing time of his manhood. The highest form of justice on earth is the redress of human injustice. But where is the administrator sufficiently capable? Chapter 50, Laws of Men. The laws of men are arrayed in pomposity to conceal their shortcomings. They conceal within themselves the seeds of injustice. Yet they are not to be held in disrepute. For with all their failings, nevertheless they reach a high pinnacle of achievement. Yet be not unduly bedazzled by them, but see them for what they truly are, the utmost limit of man's reach for perfection. The laws of men will never eliminate the wrongdoer, for many crimes are permitted by inadequacy of the statutes, and many more through the multiplicity of laws aimed at their prevention. Criminals are made by laws. One crime fathered by the lawmakers is worse than 10 wrongdoers escaping the penalty for their deeds. When those who rule are harsh or vainglorious or weak and petty, then the people groan under a heavy burden of unwarranted laws. He who promises a wrongdoer that retribution will be withheld or mitigated if he confess his guilt is unwise, but if he later repudiate his word after receiving the confession, he is a man of evil. If he be powerful, his wrong is even greater. When he who is powerful inflicts torture upon one who is but suspect of wrongdoing, he commits an evil deed, not only against one who may be innocent, but against his own soul. Can reason be satisfied with a confession wrung from agony in this manner? The pain will move his tongue to state what is required from him. Can truth be established by such means? Justice weeps at the justice of men. They who serve justice best are those who acknowledge their own limitations in serving her. Chapter 51. Social Obligations. Son of calamity, give thought to your manifold needs and contemplate your many imperfections, then consider the reason for which you have been endowed with speech and affection. Is it not that you might develop in association with others of your kind the things which cannot be developed in solitude? Therefore, if in being with them you receive benefit from others, do you not owe them an obligation in return? The food you eat, the garments you wear, the abode wherein you dwell, the armed men who protect you, the roads and waterways, the comforts and pleasures you enjoy, are not all these due to the efforts of others and the results of their labors? Therefore should you not give in return? The very nature of life declares your obligation. Why then should you shirk the task? If you would enjoy contentment of heart, cooperate in harmony with others, and strive to attain prosperity within the prosperity of your neighbors. Close fast your ear to the barbed words of the slanderer, and let the clacking tongue of the gossip rattle in his head unheeded. Let not the weaknesses and frailties of others become a source of pleasure. Chapter 52. Food and Drink. Dally not unduly at the eating table, nor spend too long in beer drinking. He who overeats or overdrinks quickly becomes a fat sluggard, his belly bloated and his wit dull. Women mock his lack of manhood. Hanker not for fancy food or meat that is highly spiced, for it will create a sword in the stomach and a glowing ember in your gullet. Dainty food and delicate dishes are the pleasures of women, and not to be denied them. Gluttony is a disgrace to manhood, for as a man grows in girth he declines in vigor. One thing replaces another. He who eats little is zestful, while he who gorges himself is sluggish. He whose greatest interest lies in satisfying the demands of the stomach is a reproach to manhood, for he is dominated by his appetite. The stomach always cries for more than it requires. Never do anything that arises from the consumption of strong drink, for what you do will be done without thought. Caution flees the heart when strong drink enters the mouth. The tongue, motivated by strong drink, is wayward, and the mouth which permits its entry incautious. If, while under the domination of strong drink, you fall and injure yourself, none will waste sympathy upon you. Even those who know you will pass you by and leave you where you fell. There is little harm in drinking, which delights the heart or makes a meeting of men more convivial. The dividing line is whether strong drink is the master or the servant. When a man ceases to speak, think, and act in his normal manner, it is the point of departure between him and the companionable cup. The real man has a casual acquaintanceship with the drinking shop, but to many who are weaklings, it is home. Sufficient food maintains health. Overmuch destroys it. Beer drunk in moderation does no harm, and wine in small quantities can bring contentment and pleasure. When you savor the delightful ripeness of fig or orange, covenant with it in your heart, saying, "The life that dwells in you, I absorb into my body as a sacrifice at the altar of life." As you were sacrificed to me in the name of life, so shall I sacrifice to life. The tree that would have been your resurrection shall grow within my spirit and bring forth the fruit of benevolence and joy. The delightful fruit, which would have been your offspring, shall grow to maturity as fragrant thoughts within my heart. The sweet perfume, which would have been wind-borne from your blossoms, shall flow from my lips as the nectar of kindness and affection. You have not been destroyed wantonly, but joined to a greater stream of life. Chapter 53, Home. Build yourself a residence of your own when you find no peace in a dwelling shared with others. A home is a man's anchor. It's a woman's sanctuary. Take unto yourself a wife to share your abode. Though a man may build a dwelling place, it needs a woman's hand to make it a home. Always suffer the mistress of your household to talk about you, for in her eyes you are more important than anything else. A woman must necessarily discuss her husband, as a man must talk about his calling. Attempt not to direct her about the affairs of the household. Say not to her, "Where is this?" or "Where have you put that?" when you know she puts them in their proper places. Set your eye to watch her, observe her ways carefully, and then appreciate her good management. Pleasant is the lot of the man who travels the road of life hand in hand with a thoughtful woman. Men do not naturally understand the ways of women. The man who interferes in housewifely affairs only sets his own home in confusion, and contentment will fly through the door. He who would enjoy peace in his residence must be open-hearted and considerate, but above all wise in his choice of a wife. Beware never to let the slanderer and scandal-monger cross your threshold. It is better to slay yourself than admit the fornicator, for he will destroy your joy and contentment. It is better to slay yourself than admit the fornicator, for he will destroy your joy and contentment. Outwardly, the members of your household may sing and rejoice, but within their hearts will be a cavern of sadness. If your friend comes and stands without, admit him as one of your household. Greet him with warmth and kindness, and make him welcome within. Let your womenfolk attend to all his wants, for he is your friend and will not dishonor your household. If one comes visiting bearing gifts, accept them graciously, and let him enter. Judge him not by rumor, but as you find him, letting caution remain in attendance. If he be worthy of your friendship, he will know many who do not call him friend. Do not present to him a smiling countenance, while your heart remains sullen, or you are a hypocrite. Guests are always bringers of pleasure of some kind, if not in their arrival, then with their departure. If one comes with a request, never say, "Come again tomorrow, and I will give," when it is in your power to give today. Thus speaks the weakling and coward. Consider your family and friends, what they are like, for they are clear pools wherein you see yourself reflected. A man has the wife, family, and friends he deserves. What precious things have you within your dwelling, that you safeguard them behind fastened doors? Have you gold and silver? Have you gemstones or fine works of copper? These may be kept safe by bolts and bars, but the greatest possessions of man cannot be held securely by such simple means. Have you peace? Have you quietude there? Do you share your home with joy and contentment? Do you hide memories there? Or have you stored things of beauty to stir the soul? Does love reign as queen of your home, or are you under the tyranny of strife? Is your dwelling a haven of joy and a sea of sorrow? Is it the treasure house of sympathy and understanding? Or do you reside in a place harboring naught but luxury and comfort, where the stifling air is befouled with the unwholesome lust for ease? Comfort can always be invited in as a guest, but beware lest it stay, to become the master of the household. It is easier to be the slave of luxury than the master. Comfort may coax you into its snare with soft allurements, but the shackles it will place upon you are as finely forged brass. Its touch may be silken, but its grip metallic. Its voice may be soothing, but it sings of your downfall. Luxury may gently lull you to slumber, but while you sleep, it weaves a web of disaster. Comfort mocks at manliness and undermines the ramparts of fortitude. It jeers at virtue and stabs courage in the back. Yet comfort, luxury, are not things to be completely avoided, for held in rein they serve their purpose. However, let them be as servants and not rule as masters, for they are good servants but bad masters. Let your dwelling not become the tomb of manliness and the abode of the half alive. Home is not where the body rests, but where the heart resides, and where a man receives the most care for the least thanks. A good residence is built on a rock. A good home is established around a good woman. Chapter 54, Family Relationships, Son. He is your greatest joy, the Son, whom your heart's desire has begotten, the hope you hand down to the future. Yet the pleasures of fatherhood must be tempered by the need for chastisement, for the youth does not become a man without discipline. All youths grow up, but not all grow into men. Great are the duties of a father, and grave are his responsibilities towards his son, for the future of the youngster lies wholly in his hand. Remember that your son will imitate you in word and action, and that the best instruction is set by example. If you expect him to do that which you do not, or not do that which you do, then you are unjust and unworthy of your charge. If your son reaches manhood lacking the knowledge of things a man should know, if he possesses a sullen manner and an ill-disposed nature, if he is a weakling or dissipator, then he is a disgrace to you and a condemnation of your fatherhood. You have failed him in the most important duty of a man. Your son is what you have made him. If he grows up a failure or weakling, then add not to the unworthiness as a father by rejecting him. He remains flesh of your flesh and your responsibility and burden. In the fullness of time you can make amends. The first step in begetting worthy sons is to make a wise choice of their mother. Riches and position a father may not be able to give his son, but example, good counsel, discipline, and a guiding hand into manhood can be given by every father. These are the birthright of every son. Cursed be the despicable man who denies his own son this birthright. No man has ever turned from his father and departed from his household because he was not given riches and possessions, but many men have turned away from their fathers because they did not receive proper instruction, guidance, opportunity. Cursed be the man who accepts the joys of begetting his children but evades the responsibility of their upbringing. His sons will not forget, and his old age will be barren and filled with regret and self-reproach. Chastisement in the home is a proper preparation for the discipline of life. There is no other way by a wise and proper upbringing that a youngster can be prepared for life. It is not sufficient that his son be as good a man as his father. Life progresses and he must be made a better one. Whether your son grows up to be a blessing or a curse to his father, or whether he becomes useful or worthless, depends entirely upon your wisdom, your guidance, and your care. Think not that the task can be treated lightly, or you will live to regret your folly. The sapling may be bent to shape, but the tree is unalterable. If it be unseemly, other men will cut it down. Therefore, commence his instruction as he learns to walk, and as he grows, nourish his thoughts with the maxims of wisdom. Carefully guide his footsteps towards manhood, for there are many improper paths and pitfalls. Bend his nature in the right direction while it is still supple. Mold him in uprightness while he is still pliable. Turn him in the right direction during youth and watch his inclinations. If evil habits appear, weed them out before they take root and develop in strength. Chastise him with restraint, for overmuch punishment reveals defective upbringing. Let it be given only of necessity, for the most receptive ear of a son is that on his backside, which listens best when thrashed. Guide, but never drive. Always treat his mother with respect and affection, for if you find contentment and joy with your wife, you will find them with his. Leave him not with a heritage of sorrow. So shall he grow in comeliness and strength, a man of honor, noble, straightforward in his ways, a real man. He shall rise above lesser men as the great oak rises above the brushwood, and Though you may have failed in all else, this achievement will set the crown of success on your life. The virgin soil is yours to cultivate as you will. It is fertile and responsive. Let it not want for care, for it be unhusbanded, it will remain barren and unproductive. The good pasture that is neglected produces weeds in abundance. And who is blamed? The pasture or the husbandman? The seed which you sow will produce a crop to be reaped in the fullness of time. The weeds you neglect to pull up will multiply and pollute the harvest. A harvest of gladness and pride can be yours. According to your sowing and attention, so shall you reap. Deposit with him your treasures of stored knowledge, your hopes, your aspirations, and he will accumulate a profit greater than your dreams. He may transmute the ashes of failure and bitterness into the gold of success. Think well about your appearance in his eyes, for to him you are the inspiration or you are the handicap. Teach your son manly ways, for he is destined first of all and above all to be a man. Leave him not to acquire his nature in the chambers of women. A son needs the firm guiding hand of a man, for that of a woman is too soft. Instruct him in the ways of discipline and self-control, that he may be master of his life. Show him the wrong of boastfulness and the error of vainglory. Instruct him in the need for manly forbearance. Show him the wrongfulness of ingratitude and womanly ways. If he become a follower of falsehood, a deceiver or a hypocrite, then he is a memorial to your everlasting shame. Instruct him in the ways of moderation, in the ways of healthful living. Show him the folly of indiscretion, that he may avoid the pitfalls of life. Instruct him in the ways of diligence, that he may become a master of his craft. Show him the weakness of insecurity, that his heart may be strong. Instruct him in all the things wherein you have succeeded, and show him wherefore you have failed. Instruct him in the bearing of arms and in the art of combat and defense. For what use is it to teach him wisdom, to instruct him in skill and show him a good way of life, unless he has the ability to defend and retain these things? Is it not futile and a pitfall for his feet to instruct him to defend the weak, to fight for injustice, and to oppose the oppressor, unless he be given the ability and strength to do so? Would you send him against a lion armed with a twig? Are you going to instruct your son to fight for a cause and send him out to do combat unarmed? Would you give him possessions, home, and honor, and then deny him the skill to defend them? The law decrees that every desirable thing must be struggled. It must be struggled for and then defended when attained. Nothing that is good comes easily or is easily held. Give your son confidence in himself and in his people. Give him pride in his nation and in his kinsfolk. Instill into him by example the love of learning. If he lacks intelligence, he has hands, teach him a skill. Teach him to bear all things manfully, the good with reserve, misfortune with fortitude, and disaster with courage. Teach him to think and query and to reason. Teach him to rely upon his own judgment and to be self-sufficient within himself. If he ask no questions and agree with you on all things, inquire if he be really your son. If he spend too much time in the woman's quarters, turn him upside down. Instruct him early in the way of God, for unless the seed be planted early, the plant will not bloom in its season. Unless the fragrance of belief in the true God surround it, life is meaningless and empty, for it lacks warmth and vitality. It will have no purpose beyond pleasures that pass and the accumulation of things which will be taken away eventually. He will follow your good example. Show him the paths of contentment and peace. Deny him not a joyful childhood. Respect his mother, that he may learn respect for his own wife. Dispute not with your wife in his presence, lest he think it proper to dispute with his. That which you do, he will do likewise. And if you have not the wisdom to live peacefully within your own household, then he is the son of misfortune. Let not your son live apart from the things of your life. The thing you know now, he will know later. The things you do today, he will do tomorrow. You cannot teach your son courage and duty, fortitude and affection, temperance and diligence. These things he will inherit from you by example. Therefore, let your every word and deed in his presence be considered, every word and every deed. If you choose his mother unwisely, then it is well to keep in mind that you did the choosing. The mistake is yours and not his. Therefore put her not away from your household and deny him her love, for you, having chosen your burden, must now carry it. The way of life you inherited was that made by the generation of your father. The generation of perfect fathers will be followed by a generation of perfect sons, and in those days they will live on a perfect earth. Wars are not made by sons, but by fathers. There are no criminal sons, just indifferent fathers. If a son take a whip to his wife, it is a father's hand that put it there. If a man lurk in wait to rob another or to commit a deed of wickedness, his father stands beside him. When a man walks along the path of wickedness, his hand is in his father's hand. When a man is made captive because of his wrongdoings, his father haunts his prison. The deeds of a son, whether they be good or bad, reflect upon his father. As a father basks in the light of a son's achievement, so shall he not escape the cloud of his failure. Say not that others have led him into the paths of wrongdoing. If a dwelling be well built, it will withstand any assault of wind or weather. If it be faulty, where lies the blame, with the builder or with the structure? If you seek to cast blame on others for the upbringing of your son, you reveal your own lack of forethought and care for his well-being. If you delegate your son's instruction to another, it is your responsibility to see that the instruction is adequate. Chapter 55. Family Relationships. Father. A tree does not tear out its own roots, nor does it denounce the soil, neither does a man strike his own father. He who turns on his father in wrath cuts his heart in twain. Be guided by the instructions of your father, and obey the words of your mother, and the day will come when you will be respected among all people. If they have a responsibility to instruct you, then you have a responsibility to obey. Be grateful to your father who brought you into the congress of men with pride and thanksgiving, and to your mother who conceived you as an offering to love and sustained you in your helplessness. Listen to the instructions of your father, for they are given exclusively for your own welfare and good. Obey him at all times, for what he desires of you is bent to your own benefit. Resent not his abominations, for they come from a heart filled with affection for you. Resent not his admonitions, for they come from a heart filled with affection for you. He has made sacrifices for your welfare, and provided for you upbringing. He guided your steps when you first stood upright, and his arms shielded you from hurt in the days of your helplessness. Therefore honor him in his old age, and protect his gray hairs from insult and indifference. You are his pride and joy. Deny him not a share in your achievements. Remember how he shared your youthful problems and toiled that you might sleep secure from the shadow of want. Therefore indulge the infirmities of his old age, and guard him in your own sons. Observe your ways towards him, and record them in their hearts. Permit your father to pass his permanent abode in peace and contentment. Respect his old age and dignity and beauty of the gray beard. Thus you will set an example to your own sons, and in the years ahead you will not go unrewarded. Strive to reflect credit on your father and on your mother, and if you fail in this, then bring gladness to their hearts and contentment to their spirits. Even a weakling and a fool will be loved by them, though he repays their affection with sorrow and care. He who fathers a weakling is a father of woe. Let not men mock your father because of you. What has he done that you punish him in this manner? Why fashion arrows that pierce the heart of your mother? What have they done? They gave you bread, and you repay them with a stone? Why be indifferent to your father's welfare? Was he a weakling? Watch over him always. When strife knocks on his door, hasten to his side. Remember who trained your right arm. Would you now deny him its succor? If your father be beset with trouble, give your eye for him and be honored among the noble ones. Chapter 56. Family Relationships. Mother. See that your mother never lacks warmth and sustenance. Cherish her in her declining years as she once cherished you. None will ever give you the love and tenderness that she bestowed upon you, and you will never have but one mother. In the days of your helplessness, she carried you as a heavy load. You were as a yoke upon her neck and a chain at her ankle. Because of you, many pleasures were denied her and her freedom curtailed. She cleaned you when you were dirty, she bathed, she salved the sores on your body. She felt no disgust when you lay in your excrement. She supported you with comfort in your infantile helplessness. She never denied your plea when you cried for her breast and you lay in her arms content in the knowledge of love and scrutiny. You grew beyond the years of infancy and were placed in the place of instruction. While you chanted your letters and absorbed the knowledge that fell from the lips of the masters, did she not come through the heat of the day unfailingly? Did you ever lack food or drink or the solace of her tenderness? When the task placed upon you was arduous and your heart was heavy with the birth pangs of inspiration, when you despaired of success, did she not lighten your burden with encouraging words? Did she not make your homecoming an hour of joy and your playtime an hour of gladness? Did she not encompass your life with understanding and compassion? Did the spring waters of her affection ever run dry? Where are the limits of a mother's love? When filled with the vigor of manhood and glowing in the pride of your strength, turn your eyes to her gray hairs and bent back, and let compassion rule your heart. Gaze upon the wrinkled brow and furrowed cheek, the face etched with self-denial and care. How much of this have you written there? The joy she found in you was the joy of self-sacrifice. Her gladness was in self-denial. The pleasures of which she was deprived contributed to yours. For you she sacrificed the woman's joys in fine linen. The mantle she should have worn was your swaddling cloth. The delights of the table were abandoned, and she ate plain food, that you should eat better. She took from her enjoyment, that more might be added unto yours. Now that you are a man, and outgrown the need for her solicitude and care, put her not aside in a lower chamber. Give her sustenance from the first fruit of your labors, and cherish her as the most precious of all your treasures. Let her hold her place in your household and enjoy the respect that is her due. Let it never come to pass that she has cause to complain to God regarding your treatment. His ear will incline towards the outpourings of her sorrowful heart, and his heart will harden towards you. Misfortune and affliction will be visited upon you, and eat away at the contentment of your days. The indifference to your mother's welfare will not go unheeded among men, and they will avoid your company. In her declining years, lend her the support of your strong arm, relieve her of the burden of labor. Treat her with affection and speak to her gently. Do nothing to cause her grief, and bear her infirmities with patience. The afflictions of aging bones will demand your consideration. Let the call not go unheeded. If the years have made her frail, treat her gently, even as in the years long gone by she was gentle with you in the days of your frailty. To a man, a mother represents all of the finest qualities in womanhood. Therefore, treat her as the best of all women, and if she falls short of the standard, remember the frailty of all mankind and forget not your own imperfections. The man who abandons his mother to want or leaves her helpless in infirmity is a reproach to manhood and an abomination to God. His soul is an ugly thing, and when it comes forth in the halls of eternity, men will recoil from it in disgust. Respect your father and love your mother, that your days may be endowed with contentment and joy. He who withholds love and affection from his mother will never be loved and never deserves to be loved. Chapter 57, Family Relationships, Brother. The strongest tie of friendship is not as firm as that between brother and brother. They are the flesh of one father and the beneficiaries of one instruction, the product of one household. The breast of one mother nurtured them in infancy. Therefore let the bond of affection unite each one with his brother, that there shall be peace and harmony in your father's abode. Unite brotherly comradeship, and stand firm together that your joint strength shall uphold your estate. Though separated by your crafts, never sever the bonds of brotherhood and unity. Never prefer a stranger to one of your own blood. If your brother struggle against adversity, it is your duty to assist him. Should he go forth to fight those who threaten the peace and security of his household, you shall be his first supporter. If fortune be favorable to you and less kind to your brother, it is for you to adjust the balances. It is meet that brothers share each other's fortunes and misfortunes, though each should reckon with the other's weaknesses. He who deserts his brother in his hour of need is unworthy to be called the name of man. He who turns against his brother and assists his opponents is unworthy. The love and care your father gave to his sons shall be continued between you and your brother. It shall not be lost to your family, but shall continue down through your generations. When you need support, send for your brother. He is to you as the right hand is to the left. His added weight shall carry your venture to success. Reject not your brother because of his downfall. Yours should be the hand to lift him up. If you should fail him, you are both lost indeed, and by turning from him you betray your own manliness. The life of man is composed of many states, each of which imposes his own duties and obligations. Not the least of these is that of the brotherhood. Because you know your own brother too well, perhaps with him you are less tolerant. Yet though better known, his failings are no worse than those of any other man. Chapter 58, Family Relationships, Daughter. The flower of your household and the pearl of your dwelling, the shrine of all gentle virtues in your home is the woman child you call daughter. Lavish your affection upon her, for affection is the sustenance of all women, without which they wilt like flowers without the sustaining waters. Guard her well from brutality and crudeness. Permit no lewdness in her presence, for she is the symbol of grace and delicacy in your household. Her welfare is your responsibility. Respect the gentleness of her nature, and shield her from all coarsening influences. Leave her instruction to the womenfolk, for only woman can instruct in the ways of women. Nevertheless, let her not go without discipline. Treat her with firmness and instruct her in responsibility. Humility and obedience should not be overlooked. To teach her to realize the power of womankind for good or evil, and instruct her in the arts of womanhood, for a man like woman is an abnormality. The nature of a woman is not easy to mold. That of a man is easier. She is to be gentle, but not weak, delicate, but not frail, yielding, but not submissive, and sympathetic without being subject to imposition. The training of a daughter is not to be lax because of her beauty. Rather, it should be the contrary. Undisciplined beauty is a thing of evil. Womanhood, if handled wantonly, destroys the manliness of men instead of inspiring it. To her, you are the example of what a man should be. She will measure all men according to the standard she sees in you. Therefore, assure yourself that it is fitting to be a real man. If any man seduce your daughter and thus defile your home, then it is your duty to render him incapable of repeating the deed. Not for revenge shall this be done, but to keep undefiled the homes of other men, and to maintain the values of womanhood. If your daughter be seduced, then you have failed as a father and must adjust the scales, that you fail not also as a man. The seducer has offered the greatest possible insult to you and your household by openly declaring before men that your daughter is unworthy of marriage. When you choose a husband for your daughter, do not disregard riches and position, unless they are possessed by a weakling. However, choose first a real man, for he will establish his position. Your daughter will be respected and her security and contentment assured. It is less difficult to raise a son than a daughter, for though both need equal discipline and chastisement, it is easier to give these to a son than to a daughter. Consider the imperfections in your wife, due to her father's lack of care and wisdom, and ensure that they are not repeated in your daughter. If your daughter be fair in face and form, then beware lest this poison her nature, for it will bring the indulgences of men. He who fathers a lovely daughter carries no light burden and no little responsibility. The father who has indulged and spoilt such a daughter is not uncommon, and he must bear the reproach of her husband. Chapter 59, Family Relationships, Wife. Your wife is as the stone of Lamed, which doubles all it touches. Give her affection, and she will return it twofold. Give her love, and it will be returned doubled. Think not less of her because she is in your power. From whence comes this power, but from her father's trust in your ability and steadfastness, your kindness and consideration. The wise man does not disdain a precious gem because he owns it. Possession should add value and not detract from it. She is fruitful ground in which to sow. Plant confidence, and she will return faithfulness forever. Plant contentment, and the tree of peace will arise, whose shade shall ever provide a place of tranquility when you are troubled. Plant joy and reap a manifold harvest of gladness. You have not chosen her from body lust, nor to be a constant woman of pleasure. These can be found on any street. Nor did you choose her to be a laborer in the kitchen of the supervisor of the servants. These can be bought. Is she not chosen as the mother of your children, the mistress of the household, and the companion of your journey through this life? She will be there by your side in times of trouble as well as in times of joy. But there is but one choice of wife open to the wise man, the best woman he knows. Miserable is he, and unfortunate the lot of the man who knows not a good woman. Why do they shun him? Your wife will, if well chosen, halves your sorrows and doubles your joys. If chosen foolishly, she will multiply your sorrows and dilute your joys with bitterness. It is proper that a man have a wife who should be loved so long as both shall live. You love your father and mother through good times and bad, in sickness and in health. Though they provoke or ignore you, chastise or praise you, their shortcomings and weaknesses are known and accepted. Due allowance is made for their failings, and their love is always returned. Yet they are not of your choosing. Therefore, if you can accept and be content with those not of your choosing, it is not reasonable to expect you to be more contented with a wife. Chapter 60. Secrets of Womanhood. Daughters of men, forget not your ancient heritage of mystery granted unto you in the days of old, when you were the light of mankind. Was earth then afflicted under your sway, and did men then degrade themselves and strive one with another? The age of benevolent mother rule has departed, and little remains of woman's former glory. But remember that the fall of woman and the woes of men were brought about by the wiles and weaknesses of woman. My daughters, remember your attributes and consider your estate. You can either be the instruments of good to inspire man to great heights of achievement, or be the instruments of evil to degrade him and bring his manhood into disrepute. The woman who says, "I will be no man's unless he be a real man," is a maker of real men and serves the purpose of God. For the charm and mystery that are the gifts of life to woman were ordained to create a desire and longing in men, and their purpose is to inspire men to reach above and beyond themselves, that they might obtain and possess a treasure so precious. Therefore, O daughters of beauty, value yourselves highly, for she who gives herself cheaply inspires no man. For it is the nature of man that he treasure that which is hard to obtain. Man values the scarce gold, not the plentiful marble. She who comes easily to man he regards lightly. It is the law that man values only for that which he strives and suffers. Reveal not your womanly charms and secret attractions. Is not the moon more beautiful when shining through a cloud? For then its loveliness is enhanced with mystery. Woman was given a body to reproduce sons, and grace and beauty to inspire them to godlikeness. The spirit of man is inspired and raised up by the love of his mother and the love of his wife. There will be no greater influence in his life than woman love. A graceful woman is ever clothed in mystery. A good woman will always make earth a better place for her presence. Beauty of face and form are passing things, but the real beauty of womanhood lies beneath these externals. Seek it out and develop it, for it will be much more enduring. Consider not the beauty of the body, for it is here today and tomorrow departs forever. Concentration on outward appearances displays a shallow spirit to the eyes of men. Beauty of face and form may or may not be yours, according to the dispensations of fate, but whatever you have must be accepted with gratitude or resignation. That you have been given little can be done to change, but it is not the most important part of your being. There is that within you which is yours to fashion as you wish. It can be of a beauty indescribable, transcending anything of earth. Therefore give due thought to the pliable soul within you, for it is yours forever. It can be a thing of loveliness or repulsion, according to your own decree. The law, which is beyond your understanding, has decreed the mold of your body. It is fixed, unchangeable. Not so your soul, for here you are alone are responsible for its appearance. Remember that every thought and deed is a thread in the pattern of the fabric. Think well. Will the result be a thing of beauty or of ugliness? Let prudence rule your heart, and be reserved in all that you do. Remember the womanly virtues of modesty, simplicity, compassion, gentleness, tenderness, of grace. Cast not the treasures of your womanhood into the mud, where they will be trampled underfoot by contemptuous men. In the spring days of womanhood, when the promise of loveliness is fulfilled and the warm blood stirs within you, the eyes of men will turn in your direction. It will turn with meaning, and nature will interpret their glances. Then is the time to give heed to the whispered counsel of prudence, and place a guard upon your heart. Now is the time when it is ripe for assault. Let it not yield except to one. Heed not the false words of seduction and the alluring promises which fall from the glib tongues of fornicators. The words of seducing men are sweeter than honey, but if you partake of the illicit pleasures offered, they turn to the bitter gall of disillusionment. The seducer has his purpose. He tests you for your worthiness as a wife. Woman was meant to be the helpmate and companion of man, his inspiration and joy, not the slave to his desires and the servant of his passions. Are you no more than the receptacle wherein he satisfies and dissipates his uncontrolled urges? Or are you the goddess of his heart? The goddess whose tender touch can soothe the turmoil which tears his body, who evokes within him the gentle passions of affection and consideration, whose soft endearments are sufficient to strengthen him sufficiently to stifle the struggle within. She who was the first of these takes the easy path, but the second is 10 times her better and a worthy wife for any man. Discuss not the ways of the harlot or wanton woman, lest they say, her interest betrays her inclinations. Never associate with such as these, for they pollute by their presence. The harlot never repents, and when she reforms becomes a procuress. Seek not to emulate the ways of men, lest you sacrifice the charms of womanhood. Men admire and desire the womanly things in women and the manly things in men. Women attract by their reserve, not by their boldness. They conquer by their submissiveness, not by their attack. They hold by their weakness, not by their strength, and they attract by their modesty, not by their forwardness. If seeking a weakling for a husband, you may sacrifice some of your womanliness, for what you lack he will supply. Beware the power of your charms, and belittle them not. For while lesser men are but slightly moved by womanly charms, to greater men they are as whirlwind in the wilderness. And therefore in the hands of a wanton woman the grace and charm of womanhood are as poison in the possession of one who is mad. As a man has a duty to life, so has woman, and hers is to uphold the prestige of love. Thus it is that, though her heart may be moved with compassion, she castigates her wanton sister. Here, harshness serves life better than sympathy and compassion. Know that there can be no greater joy on earth than that found by man and woman in the sacred unity of wedded love. The greatest inspiration of life is the pure and lovely flame of true love. The temple of hallowed love is in the heart of a chaste maiden or faithful wife, and all men secretly worship there. There is no greater incentive to bring out the best in a man than the true love of a good woman. If you would a noble life, then weave a mantle of love around your chosen mate. My daughters, beauty is the heritage of all women. Think not only of the beauty of face and form, though, for this passes with the rise and fall of the waters. Turn your thoughts to the greater loveliness of the spirit, to the radiance enshrined within the thinking heart and the beating heart. This is the true heritage of woman. Purity, graciousness, can belong to any woman, whatever her external appearance. What is beauty where tenderness and affection are lacking? Men will run after a beautiful face, but away from a willful heart. A beautiful woman is beautiful to herself. The admiration of men adds nothing to her beauty. Womanly virtue maintains the blossom of youth and brings contentment to the heart. Thus is the face kept smooth in beauty. Nothing exalts the heart of a man as much as purity in the woman of his choice. Nothing can stimulate his manhood as much as her modesty and reserve. Nothing troubles his thoughts or arouses his curiosity as much as her silence. Let not your future husband's hopes of your chastity be in vain. Mock not the faith of a man and woman, for man requires such faith, And if he be a real man, he will believe the best of woman. The seducer and fornicator alone look down on women, for they have seen many at their feet. O glorious and prudent maiden, who will some day rule as queen of heart and home, keep the pure flame of love secure. Keep it secure within the sanctuary of chastity. This love asks, above all, that love may be hallowed. Though chastity remains the greatest weapon for good in the armory of womanhood, like all things on earth, it can be used otherwise. Chastity of itself alone would be of no value unless it serve a purpose for good. Futile frustrations are the opposite of good, but chastity is not numbered among these. Chastity hallows and expresses the sanctity and glory of true love, and bestows on the loved one the honor and bliss of an undefiled and uncheapened marriage. Chastity is not the suppression of feeling and the refuge of the unaffectionate. It is the homage paid to the sanctity of a woman's body and the evaluating tribute paid to true love. Our fathers and our fathers' fathers, even in the days before Mina and Pontus, expected and respected chastity in women. Not in all women, for this is not the nature of men. A man seeks it only in one special woman, his wife. Thus man divides the woman in his life in twain, his wife and mother, and other women. No man concerns himself with true virtue in the wives of other men, only in his own. Virtue in other women may be unimportant. Which would you be? A wife, the delight of a man's life, or the other unimportant woman? Chastity is the glorious crown of maidenhood. It is the symbol of dedication to the glorification of love. It is honored and respected by all men. A husband trusts a chaste wife and speaks of her proudly among men. When men discuss women after the manner of men, the husband of the unchaste woman tries to avoid their looks. Their talk cuts his heart. The unchaste woman is a topic of ribaldry among men, but let a man discuss a chaste woman lightly, and there are hard words spoken. In the company of men, does not the chest of the chaste woman's husband swell out before him? Is he not proud of his exclusive treasure? The heart of the deceived man and fool shrinks within him when men speak among themselves, for he feels humiliated and uncertain of his place among men. What he has is cheap, and the subject of crude jokes among them. Act in all ways befitting a woman. Be modest and reserved, for eagerness does not become a woman. Never go unto a man unbidden, but await his call or a woman messenger. It is unseemly for a man to summon a woman by a man. To women go the things of women. Therefore, turn your hearts and hands toward the inclinations of womankind. Cherish and comfort your children. Attend diligently to the affairs of the household. Support and sustain your husband through his trials and troubles. The drinks of women are sweet, but she may sip a heady or bitter one without loss of decorum, though she may not drink it as does a man. Only the common woman will drink the drink of men, or drink as a man. A woman who safeguards her reputation in public but is shameless in private is a hypocrite. She is a deceiver who will drag a man down to sorrow. My daughters, these are not words of wisdom alone. They draw aside the veil to reveal the inner hearts of men. Let your own heart weigh them in the scales. It will commend them to you. If a man deride them, then he is not inclined to your welfare, nor does he see in you a future wife. If you say within yourself, these things are of little importance to me, you may speak truth, for you are unworthy. The crocodile revels in mud and disdains in silk. The womanly virtues are not evaluated in your eyes, but in the scales of spiritual eternity. That which spiritualizes life, that enhances love, that inspires mankind and sanctifies the relationship between man and woman, that is the good in the eyes of God. You may ignore the well-being of your soul if you so desire. Its fate is yours to decide. She who sanctifies womanhood garbs her soul in eternal radiance. Chapter 61, Prayer. Prayer is the communication of the soul of man with the soul of God. It is the effective means whereby the great dam of spiritual power and inspiration is tapped. Above all, it is not a babble of words. When you pray, do so in silence, with all the words retained within yourself. Pray not with the tongue and mouth, but with the Spirit. Inharmonious noise within the sanctuary of God is detestable to him who is the God of harmony. Rites that produce loudness are an abomination to his ears. Implore him with a loving heart in quietness, and he will hear your words and accept your offering. The ear of God is closed to man who speaks, but is open to the silent man. When he who is silent comes to speak, not that men may hear, but God, then he hears him. Is not the great God known among us as the listener in the silences? Is not the silence the speech of love? God speaks in the still silence. He communes with man in the silences of the soul, and in silence was the creative word spoken. Seek always after silence and quietude, and seek friends among the silent ones. The man who fears to be alone with himself in silence or solitude will never discover the secrets of the soul. Men go into the wilderness to commune with their souls in silence. Only thus do they receive a reply. He who lives ever among noise and turmoil, I have no soul. When in prayer, occupy yourself with the affairs at the boundary of the region of hope, for prayer spans the great unseen barrier. Prayer is the bridge between two regions, but few there are among men who know how to pray, that the bridge may actually be opened. Words are unimportant to prayer, for good and fine words alone are not edifying to God. He hears that which is spoken from the heart, and reads that which is written in the soul. Therefore those who are answered are few, and those who are not because of their own inadequacy say, Where is God that he hears me not? The souls of men swathed in flesh and wrapped in passions cannot easily commune with God. Successful prayer needs much conditioning of the soul. It requires a lot of preliminary preparation and is therefore rare. Men say, prayer is futile, and to such as they, so it is. But it is not prayer, but their conception of prayer that is futile. If a man writes so that none understand him, is the reader or the writer at fault if the writing cannot deliver its message? When speaking to a southern man, he understands not unless you use his own language. Even so, should you communicate with God in his manner. The ingredients of prayer are humility, sincerity, surrender of desire, acknowledgement of inadequacy, and a wholehearted offering of self. It is the opening of a door to admit a wonderful power into the chambers of the soul. Prayer, as it should be, is followed by a profound peace, a spiritual uplifting, and a feeling of inner quietude, as though a cool, clean breeze sweeps into the spirit, strengthening and reviving it so that clear thinking follows naturally. When at prayer, listen to the voice of the Spirit, for it may be interpreting the words of God. Prayer renders the soul articulate. The length of prayer is unimportant, but the depth and range of prayer matters above all else. Prayer is a state of harmony, embracing heart and spirit. It is not a rite. Chapter 62, Death. Fear not death, for when he comes you will be no longer there. Nevertheless, it is well to live a good life and be free from the fear of his shadow, for he that is good has nothing to fear. What is death but the gateway to glory, the entrance into the kingdom of greater life? It is a journey to a new land and an awakening from a sleep where all care and affliction born on earth are left behind. Do not men respect death above birth? Do they not adorn their weapons, the servants of death, with gold and precious stones, and display them proudly to all men? Have not honor and titles been the lot of many who caused the slaying of thousands? But who has ever been honored for bringing a man to life? While there is but one way of entry into life, there are thousands of ways of departing. All roads through life lead to the gates of death. The deer does not cry until it feels the arrow, nor does the fowl shriek until the hunting hound seizes it. He who ever dwells under the shadow of the fear of death dies many times, and the fear is greater than the event itself. Death I fear not. If violent men come with sharp weapons as its messenger, I may fear the instruments. I may fear dying, but death itself holds no terrors. Come it must. Of all things in life, it is the most inevitable. God grant I accept it as a man. Chapter 63. Close. Evil times have befallen the wise and upright. Truth shows her light no more, and deceit walks the land, garbed in gay raiment and with a bold front. These times of evil and these days of affliction were foreshadowed by a decline in the goodness of men, by the lust for pleasure among the people, and a seeking after things which brought forgetfulness, and carelessness of craftsmanship, and indecision of thought, and disdain for wisdom, and in disregard for the welfare of the land. Men think only of earthly things, and therefore earth becomes a region ruled by wickedness and corruption. Yet this I say unto you, the mockers of the wise and the scorners of wisdom shall tomorrow be forgotten, and the wisdom that they deride shall have its day when they are dust and their names forgotten. My children, I am a man of no mean reputation, and here my estate remains intact, though the greater one downstreamwards is lost to me with my name. Even now events move, and soon all will be put to memory. Not for long now shall I be left to sorrow, nor is the death of an old and feeble man any great achievement. Old age weighs me down, when I should be swift, and I bear it as a heavy load. My spirit must soon sail towards its place of origin and immerse itself in the waters at the sources of life. I am not loath to depart from this place of sorrow and corruption. Therefore, my children, hear me diligently in the recounting of the wise sayings and secret knowledge of our forefathers. Record them as a guide unto your generations. Now is the day of the wrongdoer. The kindly and unselfish man goes down, and the honest man is the playing things of winds of adversity. It is the brazen-faced ones who rise to sit in high places. The iniquity of the wrongdoer is no more than a subject for talk of the marketplace, and even moves men to mirth. The shame of women is accepted as normal, and causes no stir except on the thoughtless tongues of the idle. I carry my burden of wretchedness alone, for no friend is left to me among men of my estate. I await the time when my habitation will be laid open to the winds, my place of waiting be filched from me, and my fernery equipment be no more. Yet I am still a man of no mean estate. Death attends at my right hand, but I am not perturbed for myself, but for my incapacity. Oh, for the arm that once bore the spear, and the eye that shot it home! Death is not feared, for it will be as cool waters after a journey in the heats of the day. It will be as freedom to one long held in confinement, or as green pastures to the wanderer of the wilderness. Death is no stranger, for I have lived as a man, nor is it unwelcome. I look around, and not until then do I fear death, for it crowns my feebleness. I see righteousness cast out into darkness, while iniquity sits at the council table. No man obeys the rulers, nor has respect for the statutes which now breed their own overthrow. There is none so wise that he perceives, and none so wrathful that he speaks. The courageous men are dead, and they to whom the land belongs now lie buried in it. The priesthood prospers, and the people live for the day's pleasure, but virtue and wisdom wander the road as beggars. Lewdness replaces learning in the talk of men, and women delight in displaying their charms. The lesser men have come into their own. The bold face goes everywhere, and the reserved man is beggared. Lewd speech and vile conduct is acclaimed. The deeds of wanton women are the subject for conversation. There are no more worthy men in places of power, and the land is in the hands of those who work iniquity. A counted heart is unknown among men. Brother works wickedness upon brother. The hearts of men covet the possessions of others. Children treat their fathers with little respect, and the words of their mothers are mocked. Men smile at the wives of other men and are gay in their presence, but they remain sullen in the presence of their own. Men marry the wanton woman, and her place is established. Fathers leave the instruction of their offspring to others and allow their womenfolk to wander loose. Oh, where are such men as once walked the land? Where are the men of days gone? Did they all die for the king? Do lesser men remain to breed lesser men, while the best ones are now no more? The ordinances of the halls of judgment are cast forth into the streets. The great writings are carried away. Slaves become the lords of slaves, but their hearts are the hearts of slaves and not of masters. The weaklings walk with riches, for the strangers are their protectors. It is a time of calamity. A man runs to save his own life while his brother is slain. The grain is gathered by the powerful and willing, and not by he who sows. The vulgar man gains a high-born lady to wife, while a nobleman raises up a singing woman. The products of craftsmen are faulty, for none takes pride in his craft. Bribery and corruption are the guiding lights of men. Women cannot conceive, for their wickedness makes barren the womb. Men say, "Where is God?" But God has withdrawn because of their wickedness. The false gods flourish and wax fat on promises. Where once the voices of joy were heard, now there is lamentation. Men curse their fathers because of their birth. Maidens array themselves in gaudy ornaments and are no longer modest. Widows and unmarried women open their doors, and strangers are permitted to enter. It is a time of woe. They who once walked in white linen are now in rags, and he who never wove is now the master of weavers and the possessor of fine garments. Would that the seed of men might perish in the womb, for they who come forth are no longer worthy. Thus it was written by one before my time, and thus it is again. As the wheel spun before, let it spin again. You, my children, are the hope of the people. Therefore give your hearts to learning, for in the whole land once united there is naught else worth possessing. Peruse diligently these writings, and let them be the measure of your heart. Keep them beside you, or carry them to a place of quietude, that they may be better contemplated in solitude. It will be an unworthy deed to make alterations in the record of these things. To falsify that which is written is a wrong against your children and against truth. The writings will give you pleasure, though that is not their intent, and they will bring tranquility to your heart and teach you the ways of men. If they cause you uneasiness of conscience, then they are not without achievement. The water flows away, time speeds by on feet of swiftness, and the unlearned things are uncountable, as the sands that blow in from the wilderness. Therefore be like the goose that extracts the sustenance from the mud, and devote yourself to the welfare of your soul. Though the spiritual understanding of man is limited and his moral nature weak, nevertheless he fails to utilize fully the attributes he does possess. Man does not make sufficient effort to rise as high as he could. He does not reach out to the boundaries of his limitations. He approaches but a little way towards the goodness he could attain, did he but extend himself. Therefore, give heed to these writings, for they are offered for your benefit. They are not things recorded carelessly or without reason. They will enlighten the ignorant and give all men assurance, that they may steer a steady course through life. Fill your bellies with them, as with cool waters. Store them up as a prudent man stores corn against a time of famine. As the value of corn is enhanced in times of famine, so is it that in the times of trial and tribulations these instructions will be more honored. Man mixes the mud and straw and lays the bricks one on the other, but it is the will of God which gives them firmness and holds all the structure to its form. Give ear to these instructions, and your condition in life will be like unto those who have gone before. Make yourself learned in the written rolls, and everything you do and say will be profitable. Every word written shall pass correct, as a thing which can never perish in the fertile lands. The wisdom shall beautify the commands which are given by nobles and princes. Let they who understand become craftsmen in speech, and having learned fine speech, pass on to others their knowledge, that the writings may be received with respect. The heart that is well immersed in wisdom rejoices when this is proven a bringer of peace and prosperity. If within your heart you say, "Why need I these instructions? For all these things I know," does he who has recovered from a sickness need a physician, or he who has crossed the river a boat? Yet to you I say, be not hasty of speech, for to you is not enough. These things are not given to be just known, but to be lived. Know them you may, but do you also live them? Let this written wisdom be the straight edge to show how much you deviate from the true. Use it to align yourself, to eliminate the crookedness. Not the least purpose of these writings is to reveal your weaknesses, to remind you that your body is but dust, and to stimulate your spirit with the joyous knowledge of the glories awaiting your awakened soul. Whatever your store of wisdom, be prudent. Let your heart serve as a counterbalance for your tongue. Let your lips speak true, and your eyes see only that which is right for it to see. Ensure that both your ears hear the same thing. Avoid all men who mock and will not incline their ears. Disregard the fool who will not listen, for he will effect nothing. He will mock the man of knowledge as a man without understanding. Wisdom and prudence he considers to be defects. He smothers his soul and then proclaims that the lifeless thing does not exist. He spends his days on earth, but he is already one as dead, for life to him is worthless. Men avoid him because of his manner and because of the many troubles which beset him. When you are hoary-headed and men hold you in respect, instruct your children in these things, even as you have been instructed. Every man has the duty to pass on the knowledge he has acquired undiminished, to tell what he has learned to his children, that they in turn may hand it to their children. Suppress no word in the writings, nor add anything to them. Set not one thing in place of another, and instruct in accordance with that which is prescribed. These are things long handed down by word of mouth in the inner sanctuaries of wisdom. All men seek the truth among the temples, but only the great God knows who has found it. He who knows within his heart that all things here written are good and beneficial, but who fails to practice them, is like a man who lights a lamp and then closes his eyes. Let these things not have been written in vain, nor the effort, which has not been small, be wasted. Here ends the book, its beginning to its end, as it was found in writing, inscribed to endure. Keep it with you always, not just for times of joy and light, but also for times of distress and darkness. Though the moon and many stars are always shining, when the sun sets it is night. Done into writing and a faithful transcription by a dutiful pupil of a beloved master, whose name, being unknown to men, shall endure forever in the great halls of the ever-glorious ones. Not all is as the master wrote, nor are they all his writings, though attributed to his inspiration by those who sat at his feet and followed the same path, sought to glorify him. For he journeyed in sorrow towards the sun setting, not knowing whether his seed took root or was cast on barren ground. Who, because of his words, was cast out from his estates and left believing himself deserted by God and men. All men sow, but few live to see the harvest or the strange fruit it brings forth.